about their ability to do autonomous rideshare without LiDAR. Most experts think that's not possible.
This is a dangerous game, Colin. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I get the distinct impression here that Colin, rather than having formed his own ground-up awareness of artificial intelligence, deep learning, neural networks, and computer vision, is instead deferring to the so-called expert opinions. If they think it's going to be difficult, if they think it's impossible, then I think it's impossible. I just want to point out one thing. The world's #1 expert on computer vision, Andre Karpathy, works for Tesla and is leading their computer vision efforts, their autonomous efforts, leading the team. One more time. The world's #1 expert currently working at Tesla, leading this effort. So there's that. But in either case, it's never a good idea to reason based on the opinions of experts. Fuck experts, fuck authority. Do your own homework, do your own thinking, and form your own opinions. This is a major error that Colin appears to be making. It's going to be very embarrassing in a few years' time when Tesla has fully autonomous robotaxis driving around without LiDAR, without radar, using a pure vision-based system. I've covered this in recent videos. There'll be more to come. This one does my head in. I really just don't understand. Like, it's so hard for me to put myself in the shoes of people that don't understand this fundamental truth. We don't have any human beings today driving vehicles that use LiDAR or use radar. I mean, if you can't infer from that where things are headed, I give up. But again, referring to experts to base your opinion on stuff like this, not smart.
But most bulls will give them some sort of credit for that business. They're giving them credit for the solar and stationary storage business, which really hasn't been profitable, and actually solar seems to have been shrinking. But I think people are saying that he's done amazing things on the car side, and so they're giving credit for these other opportunities, which have yet to be proven.
Do you like seeing Tesla hold Bitcoin on its balance sheet?
I think it's a bit of a distraction. So I'm not really sure I understood the benefit of doing that. I don't know that I would advise most other companies to go out and buy Bitcoin.
Well, that $1.5 billion, whatever it might be, is that better invested in the core of the business?
Oh man, can you guys see that gigantic sign on Brian's head that says, I do not understand anything about this company, I don't understand their financial situation, I don't pay attention to what's going on with the company, I've never listened to a Tesla's earnings call, yet I'm still going to ask questions and share my opinions. Now, Brian, not to be too direct and blunt here, but dude, Tesla had about $20 billion sitting around that they couldn't spend. There's not enough engineers, there's not enough battery cell supply. Tesla's spending money as fast as they possibly can, yet still accumulated a mountain around $20 billion of capital they need to do something with. They took a small slice of that, put some of it in Bitcoin, and by the way, they made a pretty healthy profit on that despite Bitcoin's recent crash. Now, this would be a good question in theory if Tesla had $20 billion and they were deciding, you know what, we don't want to grow as fast as we possibly can, we don't want to do any more R&D, we're just going to keep this money aside because why not? That's not the situation Tesla's in. They have too much money, they're accumulating too much cash, they're printing too much money, and they can't spend fast enough. So they decided to do something with a little bit of that. Let's buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Just want to be clear here. If Tesla wasn't spending money as fast as possible, this would be a very valid question, but they are. And Elon Musk has made this very clear, which demonstrates that Brian doesn't really understand Tesla that well.
Well, I mean, they have $17 billion in cash. They actually made money off of it. I mean, it's not how I would recommend most companies to place their cash. But what am I to say? I mean, they actually made a profit already. So.
Hey, Colin, you mentioned you didn't think they could go full autonomous in an effective way without LiDAR. There was a report earlier in the week that they were talking to Luminar about maybe doing some kind of testing with their LiDAR technology, even though Elon Musk has been vocally skeptical, right, of LiDAR. Do you think he goes back, I mean, he's reversed positions on a lot of things before. Do you think he reverses course on LiDAR and says, yes, we're going to use it in the cars?
Yahoo really living up to their name once again here. If you know what I'm talking about, I debunked this. Check out the card in the corner. This is embarrassing. I feel bad for these people. This stuff goes on air. The internet never forgets these. Oh, dude.
It's a tough question. I mean, I actually don't think he is. I mean, a lot of people are saying that they're testing the LiDAR to validate their own system.
Bingo. Now, I'm going to give some more credit to Colin here. Initiated coverage on Tesla stocks. So far, he seems to be a relatively well-informed analyst. We differ in terms of opinion, but generally speaking, seems to have a pretty good understanding of Tesla, the company, the future. Certainly, he's very conservative, and I say, probably lacking a little bit in the testicle department. Not really willing to go out there with anything other than a hold. Got a $560 price target on Tesla stock. Super conservative. Not willing to give Tesla credit for a lot of things that seem obvious to me, but hey, not going to hate here. At least he understands what's going on. He's fairly well-informed. He's not saying things that are particularly ridiculous. We just differ in terms of our opinions and our bullishness on a few points.
It's sort of a big shift in promises and a massive shift in strategy. And quite frankly, if they start with LiDAR today, then in the camera-based technology, they would clearly have an argument for a head start. If they start LiDAR today, then they're actually in a big sort of deficit compared to everybody else. So without having tested with the sensors, and companies like Waymo, Argo AI, Cruise have all been testing with LiDAR for many years now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Colin, great to get your perspective this morning. Colin Langdon is an analyst at Wells Fargo, who covers Tesla and a lot of the other automakers. Thanks, Colin.
So I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. It's always interesting when an analyst initiates coverage on Tesla stock for the first time. And I've got to say, overall, Colin seems to have his head screwed on straight. We differ a little bit in terms of bullishness, but overall, he seems to be very well informed, which is not something I can say for 2/3 of the Yahoo Finance panel. No surprises there. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Did you find some of the comments from the folks on the Yahoo panel a little bit embarrassing? What do you think of Colin's thoughts around Tesla and Tesla stock? I'm Stephen Mark Ryan. This is Solving the Money Problem, and I love you all. And don't forget, hey, I'm Stephen, and this is Solving the Money Problem. If you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some huge, massive, colossal news relating to Tesla and how they, over the next 5 years, will print literally tens of billions of dollars of pure profit out of thin air, which will allow them to further accelerate their mission and become the world's most valuable and most profitable company of all time. This is not hyperbole. This is huge news. We are, of course, talking about EV tax credits. I'll run through the math, explain how I've come to this number and some of the implications. But in short, this is some of the most important news relating to Tesla of all time. I think the only more important news we'll ever hear is when Tesla finally announces they're about to deploy their autonomous, fully self-driving software to the entire fleet and human drivers will no longer be required. This is right up there with the solving of autonomy. I'm not messing around with you guys. This is huge, huge news. So let's get into the video. And by the way, account if you'd like up to second free stock back to it. Here we are over on the Reuters website. US Senate panel advances EV tax credit of up to $12,500. And just to be clear, there's still a few more hurdles in the way of this being actually approved and implemented, but I suspect the final product, the final EV incentive is going to be very similar, if not identical to what we're learning about today. So let's get into it. The US Senate Finance Committee advanced legislation on Wednesday that would boost electric vehicle tax credits to as much as $12,500 for EVs that are assembled by union workers in the United States. The bill would limit tax credits to vehicles with a retail price below $80,000. Basically, almost every Tesla model, even the entry-level Model S would qualify for this. Certainly not the fully decked-out performance versions of the X and S, but the Model 3, the Model Y, Tesla's future $25,000 vehicle, plus entry-level Model S, and of course the Cybertruck, all qualifying. This is really great news for Tesla. The current maximum tax credit is $7,500 with no maximum price and currently phases out for individual automakers once they hit 200,000 total EVs sold. Both General Motors and Tesla have hit the cap and currently do not qualify for the $7,500 tax credit. The Clean Energy for America bill, which advanced on a 14-14 tie vote, would eliminate the existing EV cap, while the credit would phase out over 3 years once 50% of US passenger vehicle sales were EVs. Now, I have to jump in here. This is enormous. Consider this for a moment. There's no limitation on how many vehicles each automaker can sell, and this only begins to phase out over 3 years once total EV sales make up more than 50% of new US passenger vehicles. Who's going to be the company making most of these EVs while everyone else scrambles to catch up? And that would be Tesla. In other words, the slower every other automaker is to ramp up their EV production, the more vehicles Tesla will be able to sell and take advantage of this credit. This is hugely important news for Tesla. It gives them an even greater advantage than they already have. While all these bumbling clowns like Ford and GM and other automakers are scrambling to try and get the EV production up, Tesla's going to continue to drive down the cost, build new factories, and absolutely dominate, taking an even larger share of the existing EV market in the US. The EV proposal, led by Senator Debbie Stabenow, a Michigan Democrat, would boost the $7,500 tax credit by $2,500 for vehicles assembled in the United States and another $2,500 for cars or facilities whose production workers are members of or represented by a labor union. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Tesla does not qualify for this, so the maximum incentive available for Tesla vehicles under this proposal, $10,000 per vehicle. That would mean smaller credits to automakers such as Tesla, Volkswagen, and others who do not have US union workers and companies building EVs outside the United States. Now, a quick but important aside. Many of you may have heard recently Joe Biden made a visit to Ford and had a spontaneous test drive. Yeah, get f***ed as if that was spontaneous. You don't let a senile old man get behind the wheel of one of your prototypes spontaneously. They had a pre-arranged demonstration where Biden jumped in the Ford F-150 Lightning and said, oh, this sucker's quick now. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But during this entire speech and the whole spiel relating to this visit to Ford, there was not a single mention of Tesla. Why? My suspicion is because they are not a member of the UAW. Therefore, please don't give them any airtime. As I tweeted in relation to this exact appearance, how did Biden speak with the UAW's cock buried deep in his throat? And just to be clear, man or woman, there's absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, there's a whole lot right about having a cock buried deep in your throat when it's appropriate. The point that I'm making is that the UAW is able to, in some situations, have their way with certain members of both US political parties due to their donations, aka bribes. The entire political system, especially in the United States, is extremely corrupt. There's a huge number of vested interests. Political donations are not political donations, they are political bribes. And this is exactly what we're seeing from the corrupt UAW. Now, I'm not here to make this political or partisan or shit on Biden just for the sake of it, but there's clear incentives happening behind the scenes which relate to these EV incentives. And speaking of corruption and the UAW, ex-UAW President Williams sentenced to 21 months in union corruption probe. Williams, 67, of Corona, California, is the highest ranking UAW official sentenced during a 4-year-old prosecution that has secured 15 convictions, one more time, 15 convictions, and revealed UAW leaders and auto executives broke labor laws, stole union funds, and received bribes and kickbacks. So just want to point something out. In short, UAW really doesn't smell good. So internally, the union clearly has an issue with corruption. It's not just one conviction here. We're talking about 15. But of course, there's absolutely no correlation whatsoever with the donations UAW makes to particular political parties and then suddenly having this extra incentive for union-based companies under this new plan, is there? Total coincidence, of course. So back to the topic at hand. The EV incentives are estimated to cost $31.6 billion through 2031, according to a congressional estimate. The bill must still be approved by the full Senate and US House of Representatives. The bill also includes a 30% tax credit for manufacturers to retool or build new facilities to produce advanced energy technologies, including batteries, and new incentives to purchase commercial electric vehicles. Now, some of this doesn't apply to Tesla. They don't need to retool. But look at this. Build new facilities to produce advanced energy technologies, including batteries. So in other words, Tesla, already one of the most, in fact, probably the most capital efficient companies on the goddamn planet, is now going to be able to build new battery facilities and potentially others as well at a 30% discount to their already staggeringly low costs. Dude, this is crazy. All right, enough of this article. Let's get to the meat and bones of this video, the $42 billion bonanza. So here's the deal. If Tesla has a $10,000 credit applied to the purchase of their vehicles, meaning they're $10,000 cheaper for customers to purchase than they are today, Tesla will have to raise prices. Now, before you embarrass yourself in the comments and say, Stephen, that goes against the mission of accelerating the world's transition to EVs, let me explain something. Tesla already has way more demand than they can currently meet. That's why they continue to raise prices on their vehicles today. One more time. Tesla already has more demand than they can meet, despite the fact that they ramp up production as fast as possible. Simultaneous to this, they continue to drive their actual costs down on each product, meaning they could, in theory, keep cutting prices and maintain margins. You know, Octave, P-Pump, Gigapress, blah, 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 blah. You've heard the whole spiel. If Tesla doesn't raise prices and their vehicles suddenly overnight become $10,000 cheaper for consumers to purchase, this will cause a disaster. What am I talking about? Ridiculous, unreasonable wait times. A customer orders a vehicle, they might have to wait a year or two to get delivery. Not acceptable. There's no other way around this. And by the way, I'm sure people at Tesla have already made this decision behind the scenes. They cannot possibly retain the same pricing on their vehicles if they're effectively $10,000 cheaper. My best estimate is that Tesla's going to have to meet the incentive somewhere in the middle, maybe increase prices on their vehicles approximately $5,000, meaning they're about $5,000 cheaper today. Again, this all comes down to demand. I know there's going to be a few people in the comments, oh, you're talking about it. Seriously, think about it for a moment. If the price of a Tesla decreases in a linear fashion, the actual demand for the product grows exponentially. $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 cheaper doesn't mean there's a few extra people who can afford now. It is a huge number of new people who can afford the vehicle. Tesla already has way more demand than they can meet, and this is just going to cause effectively unlimited demand. So, unless Tesla are morons and want a huge number of pissed off customers who have to wait over a year to get a vehicle delivered, Tesla is going to have to raise the prices and find an equilibrium so that people can still purchase their vehicles but get them in a semi-reasonable time frame. Now, I do have to make some assumptions with the math here. My assumption is that Tesla will increase the prices of their vehicles by $5,000. Pure profit, remember, that goes straight to the bottom line because of these $10,000 tax incentives. In addition, I'm going to make a very aggressive assumption which may or may not play out, but I'm going to err on the side of being cautious and assume that by 2026, in just 5 years' time, that's the point where half of all new EV sales in the United States are electric. In other words, that's when the incentive begins to phase out. Now, all we need to do is multiply that 5,000. That's the point where half of very aggressive assumption which may or may not play out, but I'm going to err on the side of being cautious and assume that by 2026, in just 5 years' time, that's the point where half of all new EV sales in the United States are electric. In other words, that's when the incentive begins to phase out. Now, all we need to do is multiply that $5,000 additional profit by the number of vehicles that I personally think Tesla's going to sell in that period of time, and we're going to discover how many billions of dollars of pure profit Tesla is going to nab out of thin air, which is going to allow them to further their mission of accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy by building new factories and investing even more in R&D, driving the cost down, etc. So let's do the math. So here we are looking at my conservative estimates, my bear case estimates for Tesla production going out to 2031, and I've just selected 2 US factories. To be honest, I think there's going to be more US factories built, which means this number's going to be much, much, much higher. But again, let's just be very, very conservative in these estimates. I've got Tesla between Fremont and Austin producing about 8.5 million vehicles between now and 2026. Each of these vehicles able to take advantage of that $10,000 EV incentive, and I'm assuming that on average Teslas increase their prices $5,000 above what they actually plan to, just ensure that they don't have stupidly long wait times for customers ordering these vehicles. So, using my very conservative estimates of 8,400,000 vehicles produced over the next 5 years, each of these with a $5,000 additional profit straight to the bottom line, because again, Tesla's going to need to bump these prices up. And of course, I'm just doing this to illustrate a point. If you want to use your own numbers, go for your life. The math is quite simple here. Use your own estimates of production, use your own estimates for how much Tesla would need to increase the vehicle price. But I'm going to use $5,000 increase on 8.5 million vehicles sold over the next 5 years, and we come up with a stunning $42 billion of pure profit straight to the bottom line. And again, I want to stress, this is an extremely conservative estimate. I'm assuming that the EV market in the US reaches 50% of all new vehicles sold in just 5 years' time. And I'm assuming Tesla doesn't build any additional factories in the US. They just ramp Fremont a little bit more and build out Austin. Clearly, Tesla, if this incentive's in place and they can build new facilities, some of them for batteries, etc., at 30% discount, if they can get the battery supply, the cell supply, they're going to build multiple new factories over the next 5 years just in the US. So this is a really, really conservative estimate. This is absurdly bullish for Tesla. I mean, ridiculous. Now, I think the slow stock market is going to take a little while for the implications of this to sink in, but guys, I want to point this out now. This is going to be absolutely enormous for Tesla. I mean, think about it, okay? The only way that I'm wrong is if Tesla somehow is able to ramp their production fast enough to meet this huge exponential increase in demand, in which case that's also ultra bullish because they'll be selling even more vehicles and have an even larger share of all new EVs sold in the US. In either case, it's a massive win-win. But if I'm being honest, I don't see any other way around this. Tesla will need to raise prices on their vehicles quite substantially just to ensure that they don't have astronomically long wait times in the US as a result of these EV tax credits. And let's just think about this for a moment. Let's say it takes longer than 5 years for half of the new vehicles sold in the US to become electric. Tesla's $25,000 EV is due in a year or two. If that's $10,000 off, it's going to be a $15,000 vehicle, a $15,000 Tesla in just a couple of years' time. Absurd. Maybe it's $5,000 more expensive. $20,000. I mean, dude, it is game f***ing over. Tesla's most important objective right now is to figure out how in the f*** can they ramp their production as fast as possible in the United States to take full advantage of this huge incentive. This is not hyperbole, guys. As I said at the start of this video, this is among the most important news relating to Tesla ever. If I was a betting man, I'd be willing to bet that it's going to take the stock market overall a long time, many months, if not longer, to actually fully let the implications of this sink in. I don't know what else to say, guys. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Is there anything I've overlooked? How do you think this is going to affect Tesla? Will they be able to solve the cell supply issue and ramp production up to absolutely insane levels? And most important of all, let me know in the comments below your estimate for the year that EVs in the United States make up more than 50% of all new vehicles sold. I'm Stephen Mark Ryan. This is Solving the Money Problem, and I love you all. And don't forget, if you'd like up to $250 in free crypto bonuses,
I can't think of another film series that's had such a bizarre trajectory as the Pink Panther films. There are a whopping 11 Pink Panther films in total, 6 of which star the great Peter Sellers as the iconic Inspector Clouseau, with one of those even being made after his death, using deleted scenes from an earlier film. But that wasn't even the most shameless attempt to continue the series without Sellers. The remaining entries in the series are made up of films that either recast Clouseau or tried to center the franchise around a new lead, such as An American Detective or Clouseau's son.
Ha! That felt good!
Not to mention 4 animated TV series, and even more one-off cartoon specials, which I'm not even going to get into. For a film series about a missing pink diamond, they were sure able to milk a lot out of that premise, which is even more impressive considering the series began with Clouseau not even being the main focus, and as Peter Sellers' death would later prove, it would be near impossible to replicate the same level of success without him. But I want to go through all of these movies to examine what's kept the series going for over 6 decades. In the follow-up video, I will be covering the attempts to restart the franchise after Sellers' death.
I will let you buy a burger!
This is the bizarre, incredible story of the Pink Panther movies. The first film in the franchise was originally conceived by writer-director Blake Edwards as the start of a series of sophisticated romantic comedies about a suave jewel thief named Sir Charles Lytton, aka the Phantom, who was played by David Niven. Lytton is plotting to steal the world's largest diamond, a pink gem known as the Pink Panther, now in the hands of the princess of the fictional country Lugash. The diamond was given this name due to a tiny discoloration that resembles a small panther. The role of the detective who would be on Lytton's trail was originally offered to Peter Ustinov, and when he declined, it went to Edwards' second choice, Peter Sellers.
We must find that woman. Was that what you said?
The movie follows Lytton's attempts to steal the diamond from the princess while on holiday at a ski resort in Rome, where Clouseau has trailed him, showing up with his wife to further complicate Lytton's plans. Litton's nephew, played by George Wagner, also shows up to further add to the complication. The first time I saw this movie, I was surprised at how little screen time Sellers actually gets, as it's largely an ensemble comedy. While Clouseau is featured prominently, he shares much of his screen time with his wife, who is having an affair with Litton, while at the same time Litton's nephew is trying to seduce her. This movie has a lot going on at times, but most of the best comedy sequences involve all four main characters, having near run-ins with one another as Mrs. Clouseau tries to fool all three of her lovers.
So far so good. We shall see. Better than ever.
Peter Sellers really shines in his solo scenes, though. While the role was always intended to be comedic in tone, Sellers and Edwards discovered they shared a mutual love of the great physical comedians like Laurel and Hardy and Buster Keaton, prompting Edwards and Sellers to re-envision the character and improvise many scenes. This turned what was supposed to be an intriguing side character into one of comedy cinema's greatest clowns, who easily stole the movie.
One moment, please. Hello. Inspector Clouseau?
This movie also introduced the now iconic Pink Panther character in the animated title sequence, designed by Hawley Pratt and cartoonist Freeze Freeling, as well as the equally iconic theme music composed by Henry Mancini. Prior to the release of The Pink Panther, Sellers had been attached to star in a film adaptation of the play A Shot in the Dark. Dissatisfied with the script, he had Blake Edwards brought on to rewrite and potentially direct. Edwards would only accept the gig if the studio allowed him to substitute the lead character with Inspector Clouseau, and under the stipulation that he and Sellers were allowed to improvise new comedy on set. Seeing the massive success that the first film achieved, the studio agreed, and A Shot in the Dark went into production only months after The Pink Panther's release, and the franchise as we know it was born.
And I suspect no one. I gather the facts, examine the clues, and before you know it, the case is solved.
Thematically, this film is much more what you would expect a Pink Panther film to be, featuring great physical comedy,
There's something that I am very interested to know. This room looks like...
fun disguises, and Peter Sellers front and center.
Get me out of here. Nice to screen.
Staples of the franchise would also be introduced in this entry, such as Clouseau's superior, Police Commissioner Dreyfus, played by Herbert Lom,
It's an innocent bystander. The murderer was after me. Fortunately, he missed. Fortunately is not the word.
as well as Clouseau's valet, Kato, played by Burt Kwok, beginning a running gag that would run for most of the franchise.
Inspector Clouseau's residence. One moment, please. Commissioner Dreyfus.
Ironically, the only absent staples are the Pink Panther himself and Henry Mancini's Pink Panther theme. But Sellers is just incredible in this movie. It's great to see Clouseau finally get the most screen time, and his physical comedy is on point here. It's not over-the-top slapstick either, just simple comedy executed from the props they had to work with. It's also wonderfully shot, with several impressively framed sequences, like this one, where Clouseau infiltrates a nudist colony, only all the nudity is cleverly hidden by camera placing and props.
Have you been swimming?
Ah, yes. How did you know?
It is my business to know.
This movie was a critical and commercial success, and you would expect, with the franchise staples now established, that the sequel would build upon those elements. Well, you'd be dead wrong in that assumption.
Oh.
Inspector Clouseau. I'm Weaver, your opposite number. Oh, that's Shockley. He's Special Brown. Later. I'm delighted to...
I'm here in the secret mission.
Sellers and Edwards apparently wished to go their separate ways creatively, while the studio saw the potential in more Clouseau films. So what did they do? They hired a different director and recast Clouseau, giving the part to American actor Alan Arkin. Released in 1968, the aptly titled Inspector Clouseau ignores all the great elements the last movie established. It also lacks Henry Mancini and the Pink Panther himself. And it shows. Arkin is a great comic actor, but he's no Clouseau.
Follow that horse. Find yourself. Get out.
The movie is incompetently bad. I'm actually surprised by how bad it is. It's just not funny, clever, or entertaining. This was a cheap, rushed attempt to keep the franchise going that failed on all fronts. Arkin later said he was humbled by the experience, as it taught him a valuable lesson, that there are some roles he just couldn't play. This should have been the last attempt to continue on without Sellers, but alas, it would not be the case. The only good thing to come out of this movie was the original theatrical poster, which was sadly later replaced by the low-effort, shockingly bad DVD cover that came in its place, which actually more accurately represents the film. Sellers and Edwards would eventually patch things up and collaborate on the acclaimed comedy The Party that same year, showing the foolish studio that there was more to the success of the Pink Panther films than just a character name.
What do you say?
Well, I'm on a diet, but to hell with it.
Cut to 6 years later. It had been over a decade since the last successful Pink Panther movie. Peter Sellers' status as a box office king had faded considerably. To kickstart his career again, he was considering returning to his most popular character, Inspector Clouseau. Blake Edwards' career was going through a similar slump, but he had never given up hope on doing another Pink Panther movie with Sellers. So when another production company was able to iron out an appealing deal, they both leaped at the opportunity. Watching the return of the Pink Panther felt like enjoying a delightful dessert after sitting through the overcooked bland entree that was Inspector Clouseau. It's the perfect equation of elements that made the earlier films work so well. It takes the Pink Panther, both the gem and the character from the Pink Panther, adds the supporting characters and world from A Shot in the Dark, such as Inspector Dreyfus,
Well, Chief Inspector, until we meet again and the case is solved.
Solved, idiot.
and Kato, and subtracts any hint of the previous entry. The result is a really fun movie that doesn't rely solely on slapstick comedy, interjecting a subplot with Charles Litton, aka the Phantom, who this time is played by Christopher Plummer. Peter Sellers really shines here, though. His French accent is notably refined this time around, leading to several misunderstandings throughout the movie.
It is against the law for you to play your musical instrument.
The law?
What?
He also takes on more disguises than all of the previous films combined, with each becoming a showcase for Sellers' chameleon-like talent.
Could ski before I could even crawl.
He's notably just a bit slower, having suffered a heart attack since he last played the character, but this doesn't hold him back too much. This movie really defines why he was so irreplaceable as Clouseau.
Gesundheit.
As the plot just takes the back focus to watching him cause one disaster after another. This movie was a smash hit, being the highest grossing of the series thus far, putting Sellers and Edwards back on top.
dead, did it? I thought you said your dad did not bite. Is that a snap my dog?
Another sequel was quickly commissioned, and for the first time in the franchise history, it would connect directly to the previous film. 1976's The Pink Panther Strikes Again is the first in the franchise to pick up pretty much exactly where the last one left off. As usual, Sellers is the highlight here.
I expect you're all wondering why I asked you here.
But the plot is pretty out there. I guess the last entry had painted the series into a corner, ending with Clouseau causing Dreyfus to finally go insane. So this one finds Dreyfus escaping the hospital and becoming a supervillain. It feels a lot like a James Bond parody at times, but there is a lot of fun slapstick scenes here, especially those with Clouseau and Kato. It also has the best opening animation of the series, being a parody of different movies. Despite carrying over the Pink Panther theming, this movie has nothing to do with the actual diamond, as the Pink Panther moniker seemed to refer to Clouseau himself from this point forward.
Clear. Clear. What? You said clear. Yes.
The first cut of this movie was close to 3 hours long. The studio forced Edwards to cut down the movie considerably. But all that deleted footage would surface again someday. More on that later, though. I would say check this one out, but the next sequel completely retcons it, acting as if this entry didn't even happen. Because why start making sense at this point?
I am up to Munich. Just ingenious. The old closet fly.
1978's Revenge of the Pink Panther again has nothing to do with the Pink Panther diamond, with the plot revolving around Clouseau going undercover in the criminal underworld to find out who plotted to kill him. It ignores the events of the previous film, with Dreyfus reinstated as chief inspector. There are more silly disguises, absurd physical comedy scenes, and chances for Sellers to prove he was still at the top of his game. At one point, Clouseau disguises himself as a Marlon Brando-esque gangster, and what is probably my most favorite disguise of the movie. But the highlight of the movie for me comes from Clouseau and Kato becoming sort of a buddy cop duo, the first time in the franchise where Kato has more to do than just attack Clouseau. I like how Edwards and Sellers continued finding new scenarios to throw Clouseau into, as this movie pits him against the French Connection. As with the last two movies, this one was a huge success. Despite suffering even more heart problems, Sellers shows here that there was more energy in the character than ever before. He was heavily involved with writing the script of the next film, to be titled Romance of the Pink Panther. The final draft was completed on July 16, 1980. 8 days later, Peter Sellers suffered yet another heart attack, but this time it was fatal. He was 54 years old. Though Dudley Moore was offered the opportunity to take over the Clouseau role and film Romance of the Pink Panther, he refused, knowing he could never fill Peter's shoes. Peter's death should have marked the end of this franchise, at least for the time being. But remember those hours of deleted scenes I mentioned earlier? Well, they wouldn't go to waste, as Blake Edwards came up with a concept to reuse the footage while continuing the story. But if you thought the series was crazy up till this point, wait till you see what comes next.
Well, we will continue at another time.
A pleasure at any time.
I suggest you have your architect investigated as well.
We gave, but more you took, she snarled. So more in turn is due. Wait. Bed. Cooking, babe. Oh, hands off, mister.
Go move!
Ayaneo, Ghibli Win 3. Isn't it crazy that these two companies decided to do this same concept in just 1 year and do it so well? The hell's a 1X?
If you're unaware of this concept, competition has been growing among Chinese companies creating PC-based handhelds meant to play games on Windows. I have been fascinated following them as they keep proving the importance of PC game performance at entry-level hardware. After all, these machines were intended, at best, to withstand low settings at 720p on the latest heaviest games. But what used to be mostly spearheaded by one company has been getting some serious competition this year. And one could have guessed the next step will be someone trying to find a way to make them more affordable or portable. Or you could go the PC gaming master race way and make everything bigger. I am Lowspec Alex. Welcome to the show, brought to you by the Curiosity Stream and Nebula Bundle. This is laptops similar to the GP is very big. This comes from the hands of One Netbook, another Chinese company focused on making handheld miniature laptops similar to the GPD Pocket series I have explored in the past. And at least one of their versions has the possibility of attaching controllers to become a full gaming handheld. Well, the explosive success of Nintendo Switch does seem to have inspired them into making a device that can compete with GPD and Aya, the handheld PC devices talked about earlier this year. So what do these devices have in common? They all have very similar specifications and therefore very comparable base performance, and the base models are surprisingly close in price. I suspect this price point is going to be a bit of a controversial point among many of you in the comment section. But given that it's only logical to think that one of the main barriers stopping this format from becoming a mainstream way of playing PC games is the relatively high price, one will expect companies to be competing more aggressively on that front. But for a variety of reasons, they really can't. The issue of pricing for these devices is such a huge topic on its own that I decided to spin it on a separate video which I'm currently editing and will likely hit your sub boxes very soon. More than 60% of you seem to still not be subscribed, so consider supporting the channel with one click so you can be notified ASAP. Alright, so if this is another PC-based handheld, what's the difference then? The One X player seems to have taken a more is better approach to everything. They introduced one extra spec tier with a particularly fast i7 and a particularly premium price. The biggest change, pun intended, is this one extra spec tier with a particularly fast i7 and a particularly premium price. The biggest change, pun intended, is the 8.5-inch display screen that just dwarfs other handhelds. With a 2.5K resolution, the 8.5-inch display screen that just dwarfs other handhelds. With a 2.5K resolution, it confuses me a bit. On one side, the device looks gorgeous with it. As much as I have a soft spot for the Aya Neos Founder Edition clear plastic, the One X dark plastic with orange highlights is the one that, to me, looks the coolest. And the huge size is definitely attention-grabbing, although at that size it can be a bit unwieldy and difficult to carry with you. To me, this is just over the mark of being portable, but that's a personal choice, and for many, this is a worthy sacrifice for such a big screen. The resolution, however, is a weirder decision. Here's the thing, ever since I got the Wing 3 in January, I have been exclusively gaming on PC handhelds. You heard it right, I use my full desktop PC for editing, my laptop for writing, and so far this year I have been exclusively gaming on handhelds, mostly at 720p and mostly on the lowest settings. Part of it is that I genuinely enjoyed this format, and part of it is that I wanted to see, given the prices of these devices, if any of them could become your full, exclusive, full-time gaming machine, if you take the leap and put down the money for one. And while doing that, there are a couple of things I have noticed about the screens. The native screen resolution of the GPD and the Aya are both on a level that very new games can usually comfortably hit at 30 FPS on a native resolution. This also makes it easier to play games in borderless without any extra software tricks. Side note, this is also the reason why the Nintendo Switch screen is 720p, because we're not really getting most games to run over that in handheld mode, and also why the Nintendo Switch Pro is hilariously rumored to be on a 720p screen, but capable of 4K while docked? Oh boy. Good things those are only rumors and people are not already setting unrealistic expectations based on it, right? Right? Case in point, with the One X 2K resolution, you're not going to be able to hit 30 FPS with an integrated GPU on a lot of these games. This is fine for games that come with a resolution scale setting. You can just have the UI and text at full resolution and render the graphics at a lower one, and then let the game scale it up. It works and looks great, if that's an option. But for games that do not have a resolution scaler, it means having to render the game at a lower screen resolution. Now, when you run a game on a resolution lower than the one using the screen, interpolation can make the game look blurry when scaled back up. Intel now has an integer scaling on the control panel, a setting that can provide much sharper and much superior scaling, but due to the low pixel density, it ends up looking a bit worse than it would on just a smaller 720p screen, at least in my opinion. At this point, I would just rather play this game on a sub looking a bit worse than the panel, a setting that can provide much sharper and much superior scaling, but due to the low pixel density, it ends up looking a bit worse than it would on just a smaller 720p screen, at least in my opinion. At this point, I would just rather play this game on a smaller handheld. Okay, look, this is an issue that is going to pop up if you're like me and start using this device as your full-time handheld for every game, including new ones. I have barely thought about any of these things with other handhelds, but if you aim your sights at much more efficient games or 2D games where you can hit a resolution, it just looks spectacular. The screen is a double-edged sword, and it is going to cut depending on your use case. This screen will definitely be useful if you try to do any work on this device, and I think One Netbook knows this, since it has a port at the bottom that seems to be for a keyboard accessory that still does not exist, and their campaign has an image of what looks like a keyboard and a touchpad. This might make the device viable as a laptop, which helps digest its price tag a bit, but I'm skeptical of this use case until I can try it out myself. Not to mention, bigger devices come with added weight, and it is rapidly reaching a point that can be a bit excessive for a handheld. Many times have I personally decided to use the Wing 3 over the Aya Neo just because my hands get tired after a couple of hours of playing, and this fella is even heavier.
Want to play while laying on a sofa like I do? Well, you better start working out those arms. They did at least use the extra space for what appears to be a very impressive cooling system, and I can say, not even at maximum TDP. They did at least use heavier. Want to play while laying on a sofa like I do? Well, you better start working out those arms. They did at least use the extra space for what appears to be a very impressive cooling system, and I can say, not even at maximum DDP did my hands ever get hot while playing, so that was a good investment. Apart from that, the device seems to borrow a bit from the best of its competitors. The controls are by far the best I have tried in a handheld so far. Don't take me wrong, handheld controls have reached an amazing threshold of maturity this generation, and all of the latest handhelds are fantastic in this department, but the One X not only has analog triggers, but high-quality feeling buttons and sticks. In terms of ports, it has all the important ones up top. Data USB, charging USB with Thunderbolt support, and USB Type-A, so no dongles or adapters needed. Two things that I like in terms of buttons. Just like the Aya Neo, there's a dedicated button to bring up an on-screen keyboard, which is useful for filling great prompts. But if you let it press, it switches the controls into keyboard mode. This is a substitute to the mouse deck and the flip keyboard of the Win 3, and a great improvement that I hope over handhelds copy. And then there's a turbo button. PC folk older than me might get an interesting shot of nostalgia from this, and I expect it to also be a bit of a controversial idea, but I like it. What does it do? For devices like this, the DDP, or the amount of heat the CPU can emit, is extremely important. You might want to use a lower DDP with lower performance but less heat and more battery life, or if you're playing a very heavy game, you might want to sacrifice battery life just to get a frame rate lock. So what does the turbo button do? Imagine you are on a settings level resolution that works 90% of the time, and you run into that one town that is too big, or that one boss fight that has too many particles, and you now start missing frames. What do? Well, the turbo button is a shortcut. By default, the prototype I tried seems to run at somewhere between 18 to 20 watts, but when you hit turbo, it quickly jumps to a full 28. It will drain battery life, but it works great as a temporary solution that does not require exiting out of the game or loading a config, as I will have to do on the Aya Neo. I really dig this functionality. It can also be very helpful for the super heavy games where I could use extra performance, even if it only allows me to play them for like an hour, like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Or it would, if only I could play this game. Let's talk about specs. As I have already mentioned, this device is promised to come in 3 versions, 2 that match the GPT Win 3 Space and Pro models, and a new, even faster one. And I'm sure there will be channels that will publish more accurate specific comparisons, but so far the differences in performance are not enormous. Everything here ends up being more or less being able to play the latest heavy games at similar low settings and 30 FPS. Kinda interesting how all of these machines are ending up with similar specs, which does hint at this being just the best that can be achieved at this level with the current supply chains. What I can, and definitely will, talk about is driver compatibility. This is an Intel machine, and I will add the sticker, but this is a prototype and I have to send it back, so I'm going to save it. A sticker this shiny deserves a permanent home somewhere else. Just like in the Win 3, while Intel Xe is making some interesting improvements for integrated GPUs in this sort of use case, their drivers just bug out in a lot of games, showing weird glitches on certain settings or just straight up not booting certain games like Assassin's Creed. The list of games with these issues is not huge, but it does include some key popular titles, and this is a disadvantage that the Aya Neo does not have as it went for AMD, and therefore had access to the good AMD drivers, remaining the only handheld with disadvantage for now. Being an Intel machine does come with the added benefit of Thunderbolt 4, so if you have even more money, you can buy a GPU enclosure and use this as a pretty decent desktop PC. Somehow, this is the only handheld I had tried so far with an included kickstand, and since the Thunderbolt port is on the upper part, you can set it as a neat little workstation with it. Not bad, if only it wasn't a really expensive setup. We had an external GPU. In terms of performance, this is perfectly suitable for Nintendo Switch-like settings on everything I'm currently playing, so 720p, low to medium settings, and 30 FPS. Plenty of games will work much better when you get creative with the settings, and lighter ones, as previously mentioned, can make the best out of this giant screen. Now, another place where this device uses its size is to provide a much bigger battery, which in practice, at least to me, was not translated to much longer battery life, probably because it has to power this huge screen and the dual fan cooling system. I was barely getting the 2-hour long battery life that I personally like for my gaming sessions. Granted, I have had the Win 3 and the Aya Neo for longer, and therefore already have a lot of low TDP presets for gaming that maximize my battery life, while the default TDP on this big guy is pretty high, so I suspect as this device makes it into the market, people will come up with tools and tweaks to get the best out of it. Now, in general, if there's something I hope you have come to realize, is that we have 3 Windows-based handhelds making their crowdfunding campaigns in the first half of 2021 with very comparable specs and very comparable pricing. And I don't think there are any winners or losers, just options. All of them will run Windows games, so you're not locked into an ecosystem, so it comes down to a matter of what small details you like more. Any of these could be your sole gaming PC, assuming Intel drivers start improving soon for the small list of games that have issues with it. This is still a super niche market that I just happen to really like because I'm a handheld fan and because it kind of proves the importance of integrated GPUs and a future of PC gaming where we can see beyond high resolutions and super high frame rates. But it is a niche market, just one that seems to be getting very hot. Competition does not seem to be driving the cost down for now, and again, there's a video about that coming soon, but it's bringing some interesting, very high quality options to the table. Now, the only thing left to see is when netbook delivers. There's always an inherent risk to crowdfunding projects. GPT has a super proven track record of delivering hardware to the point that people have little doubt of throwing a lot of money at them. Aya was riskier since it was a new company and does seem to be going through some of the growing pains of being a new company, although the director does seem to have their priorities in the right place. I have not heard a lot about One Netbook before, but this is far from their first product, so they do seem well positioned to deliver this experiment. And they better too, because GPT is already teasing their next move. Not to mention the rumors that Valve might actively enter this race. Will all of this competition lead to this devices eventually becoming mainstream? Will a bigger Chinese company take over? Or will Valve bring it to the mainstream? Only time will tell. Now, a valid question you might have identified is, why are all the companies competing to create a popular PC handheld from China? We have seen some companies from other countries tease, or even try to make such a product with no success. The possible answer to this question drove me through a tangent that unfortunately did not fit in this video, but I could include again on the Nebula Plus version of this video. If you have no idea what that means, Nebula is the ultimate expansion pack for YouTube, a streaming service, a group of creators including myself,
Hi, it's Dave. So guys, we're on the cusp of something really, really big. And I think robotaxis are actually just the beginning. What we're seeing is we're seeing the emergence of robots that are becoming more capable than humans. And eventually, robots will probably be able to do almost everything that humans do physically and maybe do it better. This is exciting and concerning at the same time. In this video, I'm going to be sharing kind of what I think is going to become one of the biggest revolutions in history, and that is the robot plus AI revolution together. All right, let's take a quick look from a tweet by Elon Musk here. He says, a major part of real-world AI has to be solved to make unsupervised, generalized, full self-driving work, as the entire road system is designed for biological neural nets with optical imagers. And then you have Lex Friedman. He's saying that driving is a real-world Turing test. All right, so here's what Elon Musk is saying. He's saying, in order for Tesla to solve autonomous driving, they have to solve a large part of real-world AI, and that's basically navigating through the real world, understanding the real world. And then Lex Friedman replies and says, hey, driving in a car is actually a real-world Turing test. So what does this mean? So a Turing test is basically a test that has decades and decades of history, where when people first imagined artificial intelligence many years ago, the idea was that computers would eventually get so good at whether it's writing or talking or video, etc., that humans couldn't distinguish the difference between a computer, let's say, communicating versus a human communicating. So if a computer passes the Turing test, what that means is the computer has tricked a human being into thinking that the computer is actually human. Or in other words, the human can't tell the difference whether it's a computer or a human talking. That's how good a computer has become. Now, the Turing test is basically the gold standard of what really AI can accomplish. And typically, the Turing test has applied to text, right, when you're reading something, or audio when you're hearing something, right, generated by a computer, or even video, something that's shown by a video that a computer AI has generated. However, the Turing test can also be applied to driving. And what that means is, when you're looking at a car that's driving, you can't tell the difference between if that's a robot driving, right, or a computer driving versus a human. And to the extent that, let's say, Tesla can solve full self-driving, and it can drive as good, if not better, let's say, than a human being, then that's basically Tesla solving or passing the Turing test with driving. Still, driving is a narrow AI application, meaning it's just with driving. It's not necessarily your car is going to be able to cook for you and do laundry and do a bunch of your chores. It's still just focused on one task. However, the task of driving is actually fairly general in scope because it requires navigating the real world. And the computer and the vision system, the whole AI system, needs to know all of the objects in that real world. It needs to identify what's a person, what kind of person, how fast is that car going, or is that a bush, or is that a truck? And they need to distinguish between all of the objects, how far the objects are, how fast the objects are moving, and understand the complete world, the physical world that AI, the robot's in. And then they need to know how to interact with that world, right, in a safe way. And this is actually quite profound for a computer robot to be able to do all of these things. And what we're at the cusp is, we're at the cusp right now of a car robot that's powered by powerful neural nets to be able to drive as good as humans, eventually much better than humans, passing the Turing test for driving. And so this poses a question: if robots plus AI can pass, let's say, the Turing test for driving, when will robots plus AI be able to pass the Turing test for other things? And what will robots plus AI not be able to do in the future? I think there are a couple of limitations here right now that we're facing, or obstacles or challenges. One is we have AI, or the brains, right, of whatever we put in the computer, is developing very fast. However, compute power is still a major limitation, meaning we're not able to have as complex neural nets as the neural net in our brain. And largely that's due to the limitations of current compute power. However, as compute power grows, and it grows radically every year, it's going to allow us to have more and more powerful nets that eventually approach the complexity of human brain and all of the synapses and neurons in the human brain, and eventually surpass that. Add onto that the powerful thing of gathering data that's really valuable to train those neural nets. You've got a brain that's just exponentially growing in its power and ability. The second limitation or challenge that we're facing is robotics. And that is basically to mimic and to do the tasks that humans can do, but to do it better. In the past, we've had a lot of robots that tend to do just some type of repetitive task over and over and over. And then there's some robots that can do several tasks, but they're still generally still narrow type of robots. What the big challenge is for robots to be more generalized, where they can do many different types of physical tasks. And there's still a lot of development and a lot of innovation that needs to happen on this front. But I think this transition is occurring. We're seeing a big boom in just robotics are becoming more generalized. I think what we're seeing here is we're going to be seeing the merging of these two. Basically, you have the generalized physical robot that's able to do almost all the physical activities of a human being, but even better because they can be stronger, they don't get tired, etc. They have more dexterity, they don't get old, and their eyes don't lose sight, and etc. Basically super powered in their senses too. But you add on to that AI brains that eventually can be more powerful and smarter than even human brains. What you got basically the rollout of the robot AI revolution. And this rollout, first of all, the timing is kind of unclear. We don't know exactly what year this rolls out, exactly how it's going to roll out in what form or fashion. But what we do know is probably the robotaxi is going to be the first major rollout of the robot AI revolution. And this robot AI revolution is going to be huge. It's actually quite profound. And in many ways, it actually could be the most disruptive technology of all. And I think a lot of us and people in the world right now don't really grasp the coming implications. I think the possibilities are actually unlimited, and there's different directions that this could take. A lot of it is actually very exciting, where technology and innovation can lead to a lot of breakthroughs and actually can improve a lot of people's lives. In future videos, I'm going to be sharing some of the ideas I think can happen with the merging of AI plus robots, and also the potential I think that Tesla has going forward. Go ahead and subscribe if you want to be notified for more videos like that. However, on the flip side, I think there are concerns about this, and there's going to be need for regulation. Also, as robots become more and more powerful, not just powerful, but a lot smarter, this is going to lead to an incredibly different world that we know it. And I could go on for a long time, but I want to keep this video quite short, just to introduce this idea that we're on the cusp of perhaps the biggest revolution in history with the Hi, it's Dave. So Tesla demand is surging. In this video, I'm going to dive into what's going on and implications on Tesla's future. All right, first let's go to Electrek here. Electrek says, sources familiar with the matter told Electrek that Tesla communicated to employees that production capacity for the second quarter is already sold out with almost 2 months left in the quarter. All right, so here we have news that it's possible Tesla sold out, right, their orders for Q2, which is amazing because we're just a month or so into Q2 right now. Details are kind of sparse on exactly what this means. Is it just US? Is this global? And there's still availability, it seems like, if you order right now in the US. Anyways, Sawyer Merritt, who I've had on this channel as well, says that he can confirm what Electrek shared. And he says, Tesla had its largest order flow ever globally in history in April. And it seems like Sawyer has some information from some Tesla sources. Deliveries are starting to pile up like crazy. And so I think the gist of it is that Tesla is experiencing unprecedented demand. They talked about this in the Q1 letter in the earnings report. All right, as a result, we just learned today that Tesla has raised the prices of their Model 3 and Model Y on some of the versions, the standard range and the all-wheel drive, by $500. So the Model 3 standard range plus goes up from $38,990 to $39,490. So everything's going up. And this is after actually Tesla raised prices just weeks ago as well, another $500. So Tesla is doing super well. Let's go into kind of what's going on exactly. How much of this is because of Tesla demand? How much of this is because of just general economic recovery and car demand? All right, so here's an article from Car and Driver. It says, according to Cox Automotive, new vehicle inventory was down 25% compared to this time last year at the start of April, and could be down as much as 40%. At the same time, nearly all automakers are reporting strong sales numbers through the first few months of 2021. So this is not just a Tesla factor. All automakers are experiencing actually healthy demand, and a large part of it is just inventory is down, demand is up for new cars. Interesting with used cars as well. Used cars values are skyrocketing as new car inventory drives up, creating robust demand from everything from well-traveled minivans to late-model pickup trucks. Edmund says the average value for used vehicles traded during the month of March hit an all-time high, climbing to $17,080 compared to $14,160 a month ago. So used cars are in huge demand. People are getting back, into driving, into the economy, and they're saying that, hey, they want a good car. Here, the semiconductor shortage and plant shutdowns reduced new car inventory by 48% year over year in April. A situation will likely get worse before it gets better. As new cars become scarce, the price rises as well, with a record 13% of shoppers paying above sticker price in April, Edmunds reports. Wow, 13% of people are paying above, right, the sticker price for cars, for new cars, because new cars are getting scarce. This is good news in terms of Tesla short term, because they're able to, charge more because there's more demand for their cars. Here is the average cost of a new, used, and traded vehicle. If you see the new car price actually has risen in the past 3 or 4 years quite substantially, from under, let's say, 35, like 34,000, all the way to 40,000 new. Same thing goes with used. And then here we have a chart of the used car prices. If you look at this is from 2010, where used car prices jumped right after the recession. But here we have another big jump in used car prices just in the past month or so, and it's quite impressive here. So it's interesting that Tesla is experiencing benefit of the economy coming back, and it's coming back super strong. People are wanting cars, are wanting to drive. Tesla is at the top of the list because they make the best cars out there. I think a lot of it is just, can people afford it, right? And at times such new cars can be above and beyond most people's budget. But for those who can't afford it, right, Tesla cars are just getting amazing demand. All right, here's a couple other news items here. Taylor Ogden from Twitter says there's a patent, and he kind of shows this picture of a person going backwards, sitting backwards, and a steering wheel in the middle. And so wanted to look at this patent here. And actually the patent was actually granted in January, but it's for improper seatbelt usage detection. So it wasn't really about how the passenger sits and stuff. But it's interesting that Tesla included that diagram. Here's another, the Warren Tesla Twitter handle. He says that this is what he sees in the picture. And he thinks that the steering wheel actually is movable. It can go in either direction. It kind of looks like that to me, right? Maybe the screen folds down or something. And there's another person who showed this YouTube video where there's actually a Mercedes-Benz van that actually has the steering wheel that moves from one side to the other. And I thought that was kind of an interesting contraption that Tesla could use as a kind of interim kind of solution to turn people around the other direction. And eventually they can just take out, right, the whole steering wheel. I think that's probably the path forward. On other news, Laura Kolodny reported that Tesla can't promise driverless cars in 2021, engineer tells California DMV. Now, there's a site, Plain Sight, and they came out with kind of a letter between DMV and Tesla where Tesla's saying, hey, they're not sure when they're going to be able to roll out, level 4, level 5 driving. And a lot of this stuff is going in the news as this negative thing, right? That Tesla's unsure, that they can't promise anything, etc. And I looked over, the whole kind of file on Plain Sight, and there's not much there. I mean, I'm not seeing anything negative regarding Tesla's autopilot program. Tesla here says Tesla reiterated that the City Streets feature is currently a Society of Automotive Engineers Level 2 advanced driving assistance feature, and Tesla will continue to monitor how participants interact with this feature and make improvements. Should Tesla develop features characterized as SAE Level 3 or higher, Tesla will seek appropriate regulatory permitting from the DMV. So here's what's going on with this, is that Tesla in California is saying that they have level 2, which is true. But the reason why Tesla's not trying to push level 3, level 4, level 5 in California at this moment is because California has really stringent requirements that if you are trying to release a level 3 or level 4 autonomous driving solution, you have to go through all of these reporting requirements. You have to report exactly how many miles were driven and how many interventions were reported, and it's just a complicated mess. Tesla's chosen to basically say, hey, California, we're not even trying to do level 3, level 4 right now because we're not going to go through all of those regulatory hoops, because once we have it ready, we're going to show it and it'll be ready, and we'll be able to get that regulatory adoption, they believe. So instead, they're releasing basically autopilot full self-driving with supervision. What that means is it's a level 2 feature where you're having to be engaged. This is why Tesla keeps on requiring people to be engaged, to have their eyes on the road, their hands on the steering wheel. And Tesla's happy with playing that level 2 until the point where it's really not necessary to have the hands on the wheel or to be completely looking forward. And at the time Tesla will remove that, and they'll comply with regulators at that point. And so I think the general gist of this whole story in California is that I don't think it's a big deal that Tesla is claiming that they only have level 2 and they're not sure when level 5 is going to, or level 4 is going to come. This is what Tesla, I think, needs to say because that's their strategy in California. All right, so in summary, what we're seeing here is Tesla overall, their demand is surging and they're benefiting from this economy that's getting rolling again. You've got low inventory everywhere, car prices are going up, and people are wanting cars and transportation, and it's a great sign that people are getting back to normal life. And many car companies are experiencing great demand, but Tesla's benefiting especially because they're able to kind of circumvent this low chip supply by putting a different supplier and actually coming up with their own firmware super quick. They're super adept like that. And as a result, I think Tesla will be able to sell everything they can produce this quarter and next quarter. They'll produce as many cars as possible. And not only that, you've got a huge demand catalyst coming up, which is the Biden EV tax credit rebate, which could boost demand immensely in the US, especially if they're giving up to $7,500, even $10,000 more to buy an EV. I think longer term, Tesla has a long-term strategy, which is they're going to lower the prices of their vehicles over time and also come up with lower price lines of vehicles to drive up demand. So one of the big pushes is the Model Y in these new factories. It's not just the Model Y. They're making the Model Y in a more efficient manner. So they're going to be able to drive down the price of the Model Y, probably even lower than the current Model 3 price. And probably in a couple of years after everything is ramped fully, Tesla might be able to sell the Model Y standard range. It could go up to 300 miles actually, probably with the 4680 cells. They could probably sell for $35,000. This is one of the big demand drivers, which is lowered price. And actually in range, it could go up to 300 miles actually, probably with the 4680 price. And probably in a couple of years after everything is ramped fully, Tesla might be able to sell the Model Y standard range. It could go up to 300 miles actually, probably with the 4680 cells. They could probably sell for $35,000. This is one of the big demand drivers, which is lowered price. And for for $35,000. This is one of the big demand drivers, which is lowered price and actually increased battery range as well. But then you've got the $25,000 Tesla that Tesla is focusing on as their next big product line, probably in a few years. When that comes out, that's going to have a whole other order of magnitude more demand because it's a cheaper car. Then you pair that cheaper car with full self-driving, with basically your car's an autonomous robot driving for you to places you could do, kick back, do other things. And it's just a crazy kind of line of events that we have going forward for Tesla, where you have demand catalysts, demand boosters, just one after another. Overall, I think Tesla is in a fantastic place right now. And this year, Tesla's just focused on heads down, executing. And personally, I've never been as excited for Tesla's future as now. It just seems like Tesla's future is getting brighter as they keep on executing. All right, I hope this video has been helpful. Go ahead, like and subscribe. Hi, Save, welcome. Today I'm joined by Emmett Peppers, and Emmett had a kind of off-the-wall idea. He wanted to see if he could kind of shoot out some questions to me as an interview, and I said, yeah, let's go for it. Let's make it a new episode. So I wanted to welcome Emmett back to the show. Welcome.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, man, I get to interview you with a few questions I've been thinking about. So
yeah,
fire some off.
Yeah, let's go for it, man.
All right. First question. How would you prepare for a deep dive interview with Elon Musk if and when he agrees to come on your show?
Yeah, I think so my approach to, if I had the chance to interview Elon would be, I wouldn't want to ask questions that don't have like timeless value. So that's kind of my criteria. Like what I'm looking at is like, okay, 50 years from now, what are people going to want to know about Elon that they didn't know about? Like what are those dying questions, right? Like for example, Thomas Edison, like what are the questions you wanted to ask him, right? Or Rockefeller or whatever, these figures that you just like, you read the books, but they just don't give justice to the secrets inside the person's mind. And so my whole approach would be more on the secrets. Okay, so what are the secret things that Elon has unlocked that he's really caught on to that is enabling him to build businesses, to create innovation, to really execute on these strategies? Like one hint is, for example, with Boring Company and Neuralink, he's not spending a lot of time with these companies, especially a Boring Company, right? So it's like, how is he doing this, right? With 1% of his time, like how do you create this whole thing that runs, right? And is innovating. It seems like he's cracked the code. He's like cracked the innovation code, right?
First principles way to delegate where he can unlock all his time. Yeah,
exactly.
Going on.
And I think it's not just one thing, it's like a bunch of things. Like for example, it's how he views like what a company is, how he views funding, how he views like motivating his employees, like recruiting, how he views like casting the vision, how he views like engineering, the role of engineering, and then like who's going to be the right person to lead the company, right? How is he choosing that person? How is he firing people, right? Like I think that's as important as hiring. But it's also like, how does he come up with the strategy? Like how does he know when the right time is to start a company? For example, with Neuralink, how did he start it at that time? Like how much time did he spend before that researching brain to machine interfaces? And like there's so many factors where it's hidden, like it's not revealed completely because he doesn't talk about it. But I think he would talk about it if someone, people would ask him about it. I think he's free to share. He's like he's generous in sharing his knowledge. It's just that I think people have been not sidetracked, but they're so caught up in, oh, when is full self-driving coming out, right? When is the button coming out? When is like whatever, how is Berlin going, right? Whatever. Give us a status update on 4680 cells, like stuff we're not going to want to, we won't care about in 5 years, right? That stuff is like, it's like, okay, whatever. Like there's stuff that we want to know about in 50 years, right? And it's going to be stuff that's going to empower a new generation of entrepreneurs, of innovators. And we need to pull that stuff out of Elon, and give really, voice to that. But I don't even know if one interview would suffice actually.
Yeah, one would not. Yeah, you're right. Especially the way you can interview people and do like get underneath the detail, like it's like you're peeling back layers of the onion kind of thing. And I can see you having a list of like 10 topics and, the first half hour only getting to topic number 2 and like, it'd be hard, his answers can be drawn out sometimes. Sometimes they're short and succinct, but sometimes can go on for a while, in a way that's usually interesting, except when he's being asked the same question that you've heard before. He's giving the same kind of long drawn, and you're like, oh, come on, doesn't this journalist already know he's been asked this question? But I think the good thing about you interviewing him is you already know everything he's been asked, and you'd be asking like new questions on things, in new ways. And so that'd be fun to watch. I hope you get the chance at some point. We're all rooting for you, I know. So okay, that leads me to my next question. Like, what's your routine normally for getting ready to record a new episode or interview? You have some kind of like routine you go through to kind of get yourself ready?
Yeah, so for an interview, the toughest thing, the most time-consuming part of the interviews is actually the pre-research, like before I actually invite somebody. So I'm trying to, here's my kind of criteria. I only want to invite people on who I really want to learn something from. Like I sense a key insight, some valuable kind of perspective that I'm trying to pick up on and get. And that's the thing, I'm not trying to learn from them to regurgitate what they already know. I'm trying to actually break it open in my own mind. Like I'm trying to actually get that same insight and uncover some truth or objective reality, right? That they have some upper hand in. And that through knowledge is going to help me and others open that. So finding people who have that key insight into something super valuable. So once I found someone, and let's say I have them locked into an interview, then what I'll do is I'll download, like, on YouTube Premium, I'll download 3 or 4 of their interviews or podcasts, and then I'll kind of listen to them. I listen to everything 2x speed, but I'll listen to them. And if they actually have a book, that's better, because sometimes their books, if you have a book, they'll list it out more concisely. But I'll listen to 3 or 4 of their talks. And what I'm doing is the whole time, I wouldn't say consciously, but subconsciously, I'm like, what is this person's key insight? Like, what is he seeing that no one else is seeing? Like, what is so valuable?
What can you drill into?
Yeah, does he have something that's so valuable that like no one else has? And what is that one thing? Like, it's not I'm trying to come up with 20 questions. Actually, I'm just trying to find one thing. Like, what is this valuable gem that he's holding, right? This insight or something. And I'm just kind of like looking. And then every question that, say, the interviewer asks, and he gives like a response, my whole thing is like, okay, so what? Like, what's the significance? Like, I'm trying to go deeper. Like, okay, and then after that, I'll just write down kind of a list of topics and questions that I think can pull out this person's key insight. Where other interviewers might have just glossed over. They might have just, not really gone into it, but I'm sensing that there's something underneath that no one's getting to. Like there's one thing everyone's glossed over, but the guy feels passionate about it, or the gal, but he or she's not given the chance to speak really fully. And they're not questioning.
And that person might not even know how to like communicate it, but if you have the right questions being asked, it will be communicated. So you're trying to be like that bridge.
Exactly.
Figure that out.
Yeah. And then that like the interview's like really valuable. And somebody's like, after it's done, like sometimes like I'll do an interview and then I'm like, wow, this is really really good interview. I got a lot out of it. And then I get the sense of, wow, it's going out for free. And everyone who has access, who wants access, can get the same knowledge for free. And it just is a sense of like, wow, this is a crazy world we live in. You know, anywhere, any person in the world with the internet can actually access, right, some super valuable stuff that I would pay, you know, a ton of money for. It's it's amazing things.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's amazing the world now with all this dissemination of data like for free and internet what it's done. Okay, so next question is, do you have any like hobbies or games or anything that you do that you think helps keep your mind sharp? You know, like chess or Sudoku or crossword puzzles or something that you like to do that you think kind of helps sharpen your ability to analyze things or just keep you sharp?
Yeah, I mean, before having kids, I would like go to the beach very often, like a few times a week. I was living in LA, but I could go out maybe 20 or 30 minutes to the beach and just like rollerblade on the beach or just like walk and just connect with the beach. That was huge. And then also, I mean, I would golf actually a lot back then too without kids. After having kids, it's kind of changed a lot, but and my kids are pretty demanding. And I think a lot of what I do is actually two things. One is I'll play with my kids in a way that is very imaginative, meaning like my wife and I, we like to tell stories. We make up stories, like, and our kids love that. And I just like love playing with my kids in a way that's just like kind of, I wouldn't say strange, but just like it takes them off guard. You know, it's like, whoa, it's like, that's interesting, that's funny, like that's, you know. And so I'm just constantly doing that throughout the day. Yeah. And that's like, and then I get their reaction and I feed off of their reaction because their reaction is always like, kids have the craziest reactions to things, you know. And like, and like, so I'm just like honing that skill of just like being creative and, you know, connecting, you know. And the other thing I do a lot is just like kind of meditating a lot, where like I have this reaction where a lot of times I feel like the news cycle, but also just stuff happening is so intense and so fast. I feel I get sometimes like carried away, and I feel this anxiety or this nervousness because it just feels like so much information that I don't have a grasp on. It's like I'm not in control, right? It's just like I'm on waters where I'm just like trying to get, you know, balance, and that's when I'm like, there's something off, you know, because you know I should have that balance. And so I'll just like take a step back and I'll just like sit at my desk and I'll just start to center myself and slow down, and I'll just start asking myself, okay, what's really important? Like I'm always asking that question, like what's really important right now? And sometimes it takes me a while, like because you know sometimes I'll still feel like.
Do you try to like stop thinking first? Do you try to like stop your mind from racing first? No. Or you just kind of go right to like focus on just what's important?
Yeah, actually I don't try to fight my thoughts. Like if there are thoughts, I just kind of embrace them. And
or you're aware of them, but you embrace them and just kind of.
Yeah, it's more of just like, you know, I just like kind of just chill out, you know, and it's kind of like, okay, because I know once I find out what's really important, the anxiety will go away. You know, part of the anxiety and nervousness is I get confused on what's important. So yeah, I'll spend time, like sometimes it'll be 30 minutes, sometimes it'll be 60 minutes, but I'll just like, and it seems like a crazy thing, it's like a waste of time in a way, like from an outside perspective, like what are you doing? But after that time where I'm like, okay, I know what's important. And sometimes it can be different levels. Sometimes it's just like, it's on a narrow level on a topic that I'm researching or on a company or on on my YouTube channel or something. But sometimes it can be on a higher level where it's like, oh yeah, it's like health or, you know, my family, my kids, or my wife, whatever. It's like some things I need to be reminded of, right? So it could be on different things. But once I get that, then I know that, like, I know that it's worth it because it's that release. I get that kind of, you know, feeling where I'm back in control. Right? So I'm always
have to clear out all the noise and focus on the signal of what's important. Kind of.
Exactly. Yeah. Because once I feel like I lose that balance and I can't get back, then I'm just like I won't say like everyone else. I'm just like the
lost kind of.
Yeah, the lost is like, you know, like kind of, I don't know, scared in the headlights of just like everything going by and just trying to like figure out anything. Yeah.
Sure. All right, next question is you now have like I think about almost 150,000 subscribers, maybe a little more, I'm not sure, but around there last time I checked. What do you think has been some of the biggest factors in growing your channel? Because there's so many people trying to grow their own kind of channels these days, and it's very hard to do. But you came out of it, you know, from scratch and built yourself up to this huge kind of following in a relatively short period of time. You know, I know there's others that have done it. You know, there's always examples of someone who's more successful, but I would say you're on the very high end of success in that case. And so, what do you think your biggest factors are to succeeding to this point?
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of I would say a strange question, but a question that where I've never really looked at like subscriber count as something as a goal. So, you know, whether it's 5,000 subscribers or 100,000 or 200,000 or more, whatever, to me, it's not the most like exciting or aspirational thing. It's kind of this weird thing, but I kind of am more motivated by responsibility. Like it's this thing where I feel like, okay, if I've been given something, let's say I have a certain amount of insights or I have time and energy, and I feel like also I have this responsibility to share and to help people kind of think clearly or uncover, you know, kind of look at things from a balanced kind of objective view. But every time I do that, I feel like it's a seed that's planted where it can help people look at things more objectively in other areas of life. So like I might just be looking at a news issue that like, and one of the things, I think the thing that kind of drives me a lot is there's a news issue or something that comes up and I'm like, okay, and everyone is just thinking or saying the same thing about it. Like they're just reacting like the same way. And I'm like, are you serious? Like there's so much to that. Like if you just like look at it from different angles, like there's amazing stuff like from that I don't see people pulling out. And that's what motivates me. That's like, okay, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to share that. Not necessarily to grow my channel, but it's like maybe people want to get into that. They get seeded, they get shown how to, you know, think differently and not just react emotionally to stuff. That's going to help them open up. And I think that's
decisions in investing or in life in general.
Exactly. I think when I look at my life, it's like almost everything like goes back to that, which is looking at things differently, looking at things kind of from different angles more deeply, whether it's relationships, whether it's personal kind of mental, emotional health, or whether it's raising kids or just the future, whatever. All of that comes back to like, you know, not just shallowly reacting, but really, you know, thinking through things. I kind of feel like every video I do is just an example of, you know, how we can think kind of differently. And that can
extrapolate different information from something that most people might not extrapolate.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I just feel like this responsibility to do that just because mostly like it's not being done. And then the other thing is
like you're demonstrating it over and over in lots of ways, and people kind of learn from example and by osmosis and kind of figure out how you think and extrapolate stuff, and maybe it helps them do the same.
Yeah, and the other, I guess, motivation is kind of like this thing of with YouTube, it's such a crazy kind of environment where YouTube will like literally just obliterate, like make your videos invisible if it's not like the right type of video. It's like crazy. It's like there's been a few months where, you know, I've had my new subscriber count drop like say 3,000 or less in a month, and or even like there's it's just what happens is there's certain types of videos and things that YouTube doesn't like if it doesn't have an audience, right? If people aren't clicking on it, like if it's not exciting or interesting, then they'll just start to like downgrade your videos. Because I think the algorithm kind of figures out like, okay, what's your average view count per video? And if it keeps on going down, then it'll just continue to follow that. So
interesting.
Yeah, so after a while, like if you're not careful, you can have a lot of subscribers, but then your videos aren't watched by many people. And then you don't get more subscribers, and then you kind of lose some motivation because you're like, YouTube isn't showing my videos to anybody. We're barely that many people. What's going on? And it gets a struggle. So part of the struggle is just fighting that. So just like I just don't want to get obliterated completely by YouTube.
You want to be hidden by the algorithm.
And, so those things are kind of more motivating to me. Just like
figure that out and hack that algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's good. It sort of reminds me of like, when we talk about businesses or companies or stocks, the founders of those businesses that are not focused on building a profitable business, but focused on a higher mission. Those are the ones that have the outsized success. And maybe similar, your purpose of the YouTube channel is not to just build subscribers, it's to just teach people and be a better, be of use to people that can think, so they can think a little differently about things. And so that's sort of part of your success is just having that as your core driver, I think maybe.
Yeah, I think that one other thing that comes to mind is like I had different types of videos where in the beginning I was editing more of my videos, but then it would take a lot of time, or the types of research I was doing was taking a lot of time, and it kind of morphed into it's not the best per se YouTube video for YouTube, but it's best for me where like I'm doing stuff where I like to do it. Like I'm not editing my videos really at all. Like it's low production quality. It's just like
no, it's good production. You do good production, but you're not editing it. I know you're not trying to slice and dice the edits. And that's people appreciate that. They see the realness. They're like, okay, this isn't some guy trying to manipulate his videos to look the best they can.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of it is just because I just don't like editing. I just don't like. I get more benefit from the research.
And you don't have someone hired to do that for you, really. It's just it's a hassle. I can imagine. But I think it's a strength too. It can be a strength in some ways. People trust you more because they know you're not kind of hiding things that were mistakes. That they can see the real Dave versus Dave that might be editing out any mistake you make or something you think is a mistake to make yourself look better. So you don't see those hesitations or stutterings or whatever it is. I don't know. Misstep here and there. Okay, here's kind of a weird question I thought of. Would you, with the advent of like GPT-3 and stuff, and finally GPT-4, which is amazing, and by OpenAI, it's like this. If people don't know, it's like this AI that can pick up all the text from the internet of any person, for example, and pretend to be that person in such a way that it's very hard to tell the difference. Like there was a GPT-3 Elon Musk on Twitter for a short period of time, and I was like following it and interacting. I was like, man, this really sounds like Elon Musk. Like every tweet that I made, I was like, this is really, And there's been other GPT-3s, well known, but would you welcome a GPT-3 version of Dave Lee coming out, given all the content that you put up on YouTube, the AI algorithms that OpenAI has built to make the GPT-3 could easily look at and make a much more accurate, almost not accurate, but hard to figure out the real Dave Lee versus the GPT-4 Dave Lee, for example. So would you welcome that, or would you be like, no, I don't want that to happen? Like that would, what would your thought be on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, are you talking about like video or more text?
I think GPT-4 could be video by then. Like the fake Tom Cruise videos that are coming out, that everyone's on the internet. So I could see fake video of Dave Lee right around a year or two away, potentially. So what would you think about that? I mean, as long as it wasn't pretending to be the real Dave Lee, and if people like, would you? I don't know how it would come about. Like there must be some kind of regulation, like you can't pretend to be someone else unless you personally gave the approval to have it happen or something. Let's say, would you think that could be of use, or would you be like, let's just wait to see how it plays out more? What are your thoughts on that? I'm curious. I think a lot of famous people have this question.
I think if it's text, like just a tweet or something, like I'm okay. Let's say if GPT-4 would draft me, something, and then I could read it and say agree with it or not to see if it resonates with my beliefs or not, and then tweet something out. That's like whatever. For video, so here's my kind of reservation. I think with deep fakes and all this stuff is I think we're gonna enter into a crisis of reality and a crisis of truth where as AI starts to pass the Turing test, where it could convince us, or we can't tell the difference between AI and a human writing voice and eventually video, right? We're going to be questioning like, okay, what is real and what is not real, what is true, what is not true, because basically GPT-6 or whatever, right, can basically create anything convincing, make everything sound amazing, create fake evidence, whatever, and so truth becomes something that I think in our typical definition of what truth is, I think it's going to be under attack, meaning a lot of people are going to be confused. And so my kind of perspective is there's some things that AI can't replicate, and those are the things that are going to become more and more valuable over time. Like let me give you some examples. Like you can copy jokes, but I think there's a certain level of comedy and camaraderie. Let's say, for example, when you're with your friends or you're with your wife or something, and you're just cracking up, like you're just on that level where it's just like, oh my gosh, there's like that. There's something with comedy that surpasses, I think, kind of explanation. There's several things like this. For example, music. There's sometimes when you're at some type of, let's say, live music venue, and let's say it's not even, I like stuff that's not even mic'd, but you're at some place and something just hits you. You're just like, oh my gosh, like you're just, it's beyond what rationally makes sense, right? And I mean, GPT-6 whatever can create some great tracks and great comedy per se, but when it's and then some other things, like there's certain parts of nature that I think really just like hit me in a way where it takes me to another dimension in a way. It like, connects with me in another dimension. And I think there's something about relating with people too that could possibly also fit into that kind of mystical area of connection, of human to human connection. Now this is going to be up to debate. Like, can AI get so good or mimics that human mystical connection so good that you're getting this this mystical connection with this AI, right? We're just like so bonded to this AI. Like AI people will say that that's what's going to happen, right? But I kind of think there is something that humans have that AI can't mimic or can't fully. I think there's a combination of a lot of the stuff that's kind of on a different dimension than just this rational dimension.
Just like an algorithm can replicate.
Exactly, and I think that's where we're also going to have this tension and almost a philosophical, I guess, revolution in a sense, because I think on one end you have science that's leading the charge in a lot of this technology, but a purely science-based approach can't put together some kind of metaphysical like dimensions of life that where, for example, a purely science-based approach will look at AI as like it can do everything humans can do, right, and better.
Sure.
I think that will only stir up the counter kind of reaction to that, which is there's actually a different side of things that is not completely, I think, rational based or science based completely, but I mean, I see a rise of a different crowd or different, I guess, force against just a purely kind of rational person. But I mean, yeah, in the end, this is going to be one of the biggest, I think, stories in the next 20 years or so, right? It's the story of how do we deal with technology and AI that mimics humans to the point where we can't tell the difference.
I think it'll be 5 to 10 years. I think it's going to be faster than we think,
I mean, most people I know that are into science and technology and AI will say that, AI can mimic everything. But I'm just in that camp where I just think that there's certain things that humans have that...
I do tend to agree with you. There's something there that you can't, you can't mimic with some AI algorithm. Yeah, I do tend to agree with you. It's hard to label it. And because you can't label it, you can't put it in an algorithm. It's sort of like that thing that you can't easily define or write down in a code.
Yeah. So there's this interesting thing, like in certain cultures and languages, there's certain ideas that can't be expressed fully. Like for example, in Korean culture, there's a word called jung. So Jung. And no matter how much you try to translate it or explain it, you can't really explain it. And so the general concept though is in a relationship where you have this connection with this person that's beyond like rational. It's just you feel good around the person. You feel close around the person. You feel like that person has a connection with you. And it's something that it's very in a way mystical in some ways, but it's you either have it or you don't with that person. You either have this so-called jung, right, with the person, or you don't, right? Like some people, they're good at it. They can.
It's like the chemistry. People maybe use the word like I have good chemistry with that, but it's sort of like that. Maybe.
Yeah. But actually, exactly. Yeah. But the word jung is actually very complex and defined. Like chemistry, like in the way we use it in.
It's like a science term.
Yeah, it's a little bit more just good chemistry is general, But this jung is it's a very defined thing, and I don't know if AI is gonna really like get some of these very advanced, things that you can't even describe. Like it's almost like a sixth sense that that you can't really put down as a physical sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, exciting to see how this plays out. Yeah. I wonder what Elon would answer, how he would answer that question. He had the Elon GPT-3 on Twitter that got taken down. I wonder if it only had like a couple hundred followers at the time, I think, for a few weeks. But then I forget the reason, but there was something like we can no longer be Elon GPT. Someone probably was like, this isn't licensed, you can't do it anymore or something. So I wonder if that type of thing comes about more often, and if it could be used as like an asset, like someone like you who might start getting like hundreds of questions a day from all kinds of emails, DMs. Like you could have a GPT-4 like an assistant almost, but it's like someone who as good at being you, it's just a robot or an AI, and it can, like you said, you approve the answers, but it drafts them for you, for example, and you could alter some of them, but it would just make your life easier in some ways. And over time, you trust it enough, you're like, okay, I'll just let it do its thing without me approving it or something. It'll be interesting how things happen. And I think like call centers or whatever, like we're always like, oh, get me to the human, I don't want to speak to the robot. Zero operator, no one wants to talk to them. But I think it's going to reverse and flip, and we'll be like, get me to the GPT-4 AT&T person. I don't want to talk to a real person. And you'll have real people that are like unionized that are picking up the phone for their jobs, and you're going to be like, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the GPT-4, and it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think I think people aren't completely grasping. Most people aren't completely grasping what's going to happen in the next few years. Like for example, when you call like someplace and you get the automated computer voice, it's usually like, oh man, like even they say like speak in natural language, whatever you want, you say it and they can't get it, they can't understand it. Like, it doesn't feel like a human, right? But the whole idea is like with the Turing test is that if AI can pass the Turing test, let's say hypothetically with voice, what that means is that you can't tell the difference in terms of your interaction with a human versus an AI. So if they pass the Turing test, which we're right at that point where they're getting super close, probably next few years they'll be able to do it. But once they pass that, what will happen is like you'll call places and maybe the'll be regulations where this is AI or power of service, but you'll talk and it'll sound, you cannot tell the difference. You think you're talking with a human, and you ask and you converse all the intonation and everything. And after the phone call, you ask the person, was that a human or a computer? And they're like, I don't know, probably human or something. Right? That's what's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Well, you also might know it's an AI or GPT-4 or whatever, because it'll get perfect responses. It won't like say, hold on, let me look at this, or it'll like make your time with it so efficient that it'll be like a good experience. Versus humans are generally pretty good because we're used to it, but there's inefficiencies in every human, but they'll probably clear all that up in terms of service, I would think. So maybe you can tell from that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. It's going to be a crazy decade for sure.
Yeah. Definitely.
Cool. That's like all the questions I have for now. I'll come up, others I was thinking of, but those are the ones I wrote down initially. So it's fun asking you them. I have to come up with some more questions for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Once I get my Good Soil Investment Management YouTube channel like kind of more going, I'll invite you on as a guest to more interview you or something like that.
Yeah,
on there.
Definitely. Sounds fun. All right, cool, Emmett. Thanks. And we'll talk to all you guys later. All right, bye.
Sounds good. Okay.
After the interview, Emmett and I casually chatted about health, supplements, and building our immune systems. And I thought it would be a cool thing just to add that kind of post-interview chat between us as a bonus clip to this interview. Yeah, so 4 or 5 years ago, I was getting sick a lot. Maybe this is like, and part of the problem was I was going to Starbucks every single day to work. I would spend like 3 hours or 4 hours at Starbucks working, and I was always around people. And I was getting like sick as a bonus clip to this interview. Yeah, so 4 or 5 years ago, I was getting sick a lot. Maybe this is like, and part of the problem was I was going to Starbucks every single day to work. I would spend like 3 hours or 4 hours at Starbucks working, and I was always around people, and I was getting like sick. I was getting cold. Like, it was just during the winter time, so I would get like every year I would get sick at least once, kind of like a stomach flu, and I hated that. And I'd be like catching colds and stuff, like on and off. And I'm like, there's gotta be something, like, why do some people not catch colds? Like I started asking that question. I'm like, why am I catching colds, but some people, like, they haven't caught colds in like 10 or 20 years, you know?
Yeah.
So I started to ask that question, and I started this search. I'm like, and I actually posted this on my Facebook. I'm like, I'm searching for the cure to the common cold. Like, I want to find a way where I just catch the common cold anymore. Like, I'm immune to it or whatever, right? And I remember, like, it took me like a long time, because I would be like doing like searches on like Google, but then nothing serious popped up, and I searched like Amazon products and stuff, like to see if there's any people who claim certain products would have they're taking it and they haven't caught a cold in like 10 or 20 years because of this product. Then I would at least start looking into it. It doesn't mean that it's proven. It just means that, you know, that's like a signal, you know, that maybe if there's a ton of people who are claiming the same thing, you know, then, you know, maybe I'll try that out. So I started all this stuff. So I started doing like, okay, how about vitamin C? How about like, you know, various vitamins? There's like
herbs.
There's like
oils,
stuff like,
essential oils.
yeah,
Big on that
there's
stuff.
like a beef, like propolis. There's all this like stuff. So I started taking all this stuff, and I started taking all this like just, you know, going to the natural supermarket, Amazon, and really looking at all the reviews to see what helped. And it would help me where I would like, it was harder to get sick, but I would still get sick eventually. You know, so my like sickness dropped by half during the wintertime. So maybe I wouldn't get a stomach flu as much, or I wouldn't catch as many colds, but I still would get sick occasionally. And there's like a bunch of stuff, like there's this, you know, supplement called Wellness Formula, and it's a bunch of like vitamin C and a bunch of herbs put together. That's kind of like famous in Hollywood. Like actors take it to not get sick during the winter because they have to, like, you know, stay healthy and all sorts of stuff. And like it got to this point where I was just like adding up these supplements, and some of them, if I didn't feel like it was working, I would just toss. I wouldn't use. But then if I felt there was some efficacy, I would just keep them and keep on taking, but add on more supplements. And after like 3 or 4 years of doing this, I was like taking like 20 supplements every day, every morning.
That's a lot.
It was crazy. I was like, it was like all sorts of stuff, right? And
It's
all,
easy to get wrapped up into that. So many people, I feel like, I at one point was taking like 5 or 10 supplements at one point for a short period, but I was like, that's a lot. But you could easily get wrapped up into that, I know.
Yeah, and so I was like, okay, and it was like, I tried out a lot more, but those were the best of the best, right? And after paring it down, like after about 3 or 4 years, I stopped getting sick. Like I literally like got like, I was like passing one whole winter season with like 0 sickness. I'm like, this is the craziest thing. Like I really almost didn't believe it that I could reach that point, right? And so the first season passed by, I'm like, whoa, man, this is really strange. And one of the reasons also is like, one time I got sick, I literally like got like, I was like passing one whole winter season. I tried out a lot more, but those were the best of the best, right? And after paring it down, like after about 3 or 4 years, I stopped getting sick. Like I literally like got like, I was like passing one whole winter season with like 0 sickness. I'm like, this is the craziest thing. Like I really almost didn't believe it that I could reach that point, right? And so the first season passed by, I'm like, whoa, man, this is really strange. And one of the reasons also is like, one time I got sick, this was probably like 2014 or so, and I remember, actually, yeah, it was like 2014 or 15, but I was trying to buy some Bitcoin. I remember the timing, because I remember there was some text messages with you too, and I was like looking to Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I was like contacting some people online to meet to trade cash for Bitcoin, right, at the Starbucks and stuff, right? and then I was like getting sick, and then I got sick to the point where like I was getting like asthma, where I was like coughing so much at nighttime where I couldn't catch my breath, and it was getting scary because like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was gonna die because I couldn't breathe. It was like I would cough like 5 or 10 minutes at a time, unable to catch my breath, and then it would start all over after like 30 seconds, right? And I would end up like going to urgent care at like 4 a.m. in the morning because I couldn't sleep all night, and I felt like I couldn't handle it, and they couldn't really do much. But I was like using an asthma inhaler and trying to get some breath and stuff, and it was like my first child was born, and he was like less than a year old, and I like didn't want to be near him because I didn't want to get him sick. And I was like laying in bed, just like feeling just so like, you know, terrible. I'm like, dude, I can't handle this, you know? I gotta find a solution. So anyways, that kick started the whole search to not just get better, but to actually like not get sick at all, right? That was the and so so I ended up taking like, you know, 20 supplements. The first probably 2016 or 17 I didn't get sick. 2018 I didn't get sick, and then after like 2 years or so, I'm like, this is crazy, I'm not getting sick anymore. And I mean, I did add a few things where like I had hand sanitizer where, you know, I would spray my hands after like touching like doors and stuff at Starbucks, etc. But so I went 3 years and then 4 years without getting sick almost, and then COVID hit, right? And then most people, a lot of people with COVID just ended up not going out and not getting sick. But for me, it was like finding the right supplements and doing that for 3 or 4 years and actually not getting sick. Like there would be times where it'd be like maybe a day or two I feel a little bit under the weather, and I would like maybe up my supplements, and then it wouldn't progress. Like I wouldn't get into like really a bad cold or anything. It would just kind of go away after that. That would be normal. But
did you change your diet during that time, or was it just purely supplement changes?
Yeah, I think actually my diet did change. But actually my diet was kind of on and off during that time. Different types of diets. Like that's the other thing. I was thinking diet would be the answer too. So I was like on the search for the optimal diet. So I was like, okay, in 2013 or so, I was like, okay, vegetarianism, okay, veganism. So like I was like hardcore, like, okay, vegan for like 2 years. But then I'm like, something was off with veganism, because I'm like, I think some people might be able to handle it, but for me, after a couple years, it got so tedious where I was eating just all carbs. I won't say all carbs, but a lot of carbs. Like that was the main sustenance.
Sure.
And then that just led to kind of weight gain, where I'm like, this isn't healthy, like I need to fix this. And then like, I started to get into this this guy, Weston Price. He's like this old timer dentist who kind of was a promoter of more of a meat diet, but not just meat, but organ. He was really the organ meats and other stuff, raw dairy, etc. But I started to get into him, and it was like kind of this thing where I'm like, okay, let's try it out. Let's see what it would look like. And so we started adding a lot of organ meats and different raw stuff, dairy products, and like we found a great source. I think that's the thing. People are scared of raw dairy because it can be dangerous if you don't have like a healthy source. But in California, they actually have a dairy that actually serves the big supermarkets that tests every batch of raw milk and raw stuff that goes out. But yeah, so after doing that, it's like and then like I started to do kind of more of a low carb keto diet on and off, probably starting maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. And so I would do kind of like that to reduce my weight. And if my weight would go up, I would go back on it. But I think actually that helped too. Like just low carb helped, organ meats and all these supplements, and also kind of just like hand sanitizers, like all this stuff combined, probably helped me to reach what I thought was impossible, which was I just thought I just had weak immune system. I was just plagued with having to just get sick every year or whatever. But yeah, so anyway, that's what I do. I still keep up with my daily supplements, and I kind of shift them around sometimes. I don't take.
What's like the most important supplements you think that you take, or that you find that you believe for yourself is most helpful, I guess?
Yeah, so probably the top one would here's the thing, every year it changes. So like last year my top supplement might be different, and the year before, because I'm always learning and it's always changing. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but consistently something called Wellness Formula has been like the top of my list, and it's basically it's a lot of vitamin C and then a bunch of other vitamins, but then a bunch of other herbs that kind of boost your whole system, and like it boosts your immune system, but also it really makes it like harder to get sick. It's just like one of the things I kind of think intuitively is when your body has so much sugar going on, you have so much glucose, you're just high carb diet, all this stuff. I think it aids, it is a like conducive environment for infection. And part of getting sick is like your cold, your viruses, your bacteria become infections in some senses, right? They grow. And so you're needing to try to make your body an environment that's kind of conducive to infections, which is kind of a little bit like low glucose, low sugar, or kind of more of a bitter type of, like in Asian, Eastern medicine culture, there's this concept where, you make your blood or your system more bitter, where the viruses and bacteria don't like your system, right? That's part of the idea. But I think there's some truth to that actually, so that's kind of probably my top supplement. But I like a bunch of stuff. I think every stuff, like for example, like I'll take like stuff like garlic pills or turmeric or just
you'll try different things.
I'll try a lot of different things.
Rotate through things to figure out what works, what doesn't.
Probiotics for gut health, and mushrooms. There's like mushroom powders. There's so much stuff I think that we don't realize. There's like a lot of complexity with our body that like we take for granted. But I think I think there's something about, like, one of my theories is I think we're massively undernourished. Like even with a nutritious, let's say, diet, I still think we're undernourished. I don't know, it's just my sense and my conclusion over the years, and that's where I think the supplements help. They kind of aid in kind of covering that kind of inadequacy, I think.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, we were talking before, and the only supplement I really take at this point is occasionally the omega-3 fish oils. If I haven't had fish in a few days, I think that's good. I just feel like my brain operates better if I'm having some fatty fish more regularly. I'm not a huge fish fan, but I have learned to like certain fishes, like wild salmon. I think is really good, for example, really like one of the most nutritious things, for example. And I just have to pour a lot of lemon on it to eat it. But fish in general, I think is really the fish oils, I think, are really good for them. And there's something interesting about omega-3 fatty acids. I listened to one of these podcasts from this doctor I follow, Peter Attia. He has this podcast called The Drive, and he did this one interview with another doctor about omega-3 oils from fish and stuff. And there's all other fats basically solidify and cause plaque at a certain temperature, but fish oil, it has to be at even like higher temperature for that to happen, or something like that. Like, so it has like a different property for heart health, apparently, theoretically, because of that too. So I don't know, I'm a big believer in fish oil. The supplement I lean on.
Have you tried cod liver oil?
Yeah, that's a great fish oil. I've had that. And krill oil. And there's a few brands. You got to look at. There's a couple. I can't remember the mark. The milligrams. You want to look at the different things, but Nordic Naturals is a brand I like, and I've tried a few different ones. I think they're all really good. I've
looked into some of the brands, and it's like a little confusing sometimes. It's hard to test the the quality of some of these fish oils. I use a brand called Rosita cod liver oil. It's
Okay.
supposedly one of the better brands, but yeah.
I believe it. Yeah. I'll try that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Cool. Yeah, man. That's neat. Yeah, I used to get sick a lot too. Like you were saying, every winter, multiple times, the common cold, and I just thought it was normal. Like I wasn't to the point where I had to go to the, urgent care for it. But I'm sure I was headed that direction eventually if I kept the same course. But I also discovered sort of like the low carb keto diet, and that was like the beginning of my journey to health. I find, the most important thing. And Dr. Weston Price, that guy, our teeth are really just extensions of our bones when you think about it, right? And so if you have really healthy teeth, that's a good indication that you have a good diet, right? And so I've learned that with this kind of low carb keto diet, my teeth have gotten extraordinarily healthy compared to what they were in the past. For example, like I used to go to the dentist and like, oh, you got a cavity here, you got some spots there, you got spots here, your gums are receding, and then really within a few months of doing the keto diet, the next times I went to the dentist, they're like, wow, the spots went away, your teeth are healthy, like you look perfect, go on, I used to almost be like, before that I almost thought dentists were like, I was confused, I thought dentists were like making stuff up all the time, but I think I think if you have a healthy diet and you have healthy bones, your teeth are going to be healthy, and so that was a big, point to me.
How long have you been doing low carb keto for?
About 3 years now. Yeah. I first discovered it through podcasts, like listening to the Tim Ferriss podcast, and he has getting his book, his 4-Hour Workweek book, and then learning more about his nutrition and how he does experiments on himself. And it was just interesting. And he has something called the slow carb diet, which is like you can have beans and legumes and nuts, but other than that, you can't really have carbs. Those are like the only carbs you can have really, and then you can have like vegetables and meat and stuff. But I found, I tried that, and I went from like a normal American diet, trying to be healthy on it, to that. And it was a hard transition, even just transition to the slow carb diet, because I remember they call it the keto flu or whatever. Like when you first transition to it, then you get really tired because your body's basically going through withdrawal of all the glucose it's used to getting all the time, And so I would be tired and that was expected, but I listened to it and I was like, man, this is tough. Like I'm tired every day. And after like 2 weeks, I started feeling amazing. Like, wow, my body's adjusted. And then I started researching it more, and I was like, wow, there's something called keto diet where you take out all these legumes and carbs. And I tried that and I felt even better. And so I just went from there, exploring like carnivore diet and what they call the dirty carnivore diet, and then, you go back to our evolution and you study, I've listened to so many different doctors and professors and talk about what they believe our ancestors thrived on. And it's interesting to me. And, the Native Americans, for example, were like super healthy and tall and athletic, incredible teeth. And, then we come in and bring our the Western Europeans come in and bring their disease and terrible diet and sugar and all that stuff. And then they become, and alcohol, all these things they're not used to that just detriment. And then I started researching that, and I went from like a normal American diet, trying to be healthy on it, to that. And it was a hard transition, even just transition to the slow carb diet, because I remember they call it the keto flu or whatever. Like when you first transition to it, then you get really tired because your body's basically going through withdrawal of all the glucose it's used to getting all the time, And so I would be tired and that was expected, but I listened to it and I was like, man, this is tough. Like I'm tired every day. And after like 2 weeks, I started feeling amazing. Like, wow, my body's adjusted. And then I started researching it more, and I was like, wow, there's something called keto diet where you take out all the legumes and carbs. And I tried that and I felt even better. And so I just went from there, exploring like carnivore diet and what they call the dirty carnivore diet, and then, you go back to our evolution and you study, I've listened to so many different doctors and professors and talk about what they believe our ancestors thrived on. And it's interesting to me. And, the Native Americans, for example, were like super healthy and tall and athletic, incredible teeth. And, then we come in and bring our the Western Europeans come in and bring their disease and terrible diet and sugar and all that stuff. And then they become, and alcohol, all these things they're not used to that just detriments them. So it just seems like if you go back to evolution, our ancestors thrived on like a meat heavy diet, I know a lot of people don't like that idea, but for health, it seemed to be helpful to me. And everyone may be different. I personally don't believe people are all different. I think we all can thrive on a similar type of diet, but I'm not going to push that agenda on people. People can decide for themselves. I just know what works for me.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Fun stuff. Definitely. We'll catch up
for
more.
Sure.
All right.
All right, man.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
Yeah.
Это была черная магия. Для борьбы с черной магией у нас с вами есть АМБ.
Мы проверили всех известных колдунов и ведьм, но все тщетно.
Надо взглянуть на это дело под другим углом. Воспользоваться помощью того, кто уже вытворял что-нибудь подобное.
С вами магия! Peter Tivola back in the lineup for Finland. Takes that return pass from Antila. Knocked it and scored. They're going to call this a goal for Menelainen. Peter Tivola back in the lineup for Finland. Takes that return pass from Antila. Knocked it and scored. They're going to call this a goal for Menelainen. This will almost certainly be reviewed. It went off his leg.
Kalinic is trying to flick this rebound out hard to get it past the driving Menelainen. And as he's stopping, he flares out his legs in a normal stopping position. He's not good enough or fast enough to react to that puck off the blade. It just hits his knee and goes in.
This wins the draw back. Yaks with a hard shot. Gloved down by Santori. Loose in front. And now Zirkle's a shot. Scores! Martin Zirkle.
Yaks peppers one in that Santori cannot hold. And then check out this through all the traffic. Santori doesn't know where it is. Only recognizes it after it hits the back of the net. Stick check caused the turnover, and then just get it down to the front of the net. And that screen by, I think, Darzic in front does all the damage.
So Zirkal's playing in his 12th World Championship game for Latvia over 2 tournaments. Now a centering pass, quick chance for Enola. Roll that wide. Here's Enola back at the point. Polka with a shot, tip scored! Deflected in front by Pakarinen.
And they take advantage. Scramble and draw, jump on a loose puck, and then Polka wires this one in. That's a nice pull by Pakarinen. And usually Rubins might be more engaged, but he's tired. He's standing in behind him, not really into his stick, into his hands. It's a great pull back against the grain.
And a 3-on-1 for Finland. Brought in by Turner, feeds it back across Menelainen, stopped in tight by Kalinic. What a save by the Latvian netminder.
I like this play. Polka drive, has the defenseman get out of the way. And good read by Kalinic.
Knocked down at center ice by Sabolskas. Sotniks. Up for Darzic. Darzic the backhand shot, score!
Just a slight crack in the defense. Roma chasing back, and that allows Zirkals to go to the net.
Koski sends it ahead. And time will expire here at the end of the third period. Indrisis drops it off to Roberts. Bukarts in on Polka. Bukarts works in, shoots, and Santry makes the save in tight. Steps up. Olli Mata works it back around. Mata centering pass. Loose in front. Lundell scores! Anton Lundell!
He was looking to change. Was called off by the bench because there was only 10 seconds left. Stays in the play. And a really nice look from Mata. Hard pull in tight. Darzin's exhausted. And he's able to end the game with just 4 seconds left on the clock. But the bench keeping him alive, telling him that no point in changing. Hang in there to the end.
mouse for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the tree, but don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. Wear your mouse for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the tree, but don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around.
Welcome back, wealthy people, to a new episode on the Wealth Up channel, where we discuss everything new around Tesla.
We have another song. It's new as well, and we only played it one time before. That was last night. So, it's gonna be the second time. Very special. Just for you. It's new as well, and we only played it one time before. That was last night. So, it's gonna be the second time. Very special. Just for you.
Smoke it, then jog it, go slow down your speed. Roll it, control it, I can't get high. You say, hey, something's under that rock. Flip it over, say smoke it, then jug it, go slow down your speed. Roll it, control it, go get high. You say, hey, something's under that rug. Flip it over, say what? Something's under that rug. Flip it over, say what? Hey! Mikkel! A million of lost and seen. To dive in deep forever. This great show of mysteries will keep your soul warm. Let me down with that ride. I wanna be on your side. I'll give it a flow. I wanna be on your show. You got me stuck in my brain. You got me going insane. When all I want's to see the rising of the sun. The rising of the sun. Ha! Smoke it, then jug it, go slow down your speed. Roll it, control it, go get high. You say, hey, something's under that rug. Flip it over, say what? Something's under that rug. Flip it over, say what? Flip it over, say what? Flip it over, say what? Wear your mask for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the trick. Don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. Wear your mask for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the trick. Don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the truth. Don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. Wear your mask for the gallery and show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and show the truth. Don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. mouse for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and shake a tree, but don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around. Wear your mouse for the gallery. Show them all what you wanna be. Spin around, 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 around. Climb up high and shake a tree, but don't get stung by the killer bee. Spin around, 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 around.
Welcome back, wealthy people,
Someone to take my hand to be a team.
My name is Chris Shaw down there. I'm not here in my ARM capacity, although I am in product marketing as ARM. I've been there for 20 years, just over 20 years now. So I'm not here in my ARM capacity. I'm here in my personal capacity as a dude who has a fascination with old computing stuff, and I'm sure I have that in common with a lot of you. Just a bit of background about me. I've been in Cambridge for the last 37 years. I came here as a student, and I studied, first of all, physics. I stuck that for 2 years, which was tough, believe me. And then I switched to computer science. So by that reckoning, I think I've done 2 of the top degrees guaranteed to terminate conversations at parties. The number 1, I believe, is tax law. So I've not been anywhere near that. Anyway, tonight, Colossus. I've always had this kind of fascination with Colossus. And when the 70th anniversary of Colossus came round in, I think it's 2014, I sort of got my act together and wrote a presentation about it. This kind of fascination with Colossus, and when the 70th anniversary, Colossus. I've always had this kind of fascination with Colossus, and when the 70th anniversary of Colossus came round in, I think it's 2014, I sort of got my act together and wrote a presentation about it, which I delivered for the first time at a conference in Sao Paulo, Brazil, believe it or not. And I think they knew even less about Colossus than anybody else in the world, so I'm not quite sure what they made of it. But sort of conventional wisdom, if you like, has given us this accepted history of the development of electronic computing. But the emergence of an increased knowledge of Colossus changes that, and it changes it a lot, and it changes it significantly. So I started to burrow into it and try and work that out. Because Colossus, I'm sure you've heard of it, and I'm sure you know that until relatively recently, it was kept an almost total secret. Knowledge of it started to emerge in sort of mid to late 1970s, that there was this thing called Colossus, which had been was kept an almost until relatively recently a lot, and it changes it significantly. So I started to burrow into it and try and work that out, because Colossus, I'm sure you've heard of it, and I'm sure you know that until relatively recently, it was kept an almost total secret. Knowledge of it started to emerge in sort of mid to late 1970s, that there was this thing called Colossus, which had been built at Bletchley, but really nobody knew what it did. Nobody knew what it was supposed to solve, and the first people who gave presentations about it were very carefully vetted by the government and were not allowed to say that it was anything to do with cryptography, oddly enough. They were just allowed to say that there was this big thing, this big valve thing that was very important in electronic computing. With the publication, I think it's in 2000, of a document called General Report on Tunny. Tunny was the code name that Bletchley gave to the code that Colossus was built to break. That was when people suddenly started to realize, that's what Colossus did. At that point, Tony Sale was already rebuilding one at Bletchley, so the government was a little bit way behind at that point. So maybe you've been to Bletchley, maybe you've seen one. If you haven't, I encourage you to do it. So maybe you know something about the origins of it and some of the names that are associated with it. But as I started to dig into that, the biggest problem was teasing out of the documentation. There is very little available even now, teasing out exactly what Colossus was built to do, and the problem that it solved and how it solved it. So I eventually managed to tease that out. It's a very frustrating process, and I've tried to build it into here, and I hope to take you through that, and I hope by the time you come out of the other end, you understand it, at least to the extent I do, and hopefully a little bit more. A lot of the material about Colossus is known to exist still in the National Archives and is still classified as top secret. Nobody quite knows why. I'd be intrigued if any of it ever becomes declassified, and we'll see what happens. So I've tried to do a historical context, a bit of a technical context, and a bit of a personal context around the people who designed it and built it. So, to Colossus. So really, okay, what's the connection? And I'm sure you're going to work it out. What's the connection between a country house, roughly halfway between Cambridge and Oxford on a railway line that doesn't exist but might now get rebuilt. The Battle of the Atlantic, a Cambridge mathematician, one of those, which is a Lorentz Type SZ42 encrypting teleprinter, believe it or not, and a telephone engineer. And the connection between all of those is Colossus, designed and built roughly in the second half of 1943. And when it was built, it was by far the largest and most complex electronic computing machine of its time, conceived in total secrecy and deliberately destroyed immediately after the war to protect that secret. But there's no denying it that these people and those places changed history in principally two ways. First of all, it's estimated and widely accepted now that the work at Bletchley Park, principally around Enigma and Colossus, shortened the war by anything up to 2 years. And you can just imagine how many lives and pain that saved. And secondly, and more of interest to us, I guess, it represents the birth of an industry in which I work, and I'm guessing that many of you work too. And that industry is very exciting, and we owe its birth to Colossus. So I've got to take you back to July the 1st, 1943. So a map of Europe in July 1943, which shows the extent of the domination of the Nazi regime. And you can see it goes from Norway in the north down to the African coast in the south, and from Asia Minor in the east all the way to the coast of France at the Atlantic coast in the west. And you can see that Britain, the red bit over there, the bit that we are proud to be part of, sort of stands alone on the western edge of Europe. The Battle of Britain's already happened. Hitler's already given up, at least for the time being, any hopes that he might have had of invading England, and has decided to invade Russia instead. But the UK kind of standing there is vital, strategically very, very important to the Allied forces. It is or will be the stepping stone for the inevitable re-invasion of the European mainland. And England, or the UK, is kept alive, if you like, by convoys of supplies crossing the Atlantic from America and dodging the U-boat wolf packs of the German Kriegsmarine. So the most crucial struggle, if you like, at this part of the war is on sea, not on land. The Kriegsmarine Command, the German Navy, communicates with U-boats via radio, and they encrypt it using an Enigma machine. And I'm sure you all know about Enigma. Enigma is very well known and has been known about since the mid-70s. When that particular secret came out. And we know that British codebreakers at Bletchley comprehensively broke Enigma using work originally started from Polish intelligence. An Enigma machine, lovely machine, it's beautifully simple to use, it's very robust, great to use in the field. You set the rotors, you press a key, one of the letters lights up and the rotors move, and you just write down what comes out. It's very easy, and the decryption process is exactly the opposite. It's a reversible machine, so you type in the encrypted message and the lights light up, and bingo, out comes the plain text again. And the resulting ciphertext is just transmitted as standard Morse, and the listening stations on the coast of England would listen to this, transcribe it, send them off to Bletchley, and Bletchley would decrypt them. Now, the Enigma, relies on the fact that there are 17,576 unique ways of setting up the initial position of those rotors. And there are lots of other complications. You can change the order of the rotors. You can choose 3 particular rotors from a set of up to 5 that you have. And then they add things like a plug board at the front, which you can see down there. And that increases the possible number of letter substitutions to over 100 billion. It's a very, very clever machine. It's beautifully simple. And used properly, it should have been unbreakable with the technology of the time. But at Bletchley Park, the Government Code and Cipher School, which had relocated out of London to Bletchley Park, and they assembled this motley group of mathematicians, crossword solvers, and linguists, and goodness knows how many other people, to monitor, intercept, and break German codes. I think it's part of the fascination for me about Bletchley and all the stuff that happened there. It's possibly the last time in history when a band of complete amateurs essentially changed history by doing something that they were completely not expected to do. And that I find absolutely fascinating. The name of Alan Turing, the first of our Cambridge mathematicians here, Cambridge 1, Oxford 0, we're doing okay, is the best associated with Enigma. He was already famous in the maths community at the time. He just published, or very recently published, his seminal work on computation theory. The famous paper was it on computable numbers with an application to the Entscheidungs problem, and he published that in 1936. And in that paper, he described something which he called the universal computing machine. We now call it a universal Turing machine. And that's widely acknowledged as part of the birth of modern computing. Now, he and his team and the many, many hundreds and thousands that worked with him analyzed and broke Enigma comprehensively. They essentially destroyed it as a communications device. And they did it using machines like this. That's a bomb, which Turing and his crew devised. It's basically the guts of 36 Enigma machines in a single chassis, and it chunters around making an incredible noise. That's a reconstruction that you can see at Bletchley, and it's capable of trying out wheel settings at an enormous rate. And they essentially turned Enigma code breaking into an industry with this thing. And a bomb like that, set up properly, took about 20 minutes to try every possible starting position for an Enigma machine. You needed some hand analysis to set it up, and then some hand analysis to finish the decryption, but almost any Enigma message could be broken within a very small number of hours. And the common saying is that very often the code breakers at Bletchley were reading Enigma messages decrypted on our side of the channel before the German recipients were reading them on the other side, because we could break them so quickly. The bomb is quite a large piece of machinery. You can't get an idea of the scale of it there. It's about 7 feet long, it's 6 feet high, and it's about 2 feet deep, and it weighs a ton. And they built over 200 of these things by the end of the war. Now, at the peak at Bletchley, there were over 9,000 people working at Bletchley, building, say, 200 machines like this. The Americans also built 120 of their own for the naval Enigma. So it's a huge commitment of brain power and resources and money and time. Was it worth it? Well, yes. Being able to read U-boat transmissions was the key to winning, or at least surviving, the Battle of the Atlantic and making sure these convoys kept getting through. And just to show you the value, there's a graph of the tonnage of Allied shipping being sunk month by month through the war, and also the number of U-boats that we were sinking through the war. And if I tell you that there was a period in the middle of the war when the German Navy decided to upgrade their Enigma machine, and they added a 4th rotor to it. And that shut out Bletchley from naval Enigma for about 10 months until they'd caught up with this and rebuilt their processes. Now, if you look at that chart, you can tell exactly when that 4 months was, and it's right there. That is the value of being able to read your enemy's communications and being able to decrypt them. Because convoys' losses here went up from 150,000 tons a month to 700,000 tons a month, almost overnight. And if losses had continued at that rate, the war would probably, certainly in the Atlantic, have been lost. So that's the context of the cryptanalysis, the cryptography game at Bletchley. So now let's take a little bit of a digression, and we've got to introduce some terminology about cryptography, and we do this quite gently because it gets quite complex later on. So we have a plain text. We're going to call that P, and you put that through some process that munges it all up and then ciphers it and encodes it, and you end up with a ciphertext, and we call that Z. So P becomes Z. The simplest way of doing that, and way we all know, we probably all did this as children at school, is called an alphabetic substitution cipher, where you've just got 2 alphabets, an input alphabet and an output alphabet, and you encode letter by letter just by translating from one to the other. Very, very simple. That was used over 2,000 years ago by Julius Caesar, and we often refer to it as a Caesar cipher. Now that thing and techniques like it is very, very easy to break using simple frequency analysis. Different letters in the English language occur with different frequencies. You can count up the frequencies, and you can guess which cipher letter corresponds to which plain letter, and you can work backwards, and you can break things fairly easily. Now, to make it a bit more complicated, you use a more complicated scheme called a polyalphabetic substitution cipher. Now here you've got a multitude of alphabets. That example there has 3, and you just use them in rotation. So the first character gets enciphered using the first alphabet, the second with the second one, and the third with the third one, then you go back to the first one, and so on. That's much, much harder to break, because unless you know how many alphabets there are, you don't know how to break down this ciphertext into subsets and then carry out frequency analysis on the subsets and work backwards to what all the individual alphabets are. Now, it's possible, but it's much, much harder, and that is what Enigma does. Enigma generates essentially a non-repeating sequence of 16,900 alphabets, one after the other. Now, the average message sent with Enigma was only a few hundred characters. So the alphabets never repeat in an Enigma message, that's what makes Enigma much, much, much harder to break. Frequency analysis is essentially impossible. And an Enigma message, as it arrived at Blechy, looked like that. That's a photograph of a real one. And you can see it's just been, transcribed from Morse by one of the listening stations. Up here tells you when it was transcribed and likely where it came from and what frequency it was received on and what have you. And that was fed into the code-breaking industry at Bletchley and Broken. But then in early 1941, they started hearing a completely different kind of transmission. And it looked like this. It's very high-speed automated transmission. They at Bletchley and Broken. But then in early 1941, they started hearing a completely different kind of transmission. And it looked like this. It's very high-speed automated transmission. So it's not standard Morse with a key. It's been generated by a machine. So they built little ticker tape machines that would transcribe this into ones and zeros and print it out on a little ticker tape, and then it would be hand transcribed into letters, because it turns out it's a standard international telegraph alphabet. And if you look, as they did, at the network on which this traffic appeared, you can use traffic analysis and direction finding to work out where that network is and who's connected to what. And the first thing you notice about it is it's not used very much. This is quite a sparse network. It's also very long distance, and it centers on Berlin. So the kind of guess is that this is very high-grade traffic. It goes direct to Nazi high command in Berlin, and if we could break into it, this would be used. Very, very useful indeed. So they started looking at it, and the first person to look at it was a guy called John Tiltman, and he established that it was something called a Vernam cipher. He was unable to analyze it far enough to do anything with it, but he established that it works like this. So you take your message and you convert your plain text using a standard teleprinter alphabet into 5-bit binary representation. And that's the standard International Telegraph alphabet number 2. It's perfectly standard, nothing unusual about that. And then you combine it with a key stream using what they called carryless binary addition, but we know as exclusive OR. So you exclusive OR that bitwise with some kind of pseudo-random key stream. And the key stream we call K. And the result is your ciphertext, Z. Okay, so it's a binary addition or binary operation called, which now we call exclusive OR. And this process works backwards as well, just like Enigma does. So you take this and you add it back to the key stream, and you get the plain text out. So it's a reversible process. That's one of the properties of exclusive OR, if you've studied that, as I'm sure you have, that if you add something back to itself, the original result comes out. So very, very simple. So the receiving operator would simply take this, punch it on a tape, and feed it into the machine, set up exactly the same way as the originating machine, and out would come the plain text. Very, very simple. So Tiltman got that far and no further. Then they had an enormous stroke of luck. 31st of August 1941, an operator in Vienna sent a message that did not get through. So the recipient asked him, could you send that again, please, because I missed it. And breaking all the rules, he reset his machine to the same original settings and typed out the message again. But he didn't quite send it exactly the same way, because he was a bit bored and probably a bit tired, maybe it was the end of the day. He used some abbreviations in the second message, so it wasn't quite exactly the same. It was a little bit shorter, but it saved him time typing it out. So there are the two messages. And you can see that they were both over 4,000 characters long. The first 12 characters are the same, and it starts the same, and then you can see it starts to diverge. So Tiltman guessed that standard operating procedures in German encryption, but the first 12 characters basically told the receiving guy, this is the way I set my machine up. So we can ignore those because we don't know what they mean. But the rest of it was the message. So he noticed the second message started the same, but then it started to get different. Now, being a Vernam cipher, which we know how that works too, he knew that they would be encrypted using the same key stream. And if you add the two messages together in binary, what happens is the key disappears. Okay? Because they're both added together with the same key. Add them together, and the key actually disappears. So what he ended up with was the two messages added together. So ciphertext 1, ciphertext 2, add them together. And so by comparing these two messages and very carefully guessing at what the first character was, subtracting it from the other one and seeing if that made sense, and then letter by letter trying to go forward through and forwards and backwards, constantly subtracting each one from the other to see if he could make sense of it, he did eventually, after 10 days, manage to break out the message. Both of them, in fact, 4,000 characters long. Now, that in intelligence terms is useless because the message is about 6 weeks old by now. So the content of it is useless. But he then realized that if we take these two plain texts and we add them back together, what you get is the key stream. So he managed to produce 4,000 characters of the key stream, which doesn't sound massively useful, but actually turns out to be worth its weight in gold. They looked at it for about 3 months, they analysed it to death and couldn't come up with any deductions from it at all, until they gave it to a guy called Bill Tutt, another Cambridge mathematician, Cambridge 2, Oxford 0. So he took it away, locked himself in his room, and by writing the key stream out in grids again and again and again, and grids of different sizes and different repeats, huge quantities doubtless of pencils and coffee and paper, he managed to work out the entire structure of the machine from 4,000 characters of the key stream. Now just remember that I showed you a picture of one of those teleprinters right at the beginning of the presentation. No one in Britain had seen one of those machines, and no one did until after the war ended. But without seeing one, Tutt managed to work out the entire internal structure of the machine. What he deduced is that it didn't just have 3 wheels like Enigma does, it had 12. Quite a complex machine. He also managed to work out the number of bit positions, the number of steps on each wheel, and he identified that they were in 3 sets of wheels. The first set, he called these the Chi wheels, and they advanced as a group 1 position for every character that went through the machine, generating a random, pseudo-random bit stream of 5 bits. The second set, he called those the Psi wheels, nobody quite knows why, but they moved approximately 50% of the time, so roughly every other character, but in a random sequence. And they generated another pseudo-random sequence of 5 bits. And this third set of 2 wheels in the middle, he called those the motor wheels or the mu wheels, and they controlled this stuttering movement of the psi wheels on the end. Tutt, after the war, moved to Canada, and he was awarded the Officer of the Order of Canada. I guess that's a Canadian equivalent of an OBE or something, I don't know. And in the citation for that, what he achieved here was described as one of the greatest intellectual feats of World War II. It's quite an astonishing piece of work. So now we can work out exactly how the Lorentz machine actually works. The input tape on the left is the plain text, which is on the left over there. And you add that successively to the Chi stream and the Psi stream, and what you end up with is your ciphertext Z. That comes out on another tape, you feed it through the machine, it automatically transmits it as Morse. The receiving guy puts it back in his machine, adds it to the Psi stream and the Chi stream, and out comes the plain text. Very simple, because it's a reversible process. Now, say it's a two-stage combination, and the repeat lengths of the Chi stream, Psi stream are huge. The Chi stream repeats after 22 million steps. The Psi stream after 322 million steps. So there's huge repeat lengths here. And if you combine those and you factor in this stuttering movement of the Psi wheels, you can see they don't move every character. They move roughly every other, roughly 50% of the time. To search through every possible setting or every possible combination of that key stream involves trying out 10 to the 19 combinations. Even with modern computing technology, that's a challenge. In 1943, it's probably one of the definitions of impossible. The technology they have at the time is just not going to work out. Even to identify one bit position in the stream would take about 4 million trials. Now, we're going to notice something interesting, say, as the Bletchley team did. The Psi stream doesn't change for every character. So they move about 50% of the time. Now, the German designer probably thought that was clever. He probably thought he was doing something very, very nifty here by not advancing the Psi stream with every character. But actually, it turns out that that is one tiny, tiny flaw in the machine, which the code breakers at Bletchley Park worked out how to exploit. And what they realized, say, is there's the Carnot map of exclusive OR. Adding 0 to something does nothing. Adding something to itself always gives 0. And if you add the same thing twice, it undoes the first addition and you get the original result back. So Tuck noticed this and noticed that because of the way Boolean logic works, you say adding something to itself results in 0, and using that, you can magnify the results or the effect of repeats in the key stream or in the plain text. Because repeats, when you add them characters together, repeats generate zeros. So you can exploit that tiny. Now, okay, this is the tricky bit. So just pay attention, bear with me, and I'll see if I can get this right. So, plain text in German, it turns out, contains roughly 20% of repeated letters in a lot of messages. German has, for instance, a lot of double letters, MM, EE, TT, SS, are very common in written German. So also, the way that the teleprint alphabet works, it's a 5-bit code, so you can only encode 31 characters with that. So in order to get access to punctuation and numbers, the machine or the alphabet implements a shift technique. So to encode full stop, for instance, you pressed a key called figure shift, which sent a shift character, and you then press full stop, and you then send a letter shift to go back to letters again. Now, it turns out that operators realized that if the receiving place missed the figure shift character, the rest of the message was complete gobbledygook because it would all be in the shifted alphabet. So they would send the figure shift character twice. And then they would very often type full stop twice, and they'd type the letter shift character twice at the end. So that's 3 repeats in 6 characters. So on a good day, say the plain text contained approximately 20% repeats. You also notice the Psi stream contains about 50% repeats, and about 50% of those result in a repeated bit position. So Psi is about 70% repeats in any given bit position. Now, how can you use that to, what can you do to detect these repeats and exploit them? And what they realized is that if you add each character to the next one, the result is 0 when the 2 bits in those characters are the same, right? That's the key realization, because adding something to itself results in 0. So they generated what they call a delta stream. So they would take the ciphertext and add each character to the next one. They called this the delta stream. And in that position, a 0 indicated a repeat in the cipher stream. Now then, delta P, right, the delta plaintext, is about 60% 0. For an entirely random sequence, it would be 50% 0. But delta P turns out actually to be 60% 0, approximately, for an average message. And delta psi is about 70% 0. And using this, it gives you a tiny little window through into the underlying message. So if you remember that Z is P plus chi plus psi, it turns out the delta operator distributes very nicely over that. So the delta stream that you generate from the cipher stream is just delta P added to delta chi added to delta psi. So you rearrange that a little bit, and turns out that the cipher stream, the delta cipher stream added to the delta chi stream is delta P plus delta psi. And delta P plus delta psi is 0 approximately 55% of the time. If the plaintext was totally random, it would be 50% 0. Turns out it's 55% on a good day for a good message, right? Sometimes it's a lot smaller than that. So if you could generate a candidate chi stream, delta it, add it to the delta of the cipher stream, and count the zeros, if you had the starting position of the chi stream correct, you'd see slightly too many zeros in the result, more than you were expecting. Now, that means you've got to generate a candidate chi stream. Remember how long that chi stream is. It's 22 million characters long. So that means you've got to try 22 million possible start positions in order to get a possibly significant result. Now, you can't do that. That's not going to work. So what about if you try just a subset of the bits? And it turns out that, yes, that works. If you try chi 0 and chi 1, okay, and you delta that, and you add it to P0, to Z0 and Z1 deltaed, you can get a significant result just out of 2 bits. Now, the chi stream for 2 bits is only 1,271 characters long. So you've got to try 1.6 million combinations to see if you've got the right start position. So what this does is reduces the number of tests you have to do from roughly 7 times 10 to the 15 tests to 1.6 million, right? That's a factor of 1 trillion reduction in the number of tests you've got to do by doing this technique here. So by hand, at 1 a second, that would take about 18 days. They tried it, believe it or not, and it took them between 4 and 6 weeks for one message, but it worked. And a message that takes 4 to 6 weeks to break, of course, is useless, but if you can do it a little bit faster, then this technique does work, and if it's fast enough, it would be useful. What if you could do it at 2,000 characters a second? Then it would take about 14 minutes. This is useful. Enter our third Cambridge mathematician, 3-0. Max Newman, St. John's College mathematician, and between January and June 1943, he conceived and built quite a clever machine that could do just that. It could run the test at 2,000 characters a second. And basically, you punch your message text on one tape, you punch the chi stream on another tape, and you run the 2 tapes through a pair of tape readers, and you put some clever logic in the middle that does the deltaing and does the combining and counts the zeros. And if you glue those tapes into loops and you make sure that the lengths of the loops are co-prime, then you can just run the loop continuously, and over time, if you do it at least 1,271 times through the machine, you will have tried all the possible start positions. And there is a picture of it. He called it Heath Robinson, after the guy, the cartoonist that specialized in drawing weird machines, and it worked. And it made it possible to break out those chi wheel settings 2 bits at a time. And then you could break out the psi wheels and the motor wheels by hand. That wasn't too difficult. And it ran the tapes through. You can see 2 tapes on that bedstead frame there. 2 tapes, ran those through at 2,000 characters a second, and it completed a single candidate run in roughly 15 minutes. So they reduced the time using Heath Robinson to break a Lorentz message from 4 to 6 weeks down to less than a few days, which is fantastic, and it works and it's useful. But Heath Robinson was very hard to use, and not without its problems. Synchronizing 2 tapes like that at very high speed was very, very difficult. The Kai tapes had to be prepared by hand every single time, and after you'd used them a few times, they stretched and they broke, so you had to keep remaking them. Heath Robinson could only help with breaking out the Kai stream. It couldn't do anything else. That was all it could do. It could only do that 2 bits at a time. And it couldn't help, we say, with Psy wheels and the motor wheels. But it worked. Now, okay. Enter our final player, Tommy Flowers, whose name that you may have heard. And he built that combining unit for Max Newman. He was a post office research engineer at Dollis Hill, and there he worked on telephone exchanges, and he had a background in mechanical engineering because all those telephone exchanges were mechanical at the time, and he took evening classes at University College London in electronics, and he became convinced that it would be possible to build an entirely electronic exchange using valve technology, but his managers wouldn't believe him and they wouldn't let him try it. So he built this combined for Max Newman to Max Newman's design from a combination of valves and relays. And when he saw his combining unit in use, when he saw the use it was being put to and the problems they had with all these tapes, he realized that there was a much, much better way of doing this. And he pitched to Max Newman a quite incredible idea. He said, I can build you a machine that will generate the Kai stream internally, entirely automatically, electronically, and it will do all of that calculation against an internally generated stream using a single tape, and it will do all that differencing, all that statistical analysis, and he said, I'll even connect it to a teleprinter for you and it can print out the results, so you don't have to write them down by hand. Now, Newman was interested, thought it was a good idea, but he wasn't convinced that Flowers could do it. So Flowers went away, back to Dollis Hill, back to his research lab, and he came back to Bletchley a few months later, early January 1944, with a big lorry. And on the back of the lorry was an enormous machine. It was instantly dubbed Colossus, just because it was so huge. It's 7 feet high, 16 feet long, 2 feet wide, and the first version was constructed from roughly 1,500 valves. Flowers later expanded it to Colossus Mark II, which had 2,400 valves, by far and away the biggest electronic machine that had been built to date. And it processed text at 5,000 characters a second. Colossus II, the expanded version, was 5 times faster than that, 25,000 characters a second. And that meant running the tape at 30 miles an hour, about 40 feet per second, which is quite astonishing. Now, Colossus could actually read and consume characters at 10,000 characters a second, but they discovered that the tape would physically disintegrate at 53 miles an hour. So they couldn't actually run Colossus as fast as it was capable because of the limitation of the tape. Not the last time, I'm willing to bet, that a computer has been limited by the speed of its input device. Now, Colossus was hugely parallel, and it was capable of processing, say, all 5 channels at once and doing up to 100 billion calculations simultaneously on all of those 5 channels. Using Colossus over the next year or so, the next year and a half, Bletchley Park deciphered over 63 million characters of traffic using Colossus, successfully deciphered. Now, if you compare this to Heath Robinson, here's a few more pictures of it, which survived from the war. It wasn't just massively faster, but it could do a huge amount more as well. Being completely reconfigurable and somewhat programmable, but not in the way we would understand it, it could help with not just determining the starting positions of the Kai wheels, but also the Psy wheels and the motor wheels as well, all at the same time. It could also do some other things. Every now and then, the German operators, for instance, would change the bit patterns on all the wheels. And when they did that, Bletchley Park basically had to go back and start regenerating candidate Kai streams and break the wheel patterns out again. Colossus could do that for them every time they did it. The Germans did that roughly every month throughout the whole war, and towards the end of the war they started doing it once a week. So without something like Colossus being able to regenerate those bit patterns on the wheels, it would have shut them out almost completely. So Flowers' machine did all of that, and it did it at really quite astonishing speed. I've got a couple of excerpts from Flowers' diaries here, which I think are absolutely fascinating. He's an incredibly pragmatic and very practical guy, not given to huge emotion. So you look at this. Sunday, the 16th of January, 1944, made Colossus work. That's good, isn't it? Tuesday, the 18th of January, delivered Colossus to Bletchley Park. And you look at the entry in the middle. Took John, Celia, and Eileen to Peter Pan. I mean, yeah, you've got to take a break from work somewhere. And there's another lovely entry here. 5th of February, 1944, down here. Colossus did its first job. That was it. So it had taken really only a few days to install and commission Colossus and actually get it working and decrypting real traffic. Really only took a few days right at the beginning of 1944. And you look underneath the rest of that entry, it says car broke down on the way home. Picked up by Farthing in the radio car home at 1 a.m. So he wasn't the first, or probably won't be the last computer guy to pull an all-nighter either. So they built a total of 10 Colossi by the end of the war, decrypting over 60 million characters. So you take a look at Colossus and its basic architecture. That's a very basic block diagram, but on the face of it, it looks incredibly simple. And you can see all that parallelism through. It's processing all of those characters in parallel. One very clever touch invented by Flowers was to make the machine self-timing. If you look at a piece of teleprint tape, you can see that down the center is an additional row of holes, the sprocket holes. And in a standard tape reader, you've got a mechanical gear wheel that engaged with those sprocket holes and pulled the tape through one character at a time. So what Flowers did was he put an additional photocell underneath the sprocket holes and generated a timing signal from the sprocket holes. So Colossus, you didn't have to synchronize the tape to the machine. The machine synchronized itself to the tape. So it didn't matter how fast you ran the tape, it didn't matter whether the tape stretched a bit, Colossus would automatically synchronize to the tape, which is a very, very clever innovation from Flowers. There are an awful lot of other innovations that come out of it. It's the first recorded use of what we now call shift registers, for instance. And he used that to shift every character that it read in, to shift them through a shift register so he could keep each pair of characters next to each other and do the differencing calculation. And Colossus moved on just from doing single deltas, from doing deltas at 2 steps and 3 steps and 4 steps away. So he would keep all the characters in shift registers. Using a single clock to synchronize the entire machine. Again, very clever idea, hugely parallel. It had what I reckon has got to be one of the first instances of an interrupt. If the printer was already printing out a result and the tape would just carry on going for looking for the next one, if it found the next possible result before the printer had finished, the printer would just flip a little signal to say, hang on a minute, and the tape side of the machine would just basically go into idle and carry on idling until the printer had finished, and then would carry on from where it left off. Now that's pretty close to an interrupt, if you ask me, from a hardware peripheral. An optical tape reader capable of up to 10,000 characters a second. When I first started computing in 1976 or 77, we used 10 character per second tape readers. And there was Flowers building a 10,000 character optical reader in 1943. He also came up with a concept of something called systolic arrays, which is a totally revolutionary concept which no one had ever come up with before. It's a data-driven computation architecture, which people are starting to get interested again in the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning. There's possibilities of using systolic arrays to speed up the execution of neural networks, for instance. They were independently discovered by a couple of researchers in 1973 who published a paper on it. And didn't realize at the time that Flowers had already discovered them in 1943. So it's clock speed, 5 kilohertz, which is basically the speed of the tape. And it carried out, say, 100 billion operations simultaneously on each of these 5 independent bit positions in the input stream. And by my rough calculation, that's 2.5 million billion operations per second, which comes out as 2.5 megabops. And I like megabops as a unit. I think it's good. So, what about the impact of Colossus? Did it do what it was supposed to do? Did it repay its investment? Well, Flowers and the team were put under huge pressure to have this machine operational by June 1944. They had no idea why. Now, with hindsight, we do. And we know that Eisenhower and the Allied Command were planning the re-invasion of the European mainland. They'd been planning it for a while. The opposition that we now know as D-Day. And it was planned for June 1944. It's hard to underestimate, or overestimate even, how much rests on that operation succeeding. It's very, very risky. There's a heavily defended coastline on the other side, and the enemy essentially know that sooner or later that invasion is going to come. So the Allies put in place a massive deception operation. Fake army groups, fictitious intelligence, false plans that were conveniently dropped all over the place to try and hoodwink the Nazi command that the invasion would not come in Normandy, but it would come in Calais. So the success of that deception was absolutely vital, but how would they know that they'd been successful in deceiving the Nazi command? They needed to know what the Nazi command would be thinking. Had they been fooled? And this is what Colossus could tell them by reading the Nazi high command transmissions. Now, when you look at D-Day, the window of the weather, the season, the tide, and the moon meant that there was a very narrow window of only a few days each month when all of those things coincided and the operation could actually be launched. And if you delayed more than 4 or 5 days each month, you then had to hop to the next month when all these things would come in sequence again. If beyond June 1944 they delayed more than 2 or 3 months, winter would set in and they'd have to wait till 1945. So being able to launch that invasion in early June was absolutely crucial, and they needed that up-to-date intelligence. So they originally set it for June the 1st. It was delayed to June the 2nd, and then the 3rd, and then the 4th, and then the 5th. June the 6th was the last opportunity that month before they'd have to delay until July. Now, on June the 5th, Eisenhower met with his generals to decide whether to go on June the 6th. And as they were meeting, so the story goes, and I believe this story is corroborated, a courier arrived from Bletchley Park, walked into the room and handed Eisenhower a folded piece of paper. Eisenhower opened that and read it, and what he read was a message that had been decrypted by Colossus at Bletchley Park just a few hours earlier, from Hitler in Berlin to Rommel, commander of the Nazi forces on the Atlantic Wall. And that message stated Hitler's categorical belief that yes, there would be an invasion in Normandy, but that it would be a diversion. And the real invasion would happen 5 days later in Calais. And that message specifically refused Rommel permission to move his tank divisions from Calais to Normandy to reinforce his defences. And this was exactly the intelligence that Eisenhower had been waiting for. Confirmation that the Nazi command had been completely deceived as to the timing and location of the attack. So Eisenhower didn't reveal what he just read. He wasn't allowed to, because people weren't allowed to know that we were reading the Germans' communications. He folded the paper up, he looked around at the assembled group of generals, and he said simply, "Gentlemen, we go tomorrow." June the 6th, D-Day, the invasion went ahead, and the war ended a year later. So, Churchill credited Bletchley Park and the cryptanalysts who worked there with winning the war, largely. Most historians agree that it shortened the war by at least or up to 2 years, and it saved I don't know how many hundreds and thousands of lives. That estimate is attributed, by the way, to a guy called Harry Hinsley, one of the first early historians of Bletchley Park, and he made that remark at a conference in Newcastle in 1979. He was a historian from Johns in Cambridge. He worked at Bletchley Park during the war, and he came back here and eventually became Master of Johns and Vice-Chancellor of the University. Another Cambridge connection, very pleasing one. Another story that came out just towards the end of that as an amazing piece of luck, which Tommy Flowers reported many, many years later. He was actually in Berlin on post office business a few days before hostilities broke out at the beginning of the war. He was called by the British Embassy and told to return home immediately. And he crossed into Holland about 3 hours before the German frontier closed. If the Germans had stopped him and interned him, there really possibly might not have been anyone at the post office with that unique combination of mechanical technology, electronic technology, and high-speed electronics at Bletchley Park. No one with the knowledge to build what became Colossus. So the Germans had him just there and let him go without knowing it. Lovely thing. At the end of the war, what happened to it all? Well, very sadly, as we know, desperate to preserve the secret, Churchill ordered specifically that Colossus be destroyed, all of them be broken into, in his own words, pieces no bigger than a man's hand. And Tommy Flowers, writing after the war, recorded that what he did. He said it was a terrible mistake. I was instructed to destroy all the records, which I did. I took all the drawings and all the plans and all the information about Colossus on paper, and I put it in the boiler and I saw it burn. That must have been an absolutely heartbreaking moment. But we do know that 2 colossi were moved to GCHQ at Eastkirk in April 1946. They were moved to Cheltenham in the early 50s. One of them was dismantled in 1959 and the other in 1960. So they did at least survive for a little while, but no documentation about them survived. The main reason they were kept is that UK intelligence used Enigma-like machines and Lorentz-like machines in their communications after the war, and we promoted them and we sold them to lots of other governments without telling them that we could read everything they wrote. So that's why they kept Colossus, for a lot of research on that. But as we moved into the 60s and all digital computerized encryption became common, they essentially became obsolete. So to bring it up to date, the first books to describe Enigma came out in about 1973. And over the few years after that, books started to hint at the existence of a much, much bigger secret at Bletchley without being able to reveal what that secret was. And the name Colossus kept coming up occasionally. The British government finally admitted in 1976 that there was something called Colossus, principally because they were pushed by a guy called Brian Randall, who did more to reveal Colossus than anybody else. He's professor of computer science at Newcastle University, and he was given a few pictures like the ones that we've seen that had survived of Bletchley during the war, and he was allowed to give a presentation on it in Los Alamos in June 1976. He wasn't allowed to say that Colossus had anything to do with code breaking, but he was roughly allowed to describe the scale and the type and the function of the machine. And there was a witness in the audience that day in June 1976 at Los Alamos who happened to be sitting in the audience next to a guy called John Mauchly, who you may remember as Eckert and Mauchly, who designed ENIAC. And ENIAC at the time was regarded as the birth of electronic computing, and it actually became operational shortly after the end of the war. And sitting next to Mauchly in the audience, this witness says, that's the first time I realized what jaw dropping actually meant, because Mauchly's jaw dropped as he realized he'd been comprehensively upstaged. There's a real detail about Colossus, and the detail of what we've seen today about how it actually worked and what it actually didn't come out until 2000. 65 years later, that's 55 years later, when the government published a secret report on it. That was published simultaneously, I think, in America and the UK. And say that's really the sum total of what we know about Colossus these days. But if we look at its legacy, some parts we know were taken to Newman's computing machine laboratory at Manchester University, where he went after the war. And several historians have commented on the explosion of electronic computing research that happened in England immediately after the war. And there were several laboratories, Turing at the National Physical Laboratory, Max Newman at Manchester, and Maurice Wilkes and his team in Cambridge. We know that Newman took some Colossus parts to Manchester, which he reused. So June the 21st, 1948, his Manchester Baby machine became the first operational stored program computer. Newman knew about Colossus. He'd helped design it, he'd helped build it, he'd seen it work. Now, he knew such machines were possible, and it's inconceivable that he didn't take that knowledge with him to Manchester, and it's inconceivable that it didn't accelerate the research that he did in winning the race to build the first operational computer. There was lots of other work going on separately from this, a lot of pioneering work on radar at the Telecommunications Research Establishment and elsewhere in England during the war to do with high-speed counting electronics, and a lot of that was very influential in the building of EDSAC. So a conventional history of computing runs something like this. A machine called EDVAC, designed by the late great John von Neumann, that had the greatest influence arguably on early architectures. But EDVAC wasn't delivered until 1949. It didn't begin operation until 1951. Then there's Manchester, the Manchester Baby, or the small-scale experimental machine it was called. That first ran in 21st of June 1948. It was the first thing that we would recognise today as a stored program computer. And then EDSAC followed very shortly afterwards, built here in Cambridge by Maurice Wilkes. That ran its first program in May the 6th, 1949. There's another machine called ENIAC, which is often credited in a lot of literature as being the first operational computer. But it wasn't begun until June 1943. It wasn't announced and operational until February 1946. It wasn't reprogrammable, and it wasn't Turing complete. And it was definitely later than Colossus. So I took this picture from a US publication in 1957, which purports to show an entire family tree of the development of computing devices at the time. So you can see it recognizes ENIAC, and EDVAC really is the foundation of that machine. Now, Colossus might not have been Turing complete, but neither was the Harvard Mark I, which is, you can see down there, completed in February 1944 and first running in 1944, in May. That wasn't Turing complete either. ENIAC, announced February 1946, that wasn't Turing complete either. Colossus predates everything, literally everything on that tree. And it doesn't appear on that publication from 1957, and it would not appear in any publication for another 30 years after that, at least, because it was kept secret for 40 years after the war. And that really denied Flowers, principally, and others like Newman, denied them the true place in history, as far as I'm concerned, in the development of electronic computing. Flowers, incidentally and very sadly, ended the war in debt because he'd used some of his own money to buy components in order to build Colossus, because he couldn't get it funded by Newman, he couldn't get it funded by the post office either. Others, like Newman, say, went back into academic fields and were recognized in the official development of the history of computing. Flowers went back to the post office. And he remained in the shadows, probably for about another 50 years, if not more, and was never really recognized in his own lifetime. Even more sadly, he went back to the post office and he repitched his idea about building an entirely electronic telephone exchange to his bosses. And his bosses said, no, you can't build a machine that big out of valves. Flowers knew that it could be done because he'd done it, but he wasn't allowed to say how he knew, and he wasn't allowed to give the proof. So he was never allowed to build his electronic exchange. But the best thing about Colossus, its position in history, is that you can still see it, or at least you can see a rebuild of it. Although, as we've said, all the extant machines were destroyed either immediately or very shortly after the war, all the drawings had burned, all the plans had been burned. When the existence of Colossus emerged, one man undertook to recreate it. And as all engineers do, it turns out that some of the people involved had kept bits. Of course they do. How many engineers do you know who've got a garage full of interesting bits of stuff that they keep just in case, because it was interesting? So people had kept photographs, they'd kept odd little bits of circuit diagrams, and they'd kept odd little bits of components. And using those, Tony Sale started to try and rebuild and recreate Colossus through the 1990s. It was completed in 2007. Took a huge amount of time to do it, mainly because of the scarcity of information. And if you go to Bletchley Park today, you can see it in action. And it's an incredible piece of engineering. If you haven't been to see it, please do. Because what you can see, and if you're lucky, and if they let you over the barrier, actually touch, is a machine that literally changed history. Not only did it shorten the war and save a huge number of lives and a huge amount of pain, but it gave birth to an industry. as far as I'm concerned, and as far as many historians are now starting to agree. And it gave birth to modern computing technology and computing industry. A few more pictures there. So, who do you dedicate something like this to? Well, I think it's well known that a lot of people who worked at Bletchley in the war, they were all told to sign the Official Secrets Act. They never talked about what they did. One of the most poignant quotes that I can find about that comes from a lady called Catherine Cockey, who worked there through the war. And she said afterwards, "I was in fear of the secret that I had to keep, but keep it I did. And my greatest sadness is my beloved husband died in 1975 without ever knowing what I did in the war." That applied to a huge number of people who worked there, not least of all to Tommy Flowers. So if you're going to dedicate this to anyone, there's 12,000 people who worked at Bletchley Park and 12,000 people who kept a secret for as long as they had to. Bill Tutt and that incredible feat of analysis, an entirely mental exercise that deciphered the internal structure of an incredibly complex machine from 4,000 essentially pseudo-random characters of a key text. Tommy Flowers sadly died in 1998. He never saw Colossus rebuilt, although he knew it was that Tony Sale was trying to do it, and was never really recognized in his lifetime. Max Newman, who took what had happened at Bletchley and, if you like, won the race after the war to build the first computer at Manchester, and then Tony Sale, bless him, who devoted the last 15 years of his life to bringing Colossus back to life again. And doubtless, the million possible lives that Colossus saved by shortening the war. So, thank you. I hope you found that as fascinating as I did, trying to tease out what Colossus did and some of the incredible people who were involved in doing it. Thanks. Thank you. I hope you found that as fascinating as I did, trying to tease out what Colossus did and some of the incredible people who were involved in doing it. Thanks.
Hi, and welcome to our quick vid on the IBM personal computer, also known as the IBM 5150. It came out on August the 12th, 1981, and it cost $1,565 for its most basic configuration. Now that was just the machine and the keyboard, 16 kilobytes of memory, and you would connect it to your own home television. Now IBM developed the machine using what's now known as open architecture. That means they used a standard microprocessor in the machine, an Intel 8088. They used standard floppy drives and standard components around the machine that allowed them to bring this machine to market quickly. Because there were other machines out there starting to take people's interest. The Apple II was selling very, very well indeed, and that was appearing in businesses that usually only had IBM as their supplier of computers. Using an open architecture meant that other people could start designing software and hardware for this machine. So third-party manufacturers would make boards that increase their memory, or software developers would start creating software for it. The basic configuration had just 16K of memory. That's approximately 16,000 characters it could hold in memory at any given time. It had no floppy drives, but it did have a cassette port for loading and saving basic programs to tape. An upgraded machine with a mono monitor, a single floppy disk drive, and 64 kilobytes of memory would cost you somewhere in the region of about $3,000, so far more expensive. If you wanted a colour display, that would add another $1,000 roughly to the cost. These are the kind of floppy disks that the machine used. They hold 160 kilobytes of data and were fairly floppy, as the name suggests. So let's have a look at the machine in operation. This is the DOS boot disk. DOS stands for Disk Operating System, and we are going to put that into the floppy drive and put the latch down. Turn on the power switch at the side, and wait for the machine to boot. Okay, so we have the cursor at the top left-hand corner. So at the moment the machine is going through memory tests and just checking all the configurations correct. So later revisions of the IBM PC allow for 256K of memory on the board, but with an expansion board you could take that up to 640K. Waiting for your machine to boot was a thing that we had to do back in the 80s, as well as today. Okay, so that's loaded the disk operating system. The first command there is echo off, telling the computer not to display the instructions that are running behind the scenes. And it's asked us for the current date. The date is set to the 1st of the 1st, 1980. We're just going to say that's right. And it's now asking us for the time, so we're going to say the time's right. We're not going to do anything that really needs anything based on time and date. And remember, many machines back in these days didn't have battery-backed real-time clocks. Every time you turn it off and back on again, you had to enter the time and date. So IBM Computer DOS version 2.1. So we are now in the basic operating system. And to control the machine, you had to type in commands. So it was a case of typing in dir for directory. So that would show us a list of all the things that are on the disk. So these are part of the DOS operating system. And if we wanted to look at one of the text files that's on there, let's have a look at the auto-exec file, for instance. Now the auto-exec file is the file that tells the machine what to do when it boots up. So if we type auto-exec.bat, then you can see here that it just lists the commands that are in that file. So it's just a simple text file. You could run lots of different software on the machine. There was spreadsheets, there was word processors, there were even simple games. But for many of us, this kind of machine, at the price that it was back then, remember, in today's money, for just the basic configuration, would have been over $4,000. So a lot of these machines were used in business. So word processing and simple business tools were the order of the day. In the very basic configuration, without any floppy drives, you could go into basic, and we can run basic here to demonstrate it. So this is IBM PC Basic. We have about 60 kilobytes of RAM left for our program. So we can type in very simple basic commands. Print, hello, I am a PC. 20, go to 10. So the first line of our code tells the machine to print hello, I am a PC on the screen. And the next line of our program, line 20, says go back to line number 10 and do it again. So when we run our program, it just fills the screen with hello, I'm a PC. So that's a very simple basic program, but actually basic programs could be written that were really, really functional and did a lot of very useful things in the workplace. So what could you do with 64K? Well, there's what you could do with 64K back in 1981. From word processors and spreadsheets to databases, contact management systems, there was a wide range of applications. Much of the same kind of software that we have today. It was just far simpler. Even games. I have here a text adventure game called Zork. So let's swap our DOS boot disk out, put our Zork disk in, and do a dir to see what's on the disk. You can see here we have a Zork.bat. .bat is a batch file, and that, again, has listings of commands on there to run a program. So we can execute that batch file by just typing Zork. So here's Zork running on our beautiful colour screen. And like I said, this would add something like around about $1,000 for the cost of the machine just to have a colour screen on your computer. So let's have a quick go with Zork. We're west of the house. You're standing in an open field west of the White House with a boarded front door. There's a small mailbox here. So let's type open mailbox. Opening the mailbox reveals a leaflet. Read leaflet. Welcome to Zork. Zork is a game of adventure, danger, and low cunning. It explores some of the most amazing territory ever seen by mortals. Okay, So this is a text adventure. You would read passages about where you are, and you would give it commands, simple commands like go north, or open mailbox, take leaflet, get land, that kind of thing. So this is kind of the games that we'll be running on an IBM 5150 like this one. Now, having a machine with an open architecture, i.e. using standard off-the-shelf components, was fantastic. It allowed IBM to bring this machine to the market quickly, but it also allowed others, potentially, to make copies of that machine. So the one thing that was truly IBM's in this machine was the BIOS, the basic input-output system. And that's a chip that basically ties the hardware and the software together. There's a lot of the low-level interfacing between the different parts of the machine. Now, that was IBM's alone. So you could go out and buy an 8088 processor, and a keyboard, and a screen, and floppy disks, and you could make a machine that's the same as the IBM machine. But you couldn't have that IBM BIOS. But the BIOS was just software stored on a ROM, a read-only memory. And with the right equipment, you could copy the ROM chip. And it wouldn't be very long until companies like Columbia and Eagle Computers would start to produce 100% IBM-compatible computers. But the company that had the real success was Compaq. And they created a BIOS chip that was 100% compatible with the IBM one. Now, there's lots of stories online about how this came to be, and the legal wranglings between IBM and Compaq, and you can go and research those for yourself. But needless to say, that blew the whole market wide open, and once Compaq had produced their 100% compatible portable computer that allowed people to run the same software and exchange data with the IBM PC, that meant that lots of other companies could come online and start building 100% compatible clone PC computers. And when that happened, the cost came tumbling down. By 1985, a company called Amstrad in the UK produced a PC that was 100% compatible with the IBM PC, yet only £449. But what's most important about the IBM PC is not necessarily the price point or the fact that it had 160K of storage on its floppy drives. It's what it allowed people to do. This was a personal computer. This wasn't a machine that you could use on a timeshare basis, one that you could log into remotely, but this was a machine that was on your desk that was yours, to do with what you will. And that would empower people to start writing their own little programs that would do calculations for them, and start to use software like word processors and spreadsheets that would save loads of time. No longer did you need to send your document off to the typing pool to be typed up for you. You could do it on your own computer. Now, it wasn't IBM's first personal computer, but it was by far the most successful, and it changed personal computing forever. So there you go. That's the IBM personal computer, the IBM 5150. And in many ways, the granddaddy of the personal computer today. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. Keep an eye out for the next quick vid on YouTube. Thanks a lot. Hi everyone, it's Jason at the Centre for Computing History, and today we are very lucky to have internet sensation Tom Scott with us, and we're going to have a little chat about the BBC Micro, because I believe, Tom, this has a little bit of good memories for you.
Yeah, it's a weird bit of nostalgia this for me, because I was almost too late for this. Right. My primary school had these, and then by the time I got to past year 5, year 6, they've been phased out in favour of, whatever the manufacturer of PCs was. Research machines, yeah. It was in favour of those. So I was sort of the last generation to have these. Right. So it's a weird sort of nostalgia, because I sort of remember bits of it, but how much of this will be completely lost me? No idea. But there's one thing I know that I remember, which is turning it on. It makes this noise that I definitely remember that.
Because bridges a bit more. Allows you to create standard big process. Star pointer. Looks quite similar. Like,
Yeah,
we've got a couple
Oh,
be honest, come on.
Yeah, it's lovely, but it's just not like I've talked about Amstrad here before.
Yeah,
And like that. Yeah, immediate nostalgia. Obviously, this is more like it's a locked up.
Be honest, come on, own up. That's horrible.
Like there's so many things you could have done there, like told the kid they were close, or told them which direction to go in. It's just like, no, not that one, mate. Not that one. Not that one.
Well, there, you've got to remember there's 32k of memory.
That's something I remember. I'm not sure it's from Granny's Garden. I think that's an old concept keyboard game that did the same thing. That's hit some weird memory in my head of having to remember passwords to skip forward to a part of the game because there's no save files.
Yeah, and that was fairly common in sort of arcade games and all sorts of different games, is that they password protected the different sections.
Yes, I do.
Do you?
No, but I'm going to see what happens if I lie. I'm not pressing delete, I'm pressing return.
Right, I can't even see it.
Are you sure you have a password? No.
Be honest, come on, own up. That's horrible. There is something quite sinister about this whole game, to be honest. Even the cover. I mean,
this is the kind of thing where some kids are going to be absolutely terrified from no. Okay, so if you lie about having a password, you have to listen to the music again. Can you see a cave?
Well, I can see some blue blocks.
Do you want to go on the cave? No, not really. Oh, yeah, yes, fine, okay, right. So why did you bother asking?
So this is the classic Granny's Garden. It is completely on rails. It takes you where it wants to take you, and there is no way out.
No, that's not very nice. No, it just won't let you enter seriously. No, it's just.
No, you've got yes or no.
Try and put an exclamation mark in. Let's try and find the. Do I have?
You have to.
That's some incredible artwork there. All right, so I mean, it's easy to mock, particularly looking back at this. Like there are many decisions that you could make with this that would make it more entertaining from today's perspective.
Oh yeah.
But as a kid, you got to use the class computer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And actually, you did want to do this stuff. When it said you want to do it, nobody ever thought no. Of course I want to go do this.
Yeah, every single question is just why? Because otherwise it's a story. Because the kid thinks they have some agency.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, you've got 32 kilobytes of memory. This is all stored in, so there are only so many options you can possibly store. But this is all about taking them through the story that they want to tell you. There's very limited options.
Yeah.
But it's
Have a stick. Have a stick. Where do you wish to go? Home. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's lovely, but. It's just not like I've talked about Amstrad here before. Yeah. And like that. Yeah, immediate nostalgia, obviously. This is more like it's locked up somewhere in there. I genuinely think I was too young for all this. But it's the fact that this survived, that so many of these survived, and survived school kids whacking on this keyboard and hitting everything as fast as they could. And girls, at some point, the naughty kid in the class will have just smashed that with this.
Yeah. It's quite funny when you look at the design of the BBC Micro. You haven't got it on yours. So just to the left of your keyboard, you've got that little thing. On this one here, it's just it literally is a punch out thing in the thing. So you can press that. If I press it hard enough.
Hello, you absolute legends. Well, they are back at it again. The biggest conmen in video game history have filed even more lawsuits in retaliation for their fake scores being removed. By now, you're almost certainly all familiar with Billy Mitchell, the disgraced Donkey Kong player and star of King of Kong, who was exposed as cheating in many of his records. I've already covered his current lawsuits against Twin Galaxies in previous videos, and he has now filed a $100,000 lawsuit against the current Pac-Man world champion, David Race. The reason for this lawsuit will blow your mind with its stupidity, and we will take a look at it later in the video. The list of victims that have been attacked by Mitchell through the legal system continues to grow, and he is utterly out of control. Considering the damage Mitchell has caused so far, I actually think I've been pretty restrained in my coverage, but now things are getting a bit too ridiculous. The man is trying to ruin lives, and I'm now of the opinion he is legitimately evil, and hopefully something can be done to stop him soon. But perhaps one of the more shocking developments is a new lawsuit from none other than Todd Rogers. In 2019, I released a video called The Longest Con in Video Game History, which outlined the story behind his Dragster world record. In a nutshell, Rogers claims to have the longest world record in video game history, which later turned out to be completely impossible. But Dragster wasn't his only impossible claim. Rogers submitted thousands of scores to Twin Galaxies, with absolutely zero evidence to support any of them. Over the years, many of his scores were proven to be physically impossible. Alongside Mitchell, Rogers was also banned from Twin Galaxies after an extensive investigation into his scores. While he always denied he was lying about his accomplishments, Rogers never appeared to be as villainous as Mitchell, as he seems to just slip away into the darkness, never to be seen again. But he has come roaring back, and wants to prove to the world that he is just as big a scumbag as Mitchell. He has now filed a $500,000 defamation lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, Guinness World Records, and Jace Hall, the current owner of Twin Galaxies. I am honestly clueless as to what he expects to happen here. Rogers' claimed scores have been thoroughly proven to be impossible by many independent experts. It's plainly obvious that this lawsuit will go nowhere, and I don't think he quite understands what the repercussions are when he ultimately loses. In any case, this lawsuit is arguably more insane than Mitchell's, and in this video we are going to learn why. So please, buckle up, because the deeper this rabbit hole goes, the weirder it gets. I hope you enjoy. Now, legends, if you want to become legitimately good at something, unlike the subjects of this video, you can think of, and you'll learn a Skillshare is creativity. Even Mitchell, while being a part of the same clique, will take advantage of this subscription, will get 30% off an annual premium membership, so you can explore your creativity. Even if you've already had a free trial, you can still take advantage of this offer to get a full year of unlimited learning. Todd Rogers is the antithesis of Billy Mitchell. While being a part of the same clique, he never achieved the same kind of fame that the star of the King of Kong experienced. Rogers is a far less marketable figure, and though he did appear in the documentary Chasing Ghosts, it was more or less to demonstrate how much of a shamble his life had become since his glory days of gaming back in the 80s. Compare that to Mitchell's appearance in the same documentary, where he attempts to flaunt his apparent rockstar lifestyle. Todd does not exude success, but in the relatively niche world of retro video game high scores, he was a celebrity, and would often be seen tagging along with Mitchell to various video game exhibitions. Apparently, event organizers even paid him to show up. I doubt the compensation was substantial, but who could complain about getting paid to attend a video game convention? Rogers was most known for his Dragster world record, and I'm sure you've all heard the story by now. His claimed score of 5.51 seconds was proven to be physically impossible. There is literally no way a score that fast could ever be attained. It's simply prevented by the game's code. This was demonstrably shown by multiple multiple independent parties, and there is just no doubt to their conclusions. Once the first domino fell, it was game over for Rogers, as more and more of his scores were shown to be absolutely impossible to achieve. On the 29th of January 2018, Rogers was officially banned from Twin Galaxies, and the decision summary outlines two main concerns that led to that decision. The first was the agreement of results from numerous parties confirming that 5.51 seconds is not an achievable score. The second was referee testimony that seemed to confirm that Rogers had a history of entering many of his own scores. Guinness would follow up this decision by also stripping Rogers of his award for the longest standing video game record, and posting a small blurb in their Next Gamers edition, which said that Twin Galaxies confirmed the time was not technically possible. Fast forward to 2021, and Todd Rogers has lawyered up and filed a $500,000 defamation lawsuit against Spectrum Business Ventures, who were the previous owners of Twin Galaxies, Guinness World Records, and Jace Hall, who is the current custodian of Twin Galaxies. Whoa. Wait a minute. Todd Todgers? You can't be serious. Did he really misspell his own name? You might think this is fake, but I've pulled this document directly from the Florida courts. Todd really did misspell his own name in the lawsuit filing. Definitely not off to a great start. The case laid out in his filing is very poorly written and lacks the fundamental basics required for a successful defamation claim. For example, the first most obvious inclusion to this kind of legal action would be the specific defamatory statements themselves. However, this filing doesn't include any. It does state that Todgers has suffered significant loss of reputation due to statements on social media by SBV, but no examples are provided, likely because they don't actually exist. It states that Twin Galaxies posted an article entitled "Twin Galaxies Drags to Dispute Concludes with the Banning of Todd Rogers," but again, it fails to disclose what the defamatory statements were. I can only conclude that this is because the article did not include any defamatory statements. If you read the article yourself, you'd be inclined to agree. Out of the three defendants, Guinness is the only one that sees one of their statements included. Todgers provides a snippet from the Gamers edition where they explain that Twin Galaxies informed them that 5.51 wasn't technically possible, so they removed his award. An important thing to remember about defamation suits is that truth is an absolute defense, meaning that if the statement is factually accurate, there is simply no case against it. Everything in this paragraph is verifiably true. Twin Galaxies did notify Guinness that 5.51 wasn't technically possible. There is nothing here that is even remotely false. Given the fact that Guinness only repeated what Twin Galaxies told them, I really don't see a case here. I'm guessing this is just another attempt at strong-arming them into giving him back his record, which is exactly what happened when Billy Mitchell threatened to sue them back in 2019. Suing Twin Galaxies is especially egregious, though, when you realize just how far they went in order to help Todgers clear his name. The initial spark that led to the entire investigation of Todd's Dragster record was the findings of OmniGamer, who just assembled the code and calculated the best possible time as 5.57. He also created a spreadsheet which mimics the game perfectly, so you could just manually place inputs at which frames you like, and it would immediately tell you the result of the race. Over the next 6 months, multiple independent parties would also do their own analysis of the game's code and confirm that 5.51 wasn't possible. They also rigorously compared OmniGamer's spreadsheet against actual hardware and found that it was a perfect match. Essentially, all technical analysis of this problem resulted in the same outcome. Todd's score is just not achievable. However, Twin Galaxies didn't want to just take the word of relatively unknown figures on the internet. They wanted to hire an expert to validate the findings, so they paid for the help of Ben Heck, a well-known console modder and computer engineer. Ben made a couple of videos covering the investigation and openly stated that he was asked to do so by Twin Galaxies. Not only this, but Twin Galaxies flew Todgers first class to appear with Ben Heck and allow himself to prove his innocence. In total, they spent $10,000 on this. And again, this was purely to try to help Todgers clear his name, as extensive testing had all but confirmed that his record was not possible. Ben Heck's testing showed that OmniGamer's spreadsheet was accurate, and Todd failed miserably in showing that better than 5.51 was achievable. In fact, even though he could manually enter any input he wanted, he couldn't even get close. It was clear that his understanding of the game fell well short of the experts who had already chimed in with their conclusions. So it's pretty incredible that after this calculator of the unknown figures on the internet, they wanted to hire an expert to validate the findings. So they paid for the help of Ben Heck, a well-known console modder and computer engineer. Ben made a couple of videos covering the investigation, and openly stated that he was asked to do so by Twin Galaxies. Not only this, but Twin Galaxies flew Todgers first class to appear with Ben Heck and allow himself to prove his innocence. In total, they spent $10,000 on this. And again, this was purely to try to help Todgers clear his name, as extensive testing had all but confirmed that his record was not possible. Ben Heck's testing showed that OmniGamer spreadsheet first indicated that he was asked to do so by Twin. Wanted to hire an expert to validate the findings, so they paid for the help of Ben Heck, a well-known console modder and computer engineer. Ben made a couple of videos covering the investigation, and openly stated that he was asked to do so by Twin Galaxies. Not only this, but Twin Galaxies flew Todgers first class to appear with Ben Heck and allow himself to prove his innocence. In total, they spent $10,000 on this. And again, this was purely to try to help Todgers clear his name, as extensive testing had all but confirmed that his record was not possible. Ben Heck's testing showed that OmniGamer's spreadsheet was accurate, and Todd failed miserably in showing that better than 5.51 was achievable. In fact, even though he could manually enter any input he wanted, he couldn't even get close. It was clear that his understanding of the game fell well short of the experts who had already chimed in with their conclusions. So it's pretty incredible that after spending 6 months investigating and thousands of dollars on expert analysis, Twin Galaxies is now being sued by the very person they were trying to help. Todgers claims that Twin Galaxies posted their article in order to bring traffic to the website, and that they made over $1 million from it. Man, if exposing a has-been gamer that literally no one outside of the retro video game high school community has ever heard of can earn you $1 million, where do I sign up? This claim is obviously
ridiculous, and Tosys Twin Galaxies is now being sued by the very person they were trying to help. Todges claims that Twin Galaxies posted their article in order to bring traffic to the website, and that they made over $1 million from it. Man, if exposing a has-been gamer that literally no one outside of the retro video game high score community has ever heard of can earn you $1 million, where do I sign up? This claim is obviously ridiculous, and just goes to show how big of an ego he has that he thinks he is this important. The reality is that Twin Galaxies doesn't earn money from its website. It doesn't even run ads. In fact, it doesn't really earn money at all. The simple truth is that the owner of Twin Galaxies, Jace Hall, just wanted to know if the scores were possible, and when the evidence said they weren't, he banned the player. There really isn't much more to it than that. I previously said that Billy Mitchell's lawsuit against Twin Galaxies was the dumbest in video game history, but Todd's might be just a bit dumber. Unlike Mitchell, Todges has literally no videos of any of his high scores, nor were any of them ever publicly achieved. He claims he has witnesses, but none of them ever step forward because they are imaginary. The moment this is seen by a judge, Todd will be destroyed, and I am very much looking forward to it. Now on to everyone's favorite villain, Billy Mitchell, who has filed a new lawsuit against the world's best Pac-Man player David Race. Race holds the record for the fastest ever perfect completion of Pac-Man, attaining the maximum score possible in 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. When the Donkey Kong scandal first began taking shape, Race was an avid Mitchell supporter, and would often write lengthy Facebook posts defending him. Mitchell took notice of this and got in touch with Race, allowing him to be part of Billy's team that was trying to disprove the cheating allegations. Race would ultimately spend months testing the exact hardware Mitchell supposedly used to create his scores. Mitchell even provided the exact arcade board that he claimed to have used. It was originally David's intent to prove Mitchell's innocence, but alas, the more he investigated, the more he realized that Mitchell's story couldn't be true. There is just no way the footage of the scores could ever be replicated on original arcade hardware. Despite the tests concluding that Mitchell's tapes were not from a Donkey Kong arcade, David still felt that there were other possible explanations for the discrepancy, such as video editing or tampering with the tapes. Perhaps someone who wanted to frame Mitchell devised a genius scheme. However, this theory was also debunked when an MTV video from 2006 showed Mitchell's score before anyone else had access to it, which also showed all of the hallmarks of emulation. In the end, David couldn't help but agree with the assertions that had already been made. Mitchell's performances were not produced from an original arcade, and there is just no way the tapes that Twin Galaxies possess were tampered with. But this didn't stop Mitchell from taking some of David's earlier comments and using them out of context to try to support his own claims. Mitchell's evidence package asserts that Race believes the technical analysis was inconclusive, but his current opinion couldn't be further from this, now that all of the facts have been presented. After David's comments were misconstrued by Mitchell in the Twin Galaxies lawsuit, David began providing testimony in defense of Twin Galaxies. In his sworn testimony, he states clearly, "It is my opinion that the video game recordings of the disputed score performances cannot have come from an original, unmodified Donkey Kong PCB." This began a tangential war between Mitchell and Race in the lawsuit, with Mitchell claiming that Race gave a fraudulent declaration in an effort to seek revenge. As is always the case, Mitchell paints anyone who thinks he cheated as just having a vendetta against him. It can never simply be that they examined evidence and came to the only reasonable conclusion. This epic side battle is far too involved for me to break down in complete detail, but the crux of the matter is that David ended up releasing a recording of a phone conversation between him and Mitchell. In this conversation, Mitchell explains to Race a scheme to create a new videotape and claim it as the recording of one of his disputed scores. More specifically, the score of 1,062,800, which to date does not have a full public video. This conversation was entered into evidence to both show the deceiving nature of Mitchell and to illustrate how close the two men were. It is this exact recording that has landed David on the receiving end of a $100,000 lawsuit. Mitchell is claiming that it was illegal for David to record the conversation, but unfortunately for him, David resides in Ohio, which is where the call was recorded. Ohio is a one-party state, meaning that it is perfectly legal to record a conversation if you are one of the parties involved. Mitchell claims that because he called David from Florida, which is a two-party state, David should be subject to Florida law, which just isn't how if David landed David on the receiving end of a $100,000 lawsuit. Mitchell is claiming that it was illegal for David to record the conversation, but unfortunately for him, David resides in Ohio, which is where the call was recorded. Ohio is a one-party state, meaning that it is perfectly legal to record a conversation if you are one of the parties involved. Mitchell claims that because he called David from Florida, which is a two-party state, David should be subject to Florida law, which just isn't how it works. Mitchell's filing even admits David was in Ohio at the time. Aside from the ridiculousness of the main claim, the filing contains insane lies that are plucked out of thin air. For example, it claims that after first meeting Mitchell in 2010, David Race then joined the Pac-Man community to pursue his own high scores in the footsteps of Mitchell. But David was already the best Pac-Man player in the world by the time they met. In 2009, he already held the record for end of thin air. For example, it claims that after first meeting Mitchell in 2010, David Race then joined the Pac-Man community to pursue his own high scores in the footsteps of Mitchell. But David was already the best Pac-Man player in the world by the time they met. In 2009, he already held the record for the fastest ever perfect completion. Trust me, I've studied all of Mitchell's lawsuits. There are so many crazy lies, it really boggles the mind. He has absolutely no inhibitions about constructing fake stories that are incredibly easy to disprove. I am personally of the opinion that this new lawsuit is just another attack on someone that Mitchell wants to hurt for speaking out against him. Now, let's do a quick rundown of all of the current legal action Mitchell is taking. He is suing Twin Galaxies in California for $1 million for removing his high scores and saying they weren't achieved on original hardware. He also filed a $10 million lawsuit against them in Florida. He is suing Jeremy Young for $1 million, who was the person who originally declared that Mitchell's tapes were performed on emulator. He filed a $2 million lawsuit against Jeff Harris, who owned and runs Donkey Kong Forum. This is the official Donkey Kong High Score leaderboard that all of the top players use. They are being sued for removing his scores and allowing posts outlining the evidence that Mitchell cheated. He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with apologies that Mitchell cheated. He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell is deeply in debt about Mitchell Apollo's. Mitchell cheat being sued for a mutual certificate that Mitchell's tapes were performed on emulator. He filed a $2 million lawsuit against Jeff Harris, who owns and runs Donkey Kong Forum. This is the official Donkey Kong High Score leaderboard that all of the top players use. They are being sued for removing his scores and allowing posts outlining the evidence that Mitchell cheated. He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress. Mitchell threatened to sue Guinness World Records, causing them to cave in and reinstate his fake scores. He also hired a lawyer in Australia and threatened to sue me, trying to extort me for $150,000. In all likelihood, if he is not stopped, he probably will sue me eventually. And now, of course, he is suing David Race for exposing him and helping Twin Galaxies with their lawsuit. It's really important to remember that Mitchell has never had a lawsuit actually go the distance and result in his favor. In the past, people would get too scared and comply, until he went up against the new owner of Twin Galaxies, Jace Hall, who is anything but a pushover. The only lawsuit that actually ended in a judgment was Mitchell's lawsuit against Cartoon Network, which he hilariously lost. And trust me, he's going to lose every single lawsuit from here on out. People are fed up with being pushed around, and they are beginning to fight back. Unfortunately, fighting requires money, which is why I have launched a GoFundMe to support victims of Billy Mitchell's frivolous lawsuits. Money is really important for two main reasons. The first is that we can provide good quality lawyers to ensure that the lawsuits are defended successfully in a swift manner. Secondly, lawsuits are extremely stressful, and any support will go a long way to help the victims deal with these attacks in good spirits. The priority at the moment will be to help David Race, Jeremy Young, and Jeff Harris. Any surplus surplus funds will be used to aid Twin Galaxies in their defense, or to help myself if Mitchell takes action against me. I really also want to give back to supporters, so backers will gain access to regular video updates that I will provide, going far more in depth into the status of all of these lawsuits. If you have any other suggestions about ways I can add value, or ways you think we can help, please let me know. All of Billy Mitchell's victims are just huge fans of competitive gaming. They have devoted their lives to it, and are just doing their best to ensure that fraudsters like Mitchell are removed from the community. They don't deserve this at all. And although it might take a little bit of time, patience, and money, Billy Mitchell will be stopped, and he will be forced to face the consequences of his actions. Remember, when he does ultimately lose, he will need to pay back every single penny that was spent defending against his frivolous lawsuits. I really, really do appreciate all of the help. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
It will push out, and that's where a ROM
Hello, everyone. It has been confirmed that Apollo Legends has ended his life, and I feel like I'm going to get some people asking me why.
Today's video is brought to
Why I was mentioned in any capacity with this situation. So 2 years ago, almost to the day, as it turns out, I made a video about something Apollo Legend did. I had 2,600 subscribers. He had almost 200,000. But I was so disgusted by a video where he came out criticizing a charity organization for disassociating with a white supremacist, white nationalist. Not only did he criticize the charity for disassociating with this person, but he did not inform his audience of the evidence that led to this conclusion, and so presented it as if, oh, you know, people just calling this person names, it's nothing really. When in reality, like, years of logs from this Discord were released talking about the inferiority of blacks, how the Jews and everything, you know, if we should have a white society and whatnot. It was not that garbage you see on Twitter where everyone calls everyone an outsider saying this person was legitimately a white supremacist, white nationalist, depending on what term you want to use. I found this so disgusting, and a lot of people did. There were a lot of comments calling him out for this. There were also an amazing amount of comments saying this person did nothing wrong, Apollo did nothing wrong. And so as small as a content creator as I was, I sat on stream that day, wrote a script, explained how horrendous I find these actions to be. Since that day, Apollo Legends never acknowledged to any significant degree this criticism. And over the time since that video, just more and more amazingly hate-filled, disgusting comments continued to dominate that video until he unlisted it. I don't know how long, maybe 6 months. Even when my video released, it had something like only like a 65% like ratio. So bombarded was I with Apollo Legends and the people who thought like him and the person who he was trying to defend. So for the next year and a half, I had never heard Apollo Legend acknowledge that I existed at all. I had never spoken to him. I had not acknowledged him since. But 6 months ago, someone who I care about deeply killed themselves. For those who were there around the time, you would know how much I was affected by Red Fool's death. But the next year and a half, I had never heard Apollo Legend acknowledge that I existed at all. I had never spoken to him. I had not acknowledged him since. But 6 months ago, someone who I cared about deeply killed themselves. For those who were there around the time, you would know how much I was affected by Red Fool's death and how long I took off streaming, which is very unusual for me, as you probably know, just because I didn't want to face people talking about it or asking me about it. Redfall and I were very alike. I saw him often as being a more extreme version of myself, my flaws and my positives. You never really know a content creator, but in my dark times, I took solace. Knowing Redfall was out there succeeding, despite his problems, made me believe I could too. So when he killed himself, obviously that affected me a lot. So how does this relate to Apollo Legends? 6 months ago, we had our second ever interaction when, just after I saw on Twitter that I need time off, I need to cool down, I need to get away from it all because of Red Fool's suicide, Apollo decides to flame me on Twitter, call me out because someone told him that I had committed a heinous crime. Was there any evidence of this? Did he ask me about it? Did he talk about it? No. He presented this insane narrative that I was using this other guy's work and I was refusing to pay him, called me a cheat, a dishonest person, said people like me should be shown to the public. All my anger and sadness came out in the level of disgust that I had that he would attack me at that point, at my weakest moments. So I made videos showing that what he was saying was wrong, that he lied, that he at least very least misled. $33 to flame me on fucking Twitter, to get himself involved in what isn't even drama, because it happened like a week ago that this guy thought he deserved $33, despite not completing the work. It was a non-story. But Apollo Legend had passionately hated me for a year and a half because I called him out for defending a white supremacist, or at the very least, not allowing his audience to see the evidence of why this person was disassociated with the charity. He's hated me since then. So I pointed out that what Apollo was doing was scummy, and my language was very over the top, understandable given the suffering that I was going through, that Apollo seemed incredibly indifferent about. But why am I telling you this all now? That was 6 months ago. How could that be relevant now to Apollo Legends' suicide? Apollo Legends released a video where he talked about the issues that he was going through, his physical, mental issues in and out of hospital, the money he owes in regards to taxes. While he said in the video that no online petty stuff was the reason why he did what he did, he took that one last moment to write a description of the video where he said, "Thanks Dark Viper and EasyScape for giving me the push that I needed." And he thanked Keemstar for being a good friend. That certainly sounds like the Apollo legend that I came to know, in the small way that I knew him over the past 2 years. Of course, understandably, my videos will now receive endless amounts of dislikes, hate-filled comments, as I imagine Easy will as well. It is never a good thing when a person takes their own life before their time. I know what it's like to have someone you care about take their own life. If you had positive experience with the Apollo legend and you are now feeling the hurt, similar hurt to what I felt when Redford died, I pity you. I'm sorry for that. His family as well, I'm sorry for your loss. I would not wish upon anyone alive so full of sadness, problems that you feel like you can't overcome, but you take your own life. It's a terrible thing. I can sincerely say that I wish Apollo had found happiness and health in life. In my darkest moments in my life, I would always say to myself, my goal is to be happy, not dead. I can't be happy when I'm dead. Life can always get better. There are happy people out there. If they can be happy, you can too, you know?
It's crazy, man. So, I really don't want to record this video, but I know that I have to. This is my final video, and this is the end of my life. Now, I know this is going to be kind of shocking for some people, and so that's why I'm recording this video, to hopefully explain to you guys why this happened as best as I can. Some people, this is to record this video, but I know that I have to. It's crazy, man. So, I really don't want to record this video, but I know that I have to. This is my final video, and this is the end of my life. Now, I know this is going to be kind of shocking for some people, and so that's why I'm recording this video, to hopefully explain to you guys why this happened as best as I can. What you guys have to understand is that for really my whole life, I've had to deal with serious physical illness, serious mental illness, as well as some pretty terrible past experiences. And it's finally hit me where I've realized that this is not something that is going to go away. You know, people say go get help like it's just something you do. You just like walk through a door and you go, "Hi, I'm here for the help." It's not how it works, at least not for me. I have gone to doctors, I have done lots of research about nutrition and exercise, and I've been put on different medications. I've been taking 4 different medications for about a year now. I still continue to get worse, and that's just how it is. It's finally clicked where I've realized, because I would kind of like zigzag up and down my whole life, where I would learn something about nutrition or whatever, and then I'd start feeling better, but then I would always crash back down even lower. And it's finally registered where I finally realized this is not something that's gonna get better. This is not something that I mean, it's not even just one thing. We're talking multiple serious conditions that cannot be cured. Not only can they not be cured, they're gonna keep getting worse my whole life. And it's to the point where I'm gonna end up in a hospital pretty soon. And I hate hospitals. I'm not gonna do that. I would rather just leave while I still have some dignity. I mean, my quality of life is like completely gone. It's really bad. It's really bad. I'm not gonna go into each individual thing, but it's like, you go down the list of things, it's actually kind of funny because it's like so terrible. Like, I look at it, I'm like, how is that even possible? And so that's really why I'm making the video, because I know people are gonna feel bad. People are gonna feel guilty. I know that this is gonna be probably the most damaging thing I've ever done, which is not how I want to go out. And that's why I've stuck around for so long. I would have left a lot earlier, except I know that this will hurt people, and that's why I really tried to stick around and figure it out. I really did. This isn't... Yeah, I don't know what else. I don't know what else to do. But I just want people to understand this doesn't have to do with a lack of love. Lots of people love me. More people love me probably than, I have more people who love me probably than most people. So I have nothing to complain about there. Most people have been very kind to me. Yeah, even though I feel like I kind of got screwed on several fronts, on the whole, people have been very nice to me, and so I have to be thankful for that. And this has nothing to do with you. This isn't... I don't want people thinking that, oh, maybe if I had called him, he'd still be here. It would not have made any difference. I have lots of people constantly reaching out to me. Lots of friends, family. That's not the problem. And I'm not doing this because of the stupid people online, who constantly go after me. That comes with the territory. I understand that. Even though it did get to me for a while, I forgot. The only reason I had success on YouTube to begin with was because I stopped caring what people thought. And then somewhere along the line, I started caring again. But I guess I just needed to be reminded not to care. That's no reason to make a decision like this. I know that. And so this doesn't have to do with them. This doesn't have to do with anyone really, except for me. So there's really nothing I can say except I'm sorry and thank you for everything you've done for me. If you want to do anything, this is the worst. I feel the worst about this, but if you want to do anything for me, consider giving my family $1, because I have unpaid taxes, which I feel terrible about, because I know that's gonna go to my family. But I just cannot. I told myself I gotta at least do that before I leave, right? I can't leave my family with taxes, but I can't even. My mind and body are broken. I'm constantly in pain. In several different ways. I'm completely dysfunctional and it's getting worse. I just can't do it. I'm out. I have nothing left to give. There's whatever willpower I had is all gone. I'm just empty. And so I'm really sorry about that. If you have $1 to give, I know not a lot of people have extra money right now, but if you can give $1 to my family, they would really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be other, costs as well. I'm gonna give my YouTube channel to my family, but I'm also gonna give I'm gonna have them give the password to Tom the Bomb and Glad Jonas, if you guys don't mind. Just because I just don't want people thinking now that I'm gone it's like a free-for-all and you can just file whatever nonsense copyright claim or whatever else. So if you guys don't mind just having the account in case something happens. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you all so much, really, truly. I love you all. If you want to do anything else for me, just tell someone you love them. Tell one person. That really is the greatest gift you can give me. I think I'll end it there. Yeah. I love you all, and I'll see you on the other side. There's been a lot of discussion about cheating in speedrunning recently. I did some research and was really surprised by not only how easy it is, but by the number of people who have been caught. I'd like to give a giant thanks to everyone who's helped expose these faked runs. All resources referenced in this video will be linked in the description, and I highly suggest you go check them out for yourselves if you want more detailed explanations of what I'm about to go over. Now without further ado, here are 10 speedrunners who were caught cheating. Todd Rogers is the first ever paid pro gamer, joining the US national video game team in 1986. He's known for holding many video game records, including the high score for Centipede. His most controversial record is a time of 5.51 in Dragster, a game for the Atari 2600, which he set all the way back in 1982 and is yet to be tied to this day. This time was verified by a referee. There is no video of this record. This time was especially impressive because the developer's simulated fastest time was a 5.54 and the fastest tool-assisted speedrun is only a 5.57. Todd claims he achieved this time by shifting into second gear before the race even started, which doesn't seem to be possible. OmniGamer decided to look into the validity of this run. He looked through each line of code in the game, and from this he created a spreadsheet which shows all possible times you can get. He found that there is no way you could possibly get a 5.51 during normal play. I reached out to Todd and he told me OmniGamer was using incorrect numbers, but didn't elaborate further. When I asked if he'd be willing to do an interview, he stopped responding. In an interview with Kotaku, he wrote, "If he's basing his spreadsheets and shifting on one particular pattern, then that's pretty ignorant and closed-minded, because you're not factoring in the human element of how the game would respond." A formal dispute has now been filed on the Twin Galaxies website, and it's believed by many this time is not legitimate. If you watch this clip of Todd playing Dragster recently, he doesn't seem like the most honest guy.
That was a bad game. Now the camera's showing and I'm doing miserable with it. It's really strange because like when people do interviews or media, it's like I can't get below 5.84% or 5.81% strange reasons. You know what? This stick is really sensitive too here. I'm pressing to the left and it's not shifting.
But this is the smoking gun in my opinion. Todd made this post on an Atari message board claiming to have gotten a 5.54, which isn't possible. I imported the photo into Photoshop to take a closer look. You can see this entire picture has this clear checkerboard pattern. Here's a close-up. Now let's take a look at the numbers. You can see the checkerboard pattern on all sides of the 5.54, but the 5.54 itself looks completely different than the rest of the photo. Looking at the 4, you can see the same exact thing. And just to be 100% certain, I took a look at the numbers for player 2 at the bottom of the screen, and sure enough, you can see the checkerboard pattern is present. I can say with certainty that Todd doctored this photo to claim he'd gotten a 5.54, and if he's willing to doctor evidence, he'd be willing to lie about getting a 5.51. Earlier this year, Retro made a really good video about cheating, and I suggest you go check it out. During this video, he talks about Akikon and White Eris, who were both caught splicing 16-star runs. They were both caught because of edits you could find in the audio, but these are not the runs I want to talk about. Retro's video got hundreds of thousands of views, so this topic was fresh on a lot of people's minds. Shortly after Retro made this video, Cheese got his 139 and 120 star, and someone by the name of Holy Moly left this comment on his video. "Yeah, baby, you can play like TAS. Very impressive. Back in 2004, I held the 16-star world record for several years. Holy moly." A prominent Mario runner, Gothic Logic, saw this comment and decided to do some digging. He found the run he was looking for, and when he analyzed the audio in Audacity using the spectrogram display, he found the exact same blatant splices in the audio file that White Eris and Akikon had been exposed for years ago. This one cracks me up because he had gone away with this for nearly 12 years. No one would have ever questioned him if he had just shut up, but no, he had to go around and randomly brag about his fake time on someone else's video. The videos are still up, but now everyone knows this run is fake. There was a time when TSA was one of the most respected Zelda speedrunners. I found runs of his dating all the way back to 2004 when almost no one had any idea what speedrunning was. But in 2011, it was exposed that many of his speedruns were not in fact single segment runs like he had said, but instead segments spliced together. I was able to find one of these runs, his Ocarina of Time any percent run, in 5 hours and 4 minutes. When you pause in this game, it will remember which screen you looked at last, so when you pause again later, you'll be looking at the same screen. But if you reset your game to attempt a segment over and over, the pause menu will no longer line up with where you paused last. This is what exposed TSA's runs as splices and not the single segment runs they claim to be. There were also some pretty clear cuts that anyone could notice just by watching the run. TSA responded to the accusations on the SDA forums, which I'll now read a portion of. "I did not cheat at speedrunning or fake runs ever. I had to listen to a bunch of Zelda speedrunners explain how my item drops and other inconsistencies prove I used what they called splicing and save and quit to make what amounts to a segmented run masking as a single segment. This is not true, and I'm going to give you the full explanation of why this is so. As I explained to Radix 6+ years ago, back then I did not have a good PC or capture card. I could not capture beyond a certain time limit. Too many of my runs would end because of a capture issue, and I was fed up. Yes, I could have used VHS or DVD, but I was convinced by SDA people back then that capture cards were the way to go. So just throwing SDA under the bus for no reason. Before I ever submitted to SDA, I submitted all my runs to VHS and cam on Twin Galaxies. No way I could have cheated with the setup they required. It was all in one capture, on tape, with cam footage to prove I played the game. My capture problems led me to ask Radix about a solution, which was allowed by him. It was to allow me to capture my runs in chunks. However, I would do multiple runs at a time, and this is where it gets good. And despite my best efforts, I now know segments from different attempts made it into the submission files to Radix. So somehow, even though he was trying his hardest, different segments just got mixed up and submitted as one run on accident. You can easily say that this means I picked the best segments and constructed better runs, and that is exactly what I'm saying. Ultimately, his runs were removed, and he quit speedrunning completely. In 2014, a runner named Goron Guy was caught faking a 100% run of Majora's Mask. This really surprised me not because he would try to cheat, but because of how terrible of an attempt this was. All he did was make up fake splits and then start his stream right near the end of the run. Another runner named Thiefbug called him out pretty much immediately, and Goron Guy admitted it was true. He wrote a Pasteman in response in which he really never apologized and made a bunch of excuses for what he had done. This prompted a lot of criticism from the wider speedrunning community. He still streams consistently, and the good news is he hasn't cheated again to my knowledge, and after what he went through, I doubt he ever will. Frigate Secret Agent is possibly the most frustrating run in GoldenEye. There are 4 objectives you must complete, with objective A being rescue hostages. Freeing the hostages isn't enough, they need to be freed and escape off the boat. The issue with this is hostages run around the boat randomly and almost never escape fast enough for a world record run with all objectives completed. At the beginning of 2011, the untied record for the run was 1 minute 1 second, until a runner named Henning posted a time of 1 minute flat. The issue with this run, right here, as the level goes to fade out, Bond puts away the Phantom, but when entering the boat unarmed, he will always put away the PP7. This was evidence of a spliced end screen, and after examining more of his runs, it turned out he had cheated repeatedly for years. This led to Henning being permanently banned from the Elite and having all his times removed. Staying on the topic of GoldenEye, I spoke with another dirty cheater, our White Goose. Out of all the runners I reached out to, he was the only one willing to do an interview, so I thank you for your openness. Here's what he had to say about his fake runs.
Yeah, so I made them all at once. It was like November 2007. 2 Unfrigate 00. So there was first a 110, and then once I had it faked, I'm like, oh, let's go all the way into a 107 untied world record. There was a 101 Secret Agent, so it was 2 untied, and then Frigate Agent 23, which is like a multi-tied record. And the thing with Frigate is like it's the level to fake because a completed run looks the same as a failed run, right? You get to the end, you hop in the boat, you hope the hostage escapes as you were exiting the boat, and you splice on the cutscene and watch it fade out. Yeah, what I could have done is GameShark it, waited at the boat, jumped into 107 with all objectives complete, and now I have like a viable 107 end screen that I can use to edit. I mean, this is 10 years ago. Editing isn't as good either. I was too lazy. Just like found the number 7 on the end screen somewhere else, and I just like shopped it over the last digit, you know, and then I just mimicked the because the thing with GoldenEye that makes it a little bit easier is that it'll always say best time. It'll say the time of the run, time, and then best time. So if I did get a legit 107 fail, I could just copy paste that portion of the end screen onto the best time part and make it look legit, right? So that's all I did, and I did that for all, that was my standard practice for all of them. It was like the end screen obviously was static, right? So nowadays people do a lot of like movement on the end screen, not necessarily to prove it's not fake. But that's kind of where it stemmed from. To like it was kind of like a show of like, oh look, I can move my cursor on the end screen. It's clearly not a shopped end screen. At the time, the moderators and admin were the guys. I always talk with these guys, Endgamer and Connoisseur, who like really didn't care about GoldenEye, didn't care about the rankings. They just wanted to, like, they were kind of hoping the site was gonna die, and they would just kind of have it hang out to watch NFL and play poker and that kind of stuff. And that's actually part of the reason why I made the fakes, because I wanted to like motivate people to like take action and like kind of make rules and stuff, because they weren't gonna do it any other way. So I had to kind of play devil's advocate and take drastic action. Eventually, after like, you know, weeks of a firestorm in the forums, I think in a poll that was like, oh, what should we do with Goose? Should we ban him? I think my times page was frozen for like a month or two, and I kind of took 2 or 3 months off of GoldenEye. And then when I came back in late January or so, I posted like a legit untied record. And I wouldn't say all was forgiven, but we moved on from there. Yeah.
Chibi is best known for his couch commentary at SGDQ 2014, but he also has a decent sized following of his own on Twitch. During 2015, he started speedrunning Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Here, you can do a frame perfect jump to make it onto this ledge, which saves a significant amount of time. To perform the skip with a normal jump, you need to enter the fight at the exact peak of Mario's jump. If you're off by 1 frame, this will not work. If you watch Chibi's first jump, you can see he loses a little bit of height before entering the fight. That means there's no way he could possibly get the skip at this point. But Chibi had used an action replay to give his jump extra height, so even with the lost height, he was still able to make it onto the ledge. An expert in the game, Tas Maleo, was watching in chat and knew something wasn't right, so he confronted Chibi, and he admitted to what he had done. Chibi later responded to this, and you can tell he's learned his lesson. I don't think Chibi's a bad guy, and this was just an honest mistake. Approximately 1 year ago, a user named Flying posted a San Andreas run with a time of 4 hours, 1 minute, and 13 seconds. Someone named KZ made a video showing how he used both splices and scripts during his run. If you guys want to watch his video, it will be in the description. Well, it's pretty easy to splice any game. Scripts are generally only used for PC games. What they allow you to do is run exact inputs so you can get perfect gameplay. This is similar to how people create tool-assisted speedruns, except they're mixed in with normal gameplay to make it look like a legitimate run. The most obvious evidence of scripts is during this section. Watch how quickly and perfectly he lines up his first few targets. It doesn't look like a human being moving a mouse at all. But if you have any doubts, look at the shots he fires a few seconds later when he turns the script off. Much more fluid, you can tell these shots were made by a human. And here you can see an obvious place. First, notice the time on the top right is 10:18 as he goes to save. He clicks save, then there are 3 frames where the game is fading back in. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. Notice the direction he's facing, and that the clock is still at 10:18. Now we go to the very next frame, and it's not even close. The slice is clear as day. I never found an official response from him, and he since disabled ratings and comments on his video, which is always a sign that someone is hiding something. Just a week ago, it was discovered that XOSDA's 2012 speedrun of Super Meat Boy in 1839 was spliced. This surprised many because this run stood for over a year right around when speedrunning was really taking off, so it was this run that inspired many of those who run Super Meat Boy today. Between level transitions, the bandage girl icon will appear in the lower left-hand side of the screen. Her arm animation runs on consistent 40 frame cycles. She holds her arms up for 20 frames and then down for 20 frames. Now the number of frames she stays on screen varies. For example, entering a level, you may only see her hold her hands down for 15 frames. That means the next time you see her, she'll hold her hands down for only 5 frames before putting her hands up again. When moderators discovered this, they made these tables analyzing many high-profile runs. This table shows data from the current top 5 runs. You can see all the values add up to 20 up and 20 down. Now if we look at EXO's run, you'll see it isn't close at all and clear evidence of tampering. Now let me read you his response. Back when I was running Super Meat Boy, my goal was to get published on SDA, which required footage that wasn't just a stream recording. However, I ran into a lot of trouble recording that footage with fraps. The main issue was that the game and the recording would freeze at random intervals for up to 10 seconds after some minutes due to the awful PC I had at the time. This led to me not being able to record full runs of the game I ended up working on almost every day for about a year in total. Restarting the recording mid-run wasn't an option, as that led to the game stopping as well, usually for even longer periods of time. After countless runs being ruined by these random freezes, I simply had enough and ended up stopping the game and fraps after every chapter just to be able to record a full run. As I was reading this, I noticed this was extremely similar to the excuse that TSA made years earlier, so I guess great minds think alike. As soon as I made a mistake that I felt was reset worthy, I stopped the recording and deleted the save game to start from the beginning. This is of course the critical part where you either believe me or you don't, and I don't. After this discovery, obviously EXO's run was removed, and all runs must now display the bandage girl icon in the corner of the screen. Alright, now with everything I've learned, I'm going to attempt something which may make some people mad. I'm going to make my own spliced run and see if I can get it verified on speedrun.com. I'm going to make a fake Ocarina of Time 80% run because it's short and easy. I've split the run up into different segments between each loading zone. I'm going to make sure there are no pause screen irregularities like with TSA's run. I've also kept careful track of my heart and rupee counts to make sure they stay consistent between segments. Okay, now I've recorded each segment I needed. This run's pretty bad for a spliced run in 1804. I just slapped this together quickly, but it's still better than anyone should be able to get for their first run. So I'm hoping this sets off a lot of red flags on a new account. I made one big mistake, and that is my left channel of audio went out during the recording of my final segment, so I condensed both audio channels down to 1. If anything gets me caught, it'll probably be this mistake, but I think I can still slip through. I've made sure each segment is spliced frame perfectly, so there should be no way to tell the run is fake from the video alone. Now I'm going to export the audio into Audacity, use the noise removal function to remove all the background hum. Now I'm going to re-import the audio and overlay my own uninterrupted mains hum to cover up any evidence of splicing the audio. Here's an example of a splice with no other editing, and here's what it looks like after using the noise removal and overlaying my own background hum. Now I'm going to export this whole clip and submit it to speedrun.com and see what happens. I was pleasantly surprised when I woke up this morning to see my run had been rejected for being too sketchy. I'm not really sure what that means, but they're not wrong, it is fake. I made the assumption they wouldn't scrutinize this run too thoroughly, but clearly I was wrong. So big props to the Ocarina of Time moderating team, and specifically Valiant Link for calling me out. At this point I feel kind of bad attempting this again since I already got shut down. I'll throw one more run together and see what happens. Alright, I made another run in 1837, this time without any audio issues, and the frame rate stayed consistent throughout the run, and it did get verified on the leaderboard, so there you go, I'm now a verified cheater. Even though I got shut down the first time, I do think my second run should be impossible to detect as a splice, and it really wasn't that hard, which makes me think with so many people who have already been caught, there are probably many more who haven't. The class were just smashed. Oh yeah, almost with the fist.
Greetings, and today is an LGR thing I'm covering largely as an excuse to immerse myself in it again. This is Empire Earth, developed by Stainless Steel Studios for Windows PCs and published by Sierra Online in 2001. And back then I was quite the fan of Microsoft's Age of Empires games by Ensemble Studios. I mean, I still am, but back then, dude, that series was my own personal messiah of real-time strategy games. So Empire Earth appealed immediately due to its aesthetic similarities, being a history-based RTS where you begin in an ancient era and progress through time by harvesting resources and researching new technology. Then once I learned development was helmed by Rick Goodman, one of the co-founders of Ensemble Studios and a lead designer on Age of Empires, I was 100% ready to give Empire Earth a chance. It certainly impressed on the packaging level with a large gatefold box flaunting its art assets and strategically quoted praises from the press. And inside it gets even better with an inner cardboard box holding an assortment of physical goodies, including a sizable technology tree that folds out to reveal a massive number of upgrades over 14 time periods, rightfully inviting comparisons to Sid Meier's Civilization in addition to Age of Empires. The box also contains a convenient quick reference card covering the game's dizzying number of hotkeys and shortcuts, and then there's the instruction manual, a 240-page opus of information with 15 chapters, multiple appendices, and craploads of subsections dutifully covering each individual facet of gameplay. Fantastic stuff. It's almost anticlimactic seeing that the entire game is packed onto a single CD-ROM holding less than 600 megabytes, but you know, the early 2000s. Speaking of which, you gotta love this ad for those classic Alienware Area 51s. It seems you got $100 off a Pentium 4 build. Not bad. And my copy in particular also came with this printout from the previous owner, revealing they had problems getting the game to run at all on their Dell Dimension 4300. Sarah's just like, yeah, shut down everything and check DirectX or whatever. Dude, what you gonna do? You got a Dell. Anyway, that's enough paperwork. Let's start up Empire Earth and explore 500,000 years of human history. It begins with the usual assortment of animated logos and intro cinematics, with the main video showing a leader throughout multiple periods in time, each having something going on with his right eye. This guy. Apparently, depth perception is not a requirement for military leadership, so that's encouraging. After this is the main menu with options for single-player, multiplayer, game tools, settings, and exit! Unfortunately, Empire Earth's official multiplayer lobbies were taken down years back, though there are still ways to play online through fan-made servers like neoee.net if that's your jam. But yeah, for this video, let's jump into the single-player, which admittedly looks a whole lot like Age of Empires. You're presented with choices for playing a random map, 4 campaigns, custom scenarios, save games, and learning things. That last one supplies new players with 8 tutorial maps guiding you step by step through the most important systems and strategies.
Citizens construct all the buildings and gather all the natural resources that are necessary for a civilization's survival and growth.
It's good stuff, with fully voiced narration and maps purpose-built to ensure that you don't get too far ahead of the tutorial by accident. However, if you've played Age of Empires or even like Command & Conquer or Warcraft, then you've already got a general idea of how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a base. You send out units to collect resources from the map, construct more units and buildings using those resources, and progress things by dedicating resources to upgrading tech, custom-made scenario, or the main campaign. In the core form, constructing like stuff with fully important campaigns, customs. But yeah, for this video, let's jump into the single player, which admittedly looks a whole lot like Age of Empires. You're presented with choices for playing a random map, 4 campaigns, custom scenarios, saved games, and learning things. That last one supplies new players with 8 tutorial maps guiding you step by step through the most important systems and strategies.
Citizens construct all the buildings and gather all the natural resources that are necessary for a civilization's survival and growth.
It's good stuff, with fully voiced narration and maps purpose-built to ensure that you don't get too far ahead of the tutorial by accident. However, if you've played Age of Empires or even like Command & Conquer or Warcraft, then you've already got a general idea of how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a base. You send out units to collect resources from the map, construct more units and buildings using those resources, and progress things by dedicating resources to upgrading tech. Custom-made scenario or the main campaign, the core formula changes little. What does change are the individual goals for each map, ranging from basic survival to building wonders to forging alliances to complete and total domination of everyone on the map. Personally, I prefer playing randomly generated maps and duking it out against AI players, even if the AI leaves a bit to be desired considering how much it tends to cheat. It's still an undeniably fun time for me. There's something sensationally appealing about beginning with a few basic units, an unseen map, and a massive tech tree just itching to be researched. No story, no waypoints, nothing getting in the way of me and my own individualized path towards real-time strategic world domination. And Empire Earth is a prime choice for that kind of gaming, with its mixture of world history and the game mechanics popularized by both Age of Empires and Sid Meier's Civilization. An art TS game where you're allowed to advance yourself so far ahead of the competition technologically is wildly captivating to me. Where the enemy is still floundering around in a prehistoric era while you're rolling up in a squadron of tanks, helicopter gunships, and atomic age bombers ready to nuke them back to the Stone Age. Except they were still technically in the Stone Age anyway, so you haven't really done much except glean some kind of twisted catharsis by way of technological overkill. Whatever, man, that stuff's precisely my brand of enjoyment. Taking real-life history and coming up with your own alternate timelines through gameplay, it's pretty much the best. And it's one of the biggest reasons I continually return to the classic AoE and Civ games again and again. But with those, you're stuck choosing between 2 very different approaches to the same idea. And that's where Empire Earth comes in. Let's start with the passage of time itself, which functions a bit more like Age of Empires than Civ, despite spanning 500,000 years. There are no individual years stated, but rather multiple ages to progress through, representing sections of history, referred to here as epochs. Each epoch provides the opportunity to utilize a distinct set of buildings, units, and technologies, and you progress to the next one by accumulating the proper buildings and resources from the current epoch and selecting it as an upgrade from your capital building. Of course, the effectiveness of each unit, building, or technology depends on your chosen historical civilization, with each one boasting their own strengths and trade-offs. There's also the option to roll your own through the built-in Civilization editor, as well as opportunities to upgrade stat bonuses at certain points throughout time, a fun departure from the classic Age of Empires formula. Another one is the population system. Not like number of units, I mean the ability to populate certain buildings. For example, placing citizens inside of a settlement will upgrade it to a town center, and placing more citizens inside a town center will upgrade it to a capital. Same goes with granaries, which will improve the resource output of its resulting farms. And once citizens are inside, they stay inside, making it a kind of upgrade as opposed to the garrison system seen in Age of Empires 2. Populating buildings is especially important when expanding your empire, since you can't simply plop down a fully formed town center any time. You need at least 5 disposable citizens nearby to make that happen. This means that sometimes the more effective strategy is to accumulate and send in a bunch of priests to convert enemy citizens instead. They may not have the iconic AoE Wololo going on, but they still have similar types of mystical conversion powers at their disposal. And religion goes further than that with the addition of prophets, which may be slow to move and even slower to regenerate energy, but are massively powerful in their ability to cause calamities. Earthquakes, volcanoes, firestorms, malaria, plague, hurricanes. It's awesomely crazy stuff. Kind of feels like a precursor to what we get in 2002 with Age of Mythology now that I think about it. That is to say, it's supernaturally ball-busting stuff if you fail to adequately prepare yourself to handle it, which in this case means placing your own temples to counteract any powerful prophetic. That is to say, it's supernaturally ball-busting stuff if you fail to adequately prepare yourself to handle it, which in this case means placing your own temples to counteract any powerful prophetic nonsense. Another world-changing addition arrives in the form of the World Wonders, which serve more of a practical purpose compared to the original Age of Empires. They're more in line with Civilization, where wonders provide stats bonuses to the player that constructs them. A few examples are the Library of Alexandria that reveals all buildings on the map, the Temple of Zeus that allows your population to self-heal instead of relying on hospital buildings, and the Pharaoh's Lighthouse that lifts the fog of war from waterways. Then there are hero units, available in both strategist and warrior types. Who they are changes with each passing epoch, but they provide extra oomph for your armies by doing things like healing nearby units, performing battle cries, and doling out powerful attacks, and generating positive morale. Yeah, morale is a key component for boosting unit effectiveness in Empire Earth, so if there's low morale, units die more quickly in battle and fight less effectively. Certain buildings generate and boost morale as well, much like the citywide happiness seen in Civilization games, only here it's a nearby area of effect. In fact, it's the main function of houses in Empire Earth. They don't increase the population limit. All of this comes together to create a game that feels like a hybrid of both AoE and Civilization in terms of gameplay and aesthetics, while not becoming as complex as either one of them. With so many epochs to go through and less time spent in each of them, you don't get as many unique buildings, units, and attributes for each Civilization as you do in the Age of Empires games. Likewise, with the real-time strategy focusing on individual units and buildings, you don't get the world-scale viewpoint of Civilization with its emphasis on city-states, diplomacy, and trade. Rather, Empire Earth is a compelling in-between that felt downright refreshing back in the day. The amount of time it covers is vast without being overwhelming, and the strategic systems in play are simple enough to quickly understand, but complex enough that it takes a while to fully grasp them. And I've largely only been talking about the randomized maps thus far. The campaigns are a whole other thing. Like I said earlier, I'm often one to head straight for the randomized deathmatch mode or create my own custom scenario, get all comfy with a coffee, and simply play around with the systems till I'm satisfied. Empire Earth, on the other hand, has enough of a captivating single-player campaign to pull me away from the random seeds for a bit. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but Empire Earth is rendered in 3D. Instead of the 2D sprites that were still in use by both Age of Empires and Civilization back then. It wasn't the first strategy game to go 3D by now, but Empire Earth is rendered in 3D instead of the 2D sprites that were still in use by both Age of Empires and Civilization back then. It wasn't the first strategy game to go 3D by a long shot, but Empire Earth was simply the first one I played that featured 3D in-engine cutscenes for its story, for better and for worse.
My people, we must travel west to a hostile village called Troas.
For worse.
My people, we must travel west to a hostile village called Troas. From them, we shall steal the secret of traveling upon the deep water.
The government surely knows Volgograd is our stronghold, so we can expect them to send forces here very soon.
If we can successfully defend Volgograd and then destroy the capital in Voronezh, our dreams of Novaya Russia will come that much closer to reality.
At 2001, when the PC games industry was enjoying a new generation of 3D rendering tech and 2 GHz CPUs, yet voice acting and in-engine cutscenes were still very much a work in progress. But dang it, they tried. Yeah, Empire Earth's cutscenes and voice acting crack me up, man. Those accents, my word.
What be your business in Arthelta?
I am William, the rightful Duke of Normandy. During King Henry's invasion, Lord Tustein sought to take what is mine by birthright.
Very well, young Leon. You shall have our help, and may God be with us.
Despite the phenomenal voice work and high-fidelity character models, Empire Earth's campaign is still pretty darn splendid. You play through a wide variety of scenarios, both historical and fantastical, divided into 4 campaigns, featuring the founding and building up of ancient Greece, fighting as the English against France from the battles of Hastings through Waterloo, taking part in both world wars through the eyes of German forces that eventually take control of the United Kingdom, and finally playing a reconstructed Russian Federation with leaders that travel through time to stop an invasion of the United States in the year 2098. Again, it's that mix of historical facts and alternate timeline absurdity going on that makes Empire Earth so enjoyable, and I dig that they played with that idea in the campaigns too. Even back in 2001, I'd an alternate timeline of a reconstructed Russian Federation with leaders that travel through time to stop an invasion of the United States in the year 2098. Again, it's that mix of historical facts and alternate timeline absurdity going on that makes Empire Earth so enjoyable. And I dig that they played with that idea in the campaigns too. Even back in 2001, I'd already played through countless historical simulations that reenacted epic battles and diplomatic struggles of old, so the option to take the reins of an army of giant robots and super soldiers with laser katanas was exactly what the LGR doctor ordered. The fact that it was up against a somewhat believable real-life scenario of the future with a historical past that looked exactly like our own otherwise made it all the more fun. It's the same reason I enjoyed Command & Conquer Red Alert so much, except that here you can play as the Allied and Soviet forces back when they were cavemen, all the way up through the age of nanotechnology, or even beyond that if you got the expansion pack in 2002, The Art of Conquest. However, this time around, the development was handed off to another team entirely, Mad Doc Software, who before this worked on the Star Trek Armada games and later became Rockstar New England. So yeah, not a bad choice at first glance, but unfortunately the end result was somewhat lacking by most accounts. The drop in quality is immediately apparent when playing any of the 3 new campaigns, with each briefing screen showing these awful isometric maps instead of the tailor-made images showing actual details like you got in the base game. I mean, just look at this. Can you tell what's going on or where you're supposed to go? It's like they just went into the scenario editor, zoomed out, took a screenshot, and called it a day. Same goes for the cutscenes, which are of notably lesser quality in Art of Conquest. Half the time there's no voice acting at all anymore, and when there is, if you thought it was corny in the original game, you ain't seen nothing yet.
The Romans have refused your offer of tribute and refused our claim to settle here, my king. If we do intend to bring our people into these lands, then that addle-brained idiot king has got another thing coming. This foolhardy endeavor will be answered with swords and blood, in the Roman governor's own words, my king.
This is a shame because the new campaign synopses are excellent. You get to play through the rise of the Roman Empire under Julius Caesar, the Pacific War through the eyes of the US in World War II, and a storyline set around descendants of the Qin dynasty colonizing Mars and fighting the interplanetary war for Martian independence. Yep, this pack lets players enter the space age, complete with multiple spacecraft, orbital satellites, teleportation technology, and maps set in space. A great addition, in theory, but once again, it's a bit of a letdown seeing as it's exactly the same gameplay under a slightly new skin. Instead of water, it's open space, and instead of watercraft and ships, you get spacecraft and spaceships. To help sell the idea, there's a parallax effect going on with a Starfield background and a rocky continental drop-off along the edges of land. So yeah, it's all a ruse. You're essentially doing the same thing as before, now with flat floating land masses in space, and your citizens are replaced with robots. But there are other additions like Civ powers granting unique boosts, new civilizations, and unique units to go alongside them, and various tweaks to difficulty in gameplay and campaign and multiplayer modes. But yeah, being that the main addition is the space age, it's a bit of a bummer that it doesn't go too far beyond simply allowing certain maps to use spacefaring ships instead of seafaring ships. Ah well, it's still worth messing about with the scenario editor and coming up with some absurd situations. Nothing to use space and multiplayer modes, but yeah, being that the main addition is the space age, it's a bit of a bummer that it doesn't go too far beyond simply allowing certain maps to use spacefaring ships instead of seafaring ships. Ah well, it's still worth messing about with the scenario editor and coming up with some absurd situations. Nothing quite like having a group of prehistoric hunter-gatherers in space versus an army of killer mechs and capital ships. Of course, having sold over 1 million units in its first year on the market, the Empire Earth series didn't stop here. The original devs at Stainless went on to create Empire's Dawn of the Modern World in 2003, a spiritual successor to Empire Earth. So, it's a spiritual successor to a spiritual successor, yo dog. Mad Doc continued the mainline Empire Earth series with a direct sequel in 2005, an expansion to that in 2006, and a crappier sequel to the sequel in 2007. After that, though, the series seems to have died on the vine for the time being, which is an absolute pile of crap considering the continued attention Civilization and Age of Empires have received since the mid-2000s. Seems like there's still an audience for this kind of game if you ask me. And 2006, and a crappier sequel to the sequel in 2007. After that, though, the series seems to have died on the vine for the time being, which is an absolute pile of crap considering the continued attention Civilization and Age of Empires have received since the mid-2000s. Seems like there's still an audience for this kind of game if you ask me. And as charming as the original graphics are, I'd love to see Empire Earth receive an HD remaster someday, or perhaps a proper 4th entry that returns to its roots of being, you know, a good game. Until then, the original can still be bought and played today, warts and all. The gold version packing the main game and expansion is sold on GOG, though in my experience it requires some compatibility mode settings to get working properly, but today, warts and all. The gold version packing the main game and expansion is sold on GOG, though in my experience it requires some compatibility mode settings to get working properly, but the light hassle is well worth it to experience this one, I think. Empire Earth is half serious history, half cheesy sci-fi, but it all culminates in a game that still isn't quite like anything else. And if you enjoyed this episode of LGR, then check out some of my other stuff. I've done a lot more stuff. Retro tech and computer games and, you know, all kind of related stuff is just what I do here, so stick around if you like this. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
crash that left his wife. Tarzan, the epic adventures actor Joel Lara died in a plane crash that left his wife and 5 others dead in Tennessee on Saturday. The 58-year-old was with his spouse, church founder Gwen Shamblin Lara, when the plane crashed into Percy Priest Lake outside of Nashville, Rutherford County Fire and Rescue said. Joel Lara first portrayed the titular adventurer in 19,892's Tarzan in Manhattan, a made-for-TV movie in which the character travels from Africa to New York City. Officials say Lara, his wife and 5 others were aboard a small jet when it crashed into the lake shortly after it took off before 11 a.m. Saturday. The jet had been traveling from Smyrna Airport, located about 24 miles southeast of Nashville, to Palm Beach International Airport in Florida. Recovery efforts are ongoing on the lake from the Weekly Lane Bridge to the Lamar Hill boat ramp. John Ingle, captain and incident commander of the fire and rescue team, said in an update Sunday. The San Diego-born Lara continued acting into the 2000s, with roles in the action movie Doomsday and in the crime comedy flick Very Mean Men, which founded Remnant Fellowship Church in 1999 after the success of her Christian diet program The Way Down Workshop was dogged by accusations that the church was more of a cult than a religious institution.
Hey, I'm Van. Van the Man.
Pregnant.
Same. This is the only war.
That girl. You were carrier and I'm precious. Baby.
Hi, it's Dave. So just moments ago, Elon laid a huge bombshell on Twitter, and he's insinuating that he could actually start a new cryptocurrency. In this video, I'm going to take a dive into what's going on. Let's take a look at this conversation on Twitter. It's all risky. Says Elon is choosing Doge because Dogecoin is better than Bitcoin in many fundamental ways. Dogecoin has faster transaction speeds, lower fees, and less environmental impact than BTC. So Elon is choosing Doge because Dogecoin is better than Bitcoin in many fundamental ways. Dogecoin has faster transaction speeds, lower fees, and less environmental impact than BTC. Doge is affordable for regular folks because of its high supply people's crypto. And Elon replies and he says, ideally, Doge speeds up block time 10 times, increases block size 10 times, and drops fee 100 times, then it wins hands down against Bitcoin. So he's really putting his weight behind Dogecoin here. Long Elon replies and says, why not just make a crypto from scratch that does everything you want technically and has a lot of dev support and doesn't have high concentration of ownership, at least initially? And Elon says, and here's the killer part, he says, only if Doge can't do it, it's a big pain in the neck to create another one or another crypto blockchain. And I was saying that I reply say in retrospect it's inevitable. Yeah, this is the journey that Elon's on. He's seeing the pros and cons of each crypto, and he's on this journey to find what I think is optimal from a first principles kind of point of view. Kemba says you realize he's trolling, right? And then Rob Maurer from Tesla Daily says he's not, and that's the point. People who know Elon know that he's not trolling here. Right? He's not making this up. He's not just saying that he might start a crypto. He's really serious. If Doge can't perform, right, Elon could start a new crypto. And some other people are criticizing Elon. Someone says here that if he's not trolling, then he's demonstrating he knows very little about how crypto works. And yeah, I take the other side. I think Elon really does understand a lot of crypto. He's the founder of PayPal, right? And he understands payments, and he understands a lot of things that he's not sharing completely on the surface. All right, so what's going on here? I want to look at this from different angles. First off, Elon is calling out Doge and the Dogecoin developers to perform. He wants Dogecoin to be an order of magnitude better, faster, cheaper transactions. And I think it's going to be really tough because if you're looking at kind of Elon's mode or his MO, he looks at things from first principles and he pushes things to the limit of what's possible. And I think that's actually kind of almost, I don't say opposite, but there's a huge amount of tension behind that type of MO and the Dogecoin developers. Dogecoin developers, I mean, this is a small crew of 3 or 4 part-time people. They're a chill group. They like what they have. They're not necessarily motivated to bet the whole farm and make these huge changes and to, do crazy moves. And the chances of Dogecoin actually being able to speed up block time 10 times, increase block size 10 times, and drop the fees by 100 times, I think this is actually super slim in terms of the possibility of this happening. They're just not that driven of a group, right, of developers. And I think what Elon sees is he sees the market cap for Dogecoin skyrocket, right? It's about $70 billion or so this time. And he's concluding that Dogecoin needs to perform on its potential. It's not just a speculative asset, but he wants it to be a means of exchange, a true currency where people are actually using it, right, in day-to-day life. And it is perhaps one of the top currencies. However, I think I'm a skeptic in the sense that I don't think Doge developers and Elon are on the same page here. I think, and I could be wrong. I think the second thing that Elon did here was that he shared that he's open to starting a new crypto if Doge doesn't perform. He qualifies it and says that, hey, it's going to be a pain in the neck, and he prefers Doge to work out. But he's signaling, right, that he's open to starting a new crypto, a new blockchain, if Doge, right, can't perform it up to its potential and really implement a radical, right, change and improvements. Now, I think here's the background, I think, of all of this. And a lot of people are jumping to conclusions, criticizing Elon and his tweets. But here's the background. Crypto has been proving out a lot of use cases in the past couple of years, especially last year as well. I mean, you've got the whole Bitcoin store value use case, but you've also got a platform of crypto to be used as a whole economic system where trillions of dollars of economic activity can run on crypto. And Ethereum is the market leader in terms of proving out that use case. Then you've got the whole use case of just crypto as currency, as a medium, as a means of exchange. And these use cases are being proved out to the point where now it's pretty much given, where people do see the value of crypto in terms of store value, in terms of a platform for economic system and the potential for currency. And there's trillions and trillions of dollars of uncapped, unlocked value that crypto is unlocking. But we're still in the early stages of all this. There are a ton of projects, but every single project, every single coin, every single blockchain has its strengths and its weaknesses. The two big winners so far, and most of it is because of adoption, it's Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin is store value and Ethereum with more the whole economic alternative system run on crypto. And if you talk to a Bitcoin proponent, they'll say Bitcoin's destiny is secure. And if you talk to Ethereum proponent, they'll say Bitcoin is for sure, right, going to be this. And I look at it a little bit differently. I think in some ways their destiny could be secure if adoption continues. And that's the trajectory that everything's on. Unless something kind of disrupts that trajectory. And I think what's a possibility is if there could be a true disruptor that enters the space, then I think some of the big winners or the big leaders in crypto could be disrupted, but it has to be a true disruptor. I think there's a lot of noise around this issue. A lot of people think, oh, because crypto is by nature decentralized, you shouldn't have centralized leadership, right? It should be people deciding. But you look at all the great projects in crypto, they've all had centralized leadership in some form at some time. That's how the vision, right, gets architected. That's how the structure and the technology gets implemented and gets set up. Now, I think what's difficult or challenging is to move beyond this whole kind of store value use case and into kind of a true currency, medium of exchange for every day, right? Even to tip someone 5 cents or 10 cents or $1, and then ultimately to move to a platform for a completely new economic system. All of this needs, in my opinion, a lot of innovation. Now, there are a lot of innovative, great development teams and companies competing in this whole field, but there isn't any really, I think, true breakout winner in terms of the true currency space at this moment. And I think crypto as a platform for economic activity is still in the early stages, even though Ethereum has a big lead here. What I think Elon sees here is he sees a huge opportunity and he wants it to be done right. I think he ultimately has concluded that crypto can be beneficial to humanity, and he shared that with his whole supporting of Bitcoin. He believes in the vision of Bitcoin to democratize, right, the opportunity for people to not just hold store value, but it can democratize economic opportunity, it can preserve individual liberties, right, and protect against government overreach. And it just reduces friction. If an entire economic system is built on the rails of a crypto economy, it can really reduce not just the cost of fees, but it really promotes property rights and really just increase economic activity. So I don't think, in my opinion, Elon is really out for the money. I mean, money has never been his primary goal. Elon has always been driven with these humanity level goals, right? That's what drives him. He wants to push forward the progress of humanity. And for Elon, I don't think he has any motivation to make an extra buck on crypto, right? Like that's not what he's trying to do. What he wants is he wants crypto done right for humanity. And toward that goal, he thinks that crypto can actually push humanity forward in the right way, but he wants it to be done right. And that's why he's pushing Doge to really take a step up to make it happen. But right now, with this tweet exchange, you start to see the tension where Elon's thinking in first principles. And historically, Elon's always been best at engineering things from scratch, using first principles and pushing, right, people. And I think it's going to be interesting how the storyline plays out. Anyways, all of this stuff in crypto world is moving so fast, and Elon is
Play double hit. That
return on their funds. With a higher rate of inflation, their dollar-denominated returns are less. The dollars that they... There is a black swan in the markets right now, a black swan that could impact on all markets, including Bitcoin. It's a black swan that was released into the wild last year through the unprecedented response to the pandemic. The black swan I am, of course, talking about is inflation. Inflation that is running above expectations and is alarming numerous market participants. But how is this likely to impact the Bitcoin markets? Well, that is exactly what I'll be telling you in this video. Not only will I be explaining the inflation risk more broadly, but I'll also be examining what it could mean for your portfolio. So, this video is something you can't afford to miss.
Welcome aboard Coin Bureau Airways. I'm Captain Guy and we'll be flying you to the moon today. Before we lift off, we need to make sure that you're strapped in. Firstly, be prepared for some turbulence in these crypto markets. You should always do your own research and consult your financial advisor. Yes, I'm a crypto captain, but I am not your investment advisor. We only serve educational content on this flight. Now, if you're wondering what the hell is going on, this must be your first time flying with us. If you want to get those frequent flyer crypto points on this mission to the moon, then you can grab your ticket right now by hitting that subscribe button. Oh, and turn on notifications to make sure you're fully checked in. The in-flight menu is below, in the video timeline. Use it to skip to a menu item that best suits your palate. Alrighty, are we ready for takeoff?
For those of you who have been following the channel for some time, you'll have seen me talk about the risk of inflation in March of last year. I was worried about the excess monetary stimulus that was being thrown at the markets and the impact that this would have once the lockdowns eased. There were quite a few comments in that video that said inflation concerns were misguided, that deflation was the more likely scenario. Well, I don't blame them, to be honest. This was also the main narrative that was coming from the Fed. They were really concerned about a Japanese-style deflationary and stagnating economy, hence the reason that they flooded the system with money. However, that was a year ago and things have progressed at a lightning pace. Money printing continued through the rest of the year as countries tried to stave off incoming second and third waves. However, as vaccines started to roll out and lockdowns were slowly being lifted, things began to change. The Fed was hoping to keep the market tethered to its inflation average target of below 2%. Powell & Co. said that they didn't have any fears of inflation and as such would not be tightening monetary policy anytime soon. This was despite some of the warning signs that were coming through the data. Commodity prices were starting to surge across the board. Take a look at this tweet from Dan Held back in April. Those were the price increases that we were seeing for some of these commodities. Now, as we know, commodities are used as raw materials for other goods and services. It was inevitable that we would start to see these price increases work their way through the rest of the economy. Fuel prices have been on the rise since the beginning of the year, and house prices have been skyrocketing, a combination of demand and lumber shortages. So, inflation was already beginning to rear its ugly head, and there were many market participants who were beginning to ring the alarm bells. Then came the April CPI numbers, which were released 2 weeks ago. They showed that consumer prices had increased by 4.2% in the 12 months from April 2020. That's a full 2.2% above the Fed target, and even higher than some economists were predicting. It was also the highest CPI print since 2009. Needless to say, it took the market by surprise and led to a jump in long-term bond yields and a fall in stock and crypto prices. Things didn't get that much better when a day later, the US PPI numbers came in. Producer price inflation is a measure of the prices that companies pay for the inputs of the goods that they use in their production. Well, these were up over 6.2% in April, and it was the largest increase in the PPI measure since they started tracking it back in 2010. There was also a 0.6% increase in the PPI in just 1 month from March. So, irrespective of how you slice or dice it, the inflation numbers were not looking good. And I'm sure that the folks over at the Fed were also starting to feel the heat. I mean, what did they expect when they printed 25% of all the money ever in existence in a single year? But I digress. That's a topic for another video. Alright, I've already done one on that, and it's linked to in the top right. Anyways, there are a number of reasons as to why inflation is so deadly, and I'm not even talking about the hyperinflation that you see in failed states. As we all know, inflation is the general increase in the price of goods and services in a country. It's a broad measure of how much the cost of living has increased over time. An increase in prices is not terrible as long as it's measured and in line with expectations as well as increasing incomes. However, when it is running above expectations, then it can lead to further inflation as people increase their prices to match their expectations. Persistent and high inflation is also detrimental to savers, as it means that the dollars that they hold in their bank account are worth less today than they were a year ago. And it's not just individuals that suffer the impact of higher inflation. Think about all those institutional investors that have to try and get an attractive real rate of return on their funds. With a higher rate of inflation, their dollar-denominated returns are less. Or how about corporates? When a corporate keeps cash on its balance sheet in order to fund its treasury management activities, that cash is depreciating at the rate of inflation. This is a destruction of shareholder value and means that these companies will have fewer funds to invest in operations in the future. In fact, it could be worse for corporate balance sheets than consumers. Now, as I mentioned earlier, PPI, which is a production measure, was running hotter than CPI, consumption. The cost of inputs for companies is running higher, which means that dollars saved on balance sheets are worth that much less. But that's not even the worst part about inflation. You have to consider the impact that it has on the US dollar more broadly. The US dollar is the world's reserve currency, which means that a great deal of it is held offshore. Fun fact, it's estimated that between 40 to 70% of all US dollar banknotes in circulation are held outside of US borders. Then, of course, you have all those foreign central banks that don't only hold US dollars, but also dollar-denominated debt. The more value that the dollar loses each year, the more likely these central banks and foreign holders are to diversify their currency risk. Of course, any selling by offshore holders devalues the US dollar relative to other currencies. Take a look at this chart here. It shows the US dollar index over the past month. As you can see, it's been trending down recently and is near the lowest levels that we've seen this year. When the US dollar devalues relative to other currencies, it also makes the cost of imports that much more expensive, which of course adds to the inflation equation. I've actually covered this in depth in a video talking about the US dollar, so feel free to open up a new tab by hitting that link in the top right. The point is that inflation is toxic and should be avoided. It's also one of those things that are hard to rein back in again once the genie is out of the bottle. And there is a strong case to be made that the CPI inflation itself is vastly underestimating the true inflation. Allow me to explain. The main point of contention here comes down to the basket of goods and services used to measure the CPI. Basically, the CPI measure is undercounting inflation because of the fact that the Bureau of Labor Statistics adjusts the composition of the goods and services in that basket between 2 time periods. Instead of looking at the price of the same goods and services between the 2 periods, it accounts for substitution and quality changes. It assumes that consumers adjust behavior, and hence it means that the composition of the basket has to change. I won't go into the nitty-gritty here, but I have linked to this excellent video in the description where you can get more color on it. The main point to take away from this is is that they are not really comparing apples with apples. And it's not only that. You should consider the fact that the basket used to determine this CPI does not include assets such as investment assets. It does not include housing prices, even though these play a large part in the cost of living conundrum. Now, I of course don't need to tell you about how quickly the cost of housing has been going up recently. Then, of course, you have to consider how much consumption patterns have changed in the wake of the pandemic. Think about what was purchased and what was not. In the wake of the lockdowns, travel and leisure completely collapsed. The only items that people spent more on were groceries and booze, both of which make sense. In the words of IMF economist Marshall Reinsdorf, quote, spending patterns changed abruptly and the CPI weight suddenly became obsolete. Apart from this, most shopping went online, where the price fluctuations can be a lot more rapid and volatile. Not only that, but because of this shift, data collection of the prices of goods/services in the basket was hard to do. Researchers could not visit physical stores in order to gather that price data. So this means that the cost of living over the past year has been much higher than we're being led to believe, based on the CPI data. One more interesting chart that you can look at is this one by economist Alberto Caval, which shows a different COVID basket, which is running considerably hotter than the actual CPI basket. Of course, I don't think we need a CPI measure to tell us how much prices have gone up over the past year. And what's even more disconcerting about all of this is the fact that most employers determine salary increases based on these official figures. So it's quite clear that inflation is a massive problem and one that we could be undercounting. This then begs a very important question. How do you protect yourself from this upcoming inflation? The best hedges against inflation are those that have a limited supply, those that cannot easily be devalued by increasing the amount of supply in circulation. Traditionally, these have been hard assets like gold, which are perceived to have a limited supply, as well as fundamental use cases, as in jewelry, etc. However, if we take a look at the performance of gold over the past year, it's been relatively meager. Now, you would have thought that the world's premier reserve asset would have been breaking new all-time highs this year. This has not been the case. But there is another inflation hedge that has been doing just that, and that is, of course, Bitcoin. The reason that Bitcoin is seen as such an effective inflation hedge is because of the fact that it has a hard-defined limit of 21 million. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin mined. Fun fact, there are currently $51 million millionaires in the world. So, if each of them wanted some Bitcoin, there is not enough to go around for each to even have half a Bitcoin. This is not even counting the fact that there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin mined. Fun fact, there are currently $51 million millionaires in the world. So, if each of them wanted some Bitcoin, there is not enough to go around for each to even have half a Bitcoin. This is not even counting the fact that at least 20% of Bitcoin has been lost forever. Another supply factor that you have to consider is the fact that Bitcoin. This is not even counting the fact that at least 20% of Bitcoin has been lost forever. Another supply factor that you have to consider is the fact that Bitcoin has a decreasing emission schedule. Its inflation rate keeps on falling and approaches zero over time. Now, of course, there are many more qualities that make Bitcoin more favorable to gold as an asset to store wealth, and I've covered this in a video that I did last year. And it's not just me that is saying this. The Bitcoin inflation hedge trade has been taken on by numerous institutional investors. For example, one of the most prolific global macro investors is Paul Tudor Jones, and last year he wrote this paper on the great monetary inflation. Quite simply, it talked about the impact that money printing would have on asset markets and why he was investing in Bitcoin. You also have the likes of Stanley Druckenmiller, one of the most well-known forex traders in the world. He was also raising the alarm bells around this incoming USD inflation and the implications this could have on the Bitcoin markets. He even went a step further and claimed that cryptocurrency like Bitcoin could one day replace the US dollar as a global reserve asset. Or how about Bill Miller, the storied value investor behind the Legg Mason Opportunity Fund? He basically pointed out in a Q4 market update that if inflation were to pick up, then corporates would be allocating a larger proportion of their balance sheet towards Bitcoin. A, quote, trickle would turn into a torrent. And that trickle has already started. We know of a number of companies that have been allocating a portion of their treasury positions towards Bitcoin. These, of course, include the likes of MicroStrategy, Square, Tesla, Meitu, and Acre, to name but a few. Now, these companies all allocated to Bitcoin as they were worried about the impact that the inflation would have on their long-term shareholder value. And, as Bill Miller stated, this trickle is likely to become a torrent. That is because of the sheer number of companies that are concerned about the impact of inflation. Take a look at this chart. It shows the percentage increase in the average mentions of the word inflation by 26 S&P 500 companies in their earnings calls. Clearly, the concern is on their mind, and this was even before we had those high CPI and PPI prints 2 weeks ago. You can bet your bottom dollar that these will be up yet again in the next round of earnings, even before mentions of the word inflation by 26 S&P 500 companies in their inflation. Take a look at this chart. It shows the percentage increase in the average mentions of the word inflation by 26 S&P 500 companies in their earnings calls. Clearly, the concern is on their mind, and this was even before we had those high CPI and PPI prints 2 weeks ago. You can bet your bottom dollar that these will be up yet again in the next round of earnings calls. Okay, so we know that Bitcoin is seen as a premier inflation hedge. This then begs a very important question. Why did it fall the day of that CPI print? Surely it should have rallied. Well, there is a lot more going on here. Allow me to explain. When the CPI prints came in 2 weeks ago and took the markets by surprise, the main concern was not really the actual inflation itself, but what it meant for interest rates. You see, the market is aware of the fact that the Fed has a set inflation target of 2%. Earlier this year, the Fed was giving guidance that it would not be loosening monetary policy this year. In fact, the Fed was hoping to keep the average inflation below the 2% target until at least 2023. Therefore, with such a high print above the inflation target, it means that the Fed has had its hand forced. It will need to increase interest rates in order to rein back in that money and stop the economy from overheating. Of course, higher interest rates have large implications for nearly every asset class out there, including Bitcoin. We actually saw this more recently when the Secretary of the Treasury caused an interest rate scare with her comments about monetary tightening. So, why does a higher Fed's fund rate impact on Bitcoin? Well, this is because despite Bitcoin being a long-term hedge for inflation, it is still viewed as a risk-on asset. These are assets that are generally riskier and which investors are happy to allocate their funds to in a low-rates environment. Assets that are more risk-off include bonds and cash. These, of course, yield much more when rates go up. I should also point out that when rates go up, the discount rate used to calculate future cash flows goes up, which means a lower present stock value, but that is neither here nor there. The point is that in an environment with rising rates, risk-on assets tend to underperform. Given that Bitcoin is seen as one of the riskiest assets in the risky bucket, it will naturally also suffer from this. There is statistical evidence here. You only need to take a look at the correlation between the price of equities and crypto last year. In 2020, we had the highest correlation between the two factors since data has been tracked. Take a look at this report by the chaps over at Van Eck. As you can see from this analysis, there was almost no correlation between them in the years prior, whereas last year it was statistically significant. Here you can see another chart that shows the correlation as a graph over time. It's a clear uptrend from mildly negative in 2017 to moderately positive this year. So, from all the available evidence, it appears that Bitcoin is not really a hedge for stock market volatility. It is placed in the same bucket and will hence rise and fall according to the same short-term factors. I actually covered this in depth in my video on Bitcoin global macro factors. You can hit that link in the top right to watch it later if you want. So yes, Bitcoin is correlated with stocks and is hence sensitive to interest rate hikes. However, inflation is much more pervasive, and unlike the Fed's fund rate, it is hard as hell to control. Moreover, Bitcoin is not a cash flow-based asset like stocks. It's an asset that has completely different characteristics and use cases. Its correlation to stocks is more of a short-term phenomenon, as these institutional investors adjust their portfolios. It's unlikely to be a long-term trend, and as such, I happen to think that Bitcoin will become less responsive to rate hike fears, just the way it was intended. Time to start wrapping this video up, folks. Now, last year, in response to the pandemic, governments seem to have thrown the baby out with the bathwater, and that water is now flooding the streets, leaving them awash with cash. I'm even more worried about it now than I was last year when I first discussed it. And if the recent CPI prints and stock rout is anything to go by, the fear has become real. No, it's not Venezuela or Zimbabwe levels of inflation, but it's alarming for many of the reasons that I highlighted earlier. These inflationary concerns are having two contradictory effects on the markets. In the short term, they're causing panic because of the fears that they could lead to a Fed tapering. The markets have become drunk on the free money that's been raining down on them, and they are now worried that the Fed's fountain may slow to a trickle. Yes, these fears have also led to a sell-off in Bitcoin, but this is likely to only be temporary. The inflation narrative is likely to be that much more pervasive and last for quite some time. This is because it's a lot harder to rein it in without seriously damaging the economy. In this climate, it will be hard for people, companies, and institutions to preserve their investments and purchasing power going forward. Bitcoin really is the digital gold that they've been looking for. Limited supply, decreasing inflation rate, easy to transport and store. In the turbulent sea of rising prices, it really will be the lifeboat sent from above to rescue you from decreasing purchasing power. All praise to Satoshi. That's it for my video today, folks. It's missing something, though, and that would be your all-important feedback. So, are you folks worried about inflation? And where do you see Bitcoin going from here? Let your fingers do the talking in the comment section down there. Oh, and while you're down there, you cannot miss my socials page. Over here, I have the only official links to the places you can follow me outside of YouTube. These include Telegram channel. There is a black swan in the markets. Time to start wrapping this video up, folks. Now, last year, in response to the pandemic, governments seem to have thrown the baby out with the bathwater, and that water is now flooding the streets, leaving them awash with cash. I'm even more worried about it now than I was last year when I first discussed it. And if the recent CPI prints and stock rout is anything to go by, the fear has become real. No, it's not Venezuela or Zimbabwe levels of inflation, but it's alarming for many of the reasons that I highlighted earlier. These inflationary concerns are having two contradictory effects on the markets. In the short term, they're causing panic because of the fears that they could lead to a Fed tapering. The markets have become drunk on the free money that's been raining down on them, and they are now worried that the Fed's fountain may slow to a trickle. Yes, these fears have also led to a sell-off in Bitcoin, but this is likely to only be temporary. The inflation narrative is likely to be that much more pervasive and last for quite some time. This is because it's a lot harder to rein it in without seriously damaging the economy. In this climate, it will be hard for people, companies, and institutions to preserve their investments and purchasing power going forward. Bitcoin really is the digital gold that they've been looking for. Limited supply, decreasing inflation rate, easy to transport and store. In the turbulent sea of rising prices, it really will be the lifeboat sent from above to rescue you from decreasing purchasing power. All praise to Satoshi. That's it.
We'll start with Chinese company XPeng, ticker symbol.
Greetings, and today, perception is not a requirement for military leadership, so that's how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a units, an unseen start with the opportunities to upgrade stat bonuses at certain points important when expanding your empire since stats bonus. In fact, it's the same often one.
From them, we shall